Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 1246. Research Partners. Nephis changed from her torn clothes and was now wearing a white tunic with its hems embroidered in intricate red patterns. The tunic was somewhat similar to Sunny's Shroud of Dusk, but also different. It seemed like a single sheet of light fabric that had been elaborately tied at the shoulders and thus had no sleeves. Loosely fastened at the waist and with high slits, it seemed like something that could afford one a high degree of freedom of movement. Still, Sunny was slightly surprised to see what Neph had chosen to summon. She gave him a strange look. "What?" He shrugged. "I just imagined that you would select a suit of steel armor, or at least something that offers more protection. There has to be a memory like that among those that Summer Night gave you, right?" Nephis shook her head. "There is, but what does it matter here? No matter how powerful of an armor memory I use, it will still break after brushing against a great abomination once, so I might as well go for something light and offering good utility. This tunic might not protect me well, but it enhances my senses. For now, that is more important, best of all." She slightly pursed her lips and added with a hint of frustration in her voice, "It won't burn." Sunny suppressed a chuckle. "All right, suit yourself." It was not like he had anything to complain about. That tunic of hers was rather beautiful. Plus, he wasn't one to talk, considering what he himself was wearing. Sunny pulled his gaze away from Neph's slender figure and stared at the memories that were laying on the ground between them. These were all the ones in their possession that mentioned Ariel, his tomb, the great river, or an estuary of any kind. There was no real need to summon them, since both Sunny and Nephis could see each other's runes. However, having something to look at was more convenient. They were a beautifully engraved chalice of white stone full of black liquid, a hand mirror of dark silver that gave off an ominous feeling, a graceful Jan with a long and slender blade of pristine white jade, a necklace of engraved black metal that resembled a collar, an elegant mallet with a hammerhead made of perfectly black stone, a dagger made of cloudy steel with a handle that was wrapped in black leather, the bitter cusp, the mirror of truth, the sin of solace, the stifled scream, the dark shaper, and the falling ash. The last two came from Nephis, while all the other ones came from Sunny. He had spent more time in Antarctica, after all, and received more memories from the abominations of the chain of nightmares. There was also the shroud of graceless Dusk, but Sunny did not feel like undressing, although it might have been only fair for him to do so. Never mind. He studied the memories for a while, sometimes glancing at the shimmering runes in front of him. Eventually, Sunny said, "Before we try to draw any conclusions, let's go over what we already know first." Nephis nodded. Sunny took a deep breath. First of all, there was a demon called Ariel, the demon of dread. The tomb of Ariel stands somewhere in the nightmare desert. However, it is not a tomb where Ariel is buried. Rather, it is a tomb that he built. He remained silent for a moment, then continued. The seven of us entered a seed of nightmare that seemed to have originated from the tomb of Ariel. However, instead of being transported into the past of the nightmare desert, we somehow ended up in the middle of a strange and boundless river. It was not certain that the great river was boundless. Sunny had not tried to reach its seemingly unattainable shores yet, after all. However, it was definitely incredibly vast. He frowned. That river seems to be the Great River, which is said to exist outside of time and flow endlessly from the future into the past, whatever that means. The Great River is connected to the tomb of Ariel somehow. But we don't know how exactly. After finishing, Sunny lingered a bit and then asked, "Anything you want to add?" Nephis nodded. "The nightmare we entered is an abnormal one." The vision of the reverse time was interrupted. "Additionally, there are supposed to be millions of challengers within it. Apart from that." She glanced at the strange sky of the great river where dawn coexisted with dusk and day, and at the seven suns, bathing the world in light. Then, Nephis said, "This place looks like a colossal soul sea." Sunny's eyes glistened. "Right?" That was what I thought as well. He sighed, and then picked up the dagger forged out of cloudy steel, the falling ash. Weighing it in his hand, Sonny glanced at its complicated weave and then turned to the runes. Memory, falling ash, memory rank. At the same time, Nephis looked at his own memories for a while and then tentatively picked up the mirror of truth. She glanced at her reflection, shivered, then turned the mirror around and studied the beautiful engravings on its back. Her eyes darted from side to side, most likely reading the runes that described the meeting between Weaver and Ariel. After a few moments, a contemplative expression appeared on Neph's face. This one is interesting. I think it is important. It can help us understand the nature and purpose of the tomb of Ariel. However, it doesn't tell us anything about the great river. She put the mirror of truth aside and reached out for the bitter cusp. This one is connected to the sin of Solace and the falling ash, I think. Sonny nodded as he read the description of the ashen dagger. The runes read, Ariel built a beautiful palace of jade for the queen, and there she held her court. A great bridge of stone led to the jade palace, covered in snow and ash. Soon the news of the queen's beauty and wisdom spread across the realms, and many guests came to witness her grace. Not all of them survived the snow, and even fewer survived the ash. Still more and more came. He frowned. The description of the sin of Solace told of a beautiful monster that Ariel had made a queen and gifted with the sinister knowledge of hideous truth. The description of the bitter cusp told the eerie story of a group of guests that came to the Jade Court with ill intentions, and this one told about how Ariel had built the Jade Court, the Jade Palace, for the Jade Queen. None of that information was particularly useful for them now, except maybe for the fact that Ariel seemed fond of building things. However, Sonny glanced at Nephis and showed her the dagger. That Jade Palace. Doesn't it sound like Ravenheart? Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, was situated among snowy peaks and raging volcanoes. Snow and ash were always falling there, and more than that, one had to cross an enormous stone bridge to reach it. The description of the Jade Palace was too similar. Neph looked at the falling ash, then her eyes glinted a little. It does. Sonny was a bit stunned. He had learned some time ago that the citadels of the great clans were left behind by the seven daemons, and were thus very important to the sovereigns. So were the Ivory Tower, which had once belonged to Hope, and the Hollow Mountains, where Nether's citadel still remained undiscovered. That was why Valor and Song had been racing to conquer the tomb of Ariel. But if the citadel left behind by Ariel was actually Ravenheart, then which demon was tied to the Black Pyramid? Who could be more connected to the tomb of Ariel than its builder? Feeling confused, Sonny shook his head and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Right now, they had to learn about the Great River the most, because that was where they were stuck. Putting the falling ash back, he picked up the dark shaper, which looked like an elegant mallet with its head made of perfectly black stone. In fact, that black stone looked very familiar. Sonny studied the weave of the black mallet, then glanced at its runes. A few moments later, his eyes widened. Chapter 1247. Fear Itself. The dark shaper was a transcendent memory of the fourth tier that Nephis had gained in Antarctica. It was one of the few she had chosen to keep. The rest either went to the firekeepers or were sold to acquire various equipment and resources. Being the leader of a group of elite awakened was not cheap. Even with the support of Clan Valor, Neph had to work hard to provide her followers with the best everything. Perhaps it was a part of the King of Swords testing her competency, or perhaps the great clan simply didn't care to spend too much on the survivors of the Forgotten Shore before they proved themselves. In any case, Nephis had decided to keep the Dark Shaper for herself. The reason she had decided to hold on to the stone mallet was both because of its power and because its description mentioned the Demon of Dread. The Dark Shaper looked more like a tool than a weapon. It had a handle of dark, polished wood inlaid with dull silver. The hammerhead was fashioned out of perfectly black stone, which looked and felt rather familiar. Sonny was almost certain that it was the same stone that the tomb of Ariel had been built of. The stone mallet's enchantments had to do with sculpting and changing the shape of things. Disturbingly, these things were not limited to stone, metal, and wood. If one wished, they could also shape flesh and bone, sculpting all kinds of nightmarish creations. The sinister, corrupted devil Nephis had killed to receive the Dark Shaper was similarly revolting. It was indeed a memory worthy of being graced with the name of the demon of dread in its description. And speaking of the description, at first, Sunny simply studied the shimmering runes, finding them rather interesting. They read, Memory, Dark Shaper, Memory Rank, Transcendent. Memory Tier, High V, Memory Type, Tool, Memory Description. When the unholy Titan took a step, everyone cowered in fear. Only Ariel, the demon of dread, remained standing. He did not feel fear, for he was fear itself. Taking a step forward, he challenged the unholy Titan, and the two battled under the azure sky. Their battle was fierce. Their battle was fearsome. Their battle was a hint of the doom that would come. The unholy Titan possessed an indestructible stone body and was invulnerable to all harm. As they fought, the land was shattered and the sky split apart. The demon of dread received many harrowing wounds, but the terrible Titan remained wholly unscathed. Its stone body became incandescent from the heat, shining brighter than the fiery sun. That was when the demon of dread whispered something to his enemy, and then cast the Titan into the depths of the ocean. When the incandescent Titan plunged into the cool water, the ocean turned into searing vapor and was scattered by the winds. The stone flesh of the Titan instantly cooled, causing a tiny crack to appear on its heart. That tiny spot was the only part of the creature that had not been tempered, and was also its only flaw. As Ariel watched coldly, the Titan bellowed in agony. After one heartbeat, cracks appeared on its indestructible body. After 2 heartbeats, blood flowed from its wounds like a river. After 3 heartbeats, its body started to crumble into numerous shards. And on the 7th heartbeat, its heart shattered, turning into dust. That was how the unholy stone Titan was destroyed. Following the end of the battle, the demon of dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, and the description ended. It was after he finished reading that Sunny's eyes widened as an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. Wait, no way. The tale of Ariel's battle with an unholy Titan was indeed very interesting. Not the least because it seemed as though the demon of dread had won due to a single whisper. More than that, it hinted at the answers to several questions that Sunny had been curious about. For example, who or what was the progenitor of the minor shard of the stone Titan, Goliath? Or how the nightmare desert had come into existence? But these precious pieces of knowledge were not what caused such a reaction from Sunny. What drew his attention was the abrupt end of the description. Didn't it seem incomplete? As if there was another part of it missing. Coincidentally, he knew of another description that seemed like a fragment of a larger whole. Frowning, Sunny summoned his own runes and found the name of the stifled scream. Concentrating on it, he read, Memory Description. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. He remained motionless for a few moments, then mentally put the two descriptions together. Following the end of the battle, the demon of dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. His hands trembled. Unable to speak, Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at Nephis. A few moments later, she noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? He lingered for a while and then said hesitantly, That? I'm really not sure, but I think I understand where we are now. Then Sunny looked at the narrow strip of the sky above them and added in a hushed voice, Neph? This might sound crazy, but I think that we are inside the Black Pyramid. Chapter 1248, Entombed. The two of them climbed from the fissure and stood gazing at the seven suns moving across the vast sky. They remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sonny spoke, his voice carrying a sense of wonder and perplexity. I know that it doesn't make sense, but it also makes so much sense, you know? Nephis frowned, her thoughts mirroring his. She had read both descriptions, and although Sonny's theory sounded outlandish, it was also compelling in a bizarre and irrational way. He took a deep breath and continued to unravel his theory. I mean, listen, we were in the Nightmare Desert, and entered the third nightmare through a seed that had been a part of Ariel's tomb once. Logically, the spell should have sent us into the past of the desert, or at least into the past of the Black Pyramid. However, it sent us into the Great River instead. That is an obvious contradiction. Sonny brushed his hair back and rubbed his eyes, attempting to make sense of the puzzle. But it all makes sense if the Great River is actually situated inside the pyramid. Sure, no matter how large the pyramid is, it can't be large enough to contain an entire region of the dream realm. An entire world, even that, is if we think about it from the perspective of human logic. However, Ariel was not a human. He was a daemon, an actual deity. Beings like that are not bound by mundane logic. If he could create a pyramid that does not draw nearer no matter how long you walk toward it, who says that he couldn't create a pyramid that contains a whole world inside it? Nephis considered the implications of Sonny's words. Her eyes remained fixed on the vast great river, and the azure serpent lurking beneath its surface, with madness and hunger in its gaze. Struggling to ignore the unsettling presence of the serpent, she sighed and voiced her own insights. Did he create that world too, then? Well, now that I think about it, he might have both of us thought that this place looked like a soul sea, right? Maybe it is not a soul sea, but instead was made from one. Ariel built the Black Pyramid out of the flesh of an unholy titan. He created the great river out of its blood. Then he created a world out of its soul, if so. Then those seven suns were made out of seven divine soul shards that the titan had left behind. Nephis paused for a moment and then added, her voice tinged with a sense of awe. If the humans of the Forgotten Shore could create an artificial sun, there's really no reason why Ariel couldn't create seven better ones. Sonny acknowledged her insights with a nod. It would also explain why there are no stars in the night sky and why it's entirely black, because it is not a real sky. Instead, the Black Pyramid is hollow, and what we're looking at is actually the inner side of its walls. The two of them exchanged glances, growing more convinced that their startling theory was right. Troubled, Nephis looked at the seven suns again and expressed her concerns. So, Ariel created this place, this tomb, to bury the truths he couldn't endure, and there is said to be a dreadful secret hidden in its estuary. It is easy to conclude that the truth he buried and the dreadful secret are one and the same. However, isn't it a little bit too elaborate of a feat to create a whole world, hide it within an indestructible pyramid, and remove it from the natural flow of time, all just to hide a secret? Why would he want to go to all that trouble? Sonny listened to her with a somber expression on his face. He remained silent for a bit, then speculated about Ariel's motives. Maybe it's not that he wanted to, but instead that he had no other choice. The truth is hidden in the estuary of the Great River, and the Great River flows from the future into the past. But what is its estuary, actually? What can be the end of a river that flows through time into the past? Sonny paused, deep in thought, and then arrived at a peculiar conclusion. The only end such a river can have is the point when time didn't exist yet, isn't it? Where the past terminates? The estuary of the great river has to be the point where the past disappears into the primordial void, which was everlasting and ever-changing and existed before the concepts like death and time were even created by the gods. In fact, the estuary has to exist before the gods were born, and therefore outside their control. If Ariel wanted to hide something from even the gods, wouldn't he have had to go to such lengths? Nephis sighed, then rubbed her face, grappling with the paradoxical nature of these revelations. This is a little bit too strange to think about. A time before time existed. That is a paradox in and of itself, don't you think? Also, the great river does not only flow from the future into the past, it also does so endlessly. How can an endless river reach a point of termination? Sonny felt a headache coming on, and he grimaced as he looked away. Well, anyway, regardless of all that, at least we know now that the Sibyls did not literally hide inside a huge pyramid with their people. They actually came to the great river, which existed outside the natural flow of time, and was thus far removed from the doom that they were escaping. That doom, it had to be the war between the daemons and the gods, right? That was why they eventually couldn't hear the voices of the gods anymore, because the gods died. Nephis slowly nodded, prompting Sonny to smile with an air of revelation. You do understand what it means, don't you? She looked at him with a hint of curiosity. What exactly are you talking about? He grinned with a sense of anticipation. It means that there are tons of locals here on the Great River. We just haven't found them yet. But when we do, we'll be able to learn all kinds of information from them, including what the central conflict of this nightmare is and how to conquer it. She tilted her head a little, intrigued by his optimism. Right. There have to be plenty of humans here, according to the descriptions of the memories. It's just that they had entered the Great River much, much earlier than we did. So they are probably somewhere further downstream, further into the past. Without having to say anything, both of them turned to look north in the direction where the waters of the great river were flowing. The view was rather beautiful except for the terrifying silhouette of the ancient serpent, which had raised its neck from the water and was devouring them with its eyes. Nephis lingered for a while, and then said in a low voice, a tinge of worry in her tone, "But, Sonny, what if the goal of this nightmare is to reach the estuary? What are we going to do then?" He shivered, startled by her question. The idea of reaching the end of the great river was both daunting and overwhelming. Surely a third nightmare would not have such an insane goal. That was not a task for mere ascended. There had to be something else, something more attainable, something they could accomplish. He just didn't know what it was. Sonny let out a stifled laugh. Let's hope that it's not, and if it is, well, I guess we'll have to do our best. The Sin of Solace smirked as he looked at the water, the mysteries of the great river and the tomb of Ariel unfolding before them as they journeyed deeper into the enigmatic third nightmare, chapter 1249, Titanic ship. So this is it, then. The tomb of Ariel had been built from the remains of the stone Titan, while the great river created from its blood was contained within it, illuminated by the 7 suns made from its broken soul cores. The secret hidden at the estuary was the truth that Ariel had wished to forget. The nightmare desert was the result of the battle between him and the unholy creature. Looking at the blue sky above them, Sonny couldn't help but wonder. So the demons were capable of creating artificial worlds. Then a sudden thought made him shiver. What is the difference between a real world and an artificial one, though? Was there even a difference? And if there was not, had the rest of the worlds been created by someone as well? The daemons? The gods? The unknown? He sighed, then shook his head. Do I really have time to ponder the cosmic origins of the world? Right now they had more practical questions to answer. Many of the mysteries of the third nightmare had been revealed to them, but many more remained. At least they now knew where they were and what their next step had to be. Travel downstream, find the Sibyls, and learn how to conquer this seed. Well, that is easier said than done, though. Sonny stared at the waters of the great river and saw the sharp blades of the azure serpent's dorsal fin break its surface as the great abomination hungrily circled the corpse of the titanic turtle. A dark expression appeared on his face after a bit of silence. He said, "Neph, do you think we can kill this thing?" She smiled faintly. Sunny had expected to hear some kind of a crazy answer like always, but she unexpectedly gave him a sober one instead. It is not impossible. This beast is 2 whole ranks above us, which would usually mean that there is no hope. But then again, we did eventually kill a few fallen abominations as sleepers back on the forgotten shore. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then added somberly, however, the gap between ranks grows much wider the higher those ranks are. The difference between a corrupted creature and a fallen one is much greater than the difference between a fallen creature and an awakened one, while the gap between a great abomination and a corrupted one is even greater still. Worse yet, this great beast is in its natural element in the water. While we are not, my aspect will also be weakened there in the depths. Glaring at the serpent intensely, Sunny slowly nodded. Everything she said was reasonable. I bet I can still kill it, though. Hearing his unexpected words, Nephis chuckled. But Sunny was serious. He was not particularly confident, but he also did not think that their chances were close to 0. Both of them were strong, and they were even stronger together. There were his shadows and the powerful memories they possessed. Most importantly, the azure serpent was a mere beast. No matter how harrowing its power was, it lacked intelligence. While Sunny was full of all kinds of devious schemes, with Nephis trailing not far behind, the odds were perilous, but not impossible indeed. Neph sighed. Maybe we won't need to gamble with our lives. There might not be a need to fight it at all. He lingered for a while, then nodded. She was right. Their current goal was to travel downstream far into the past and find those humans who had escaped the war between the gods and the daemons by entering the tomb of Ariel. The corpse of the great monster they were using as shelter, meanwhile, was being slowly dragged in that same direction by the current. The titanic carcass of the black turtle was like a ship that could very well take them all the way to their destination. Since that was the case, there was no reason to battle the azure serpent or anything at all. Of course, things could change for the worse at any moment. The future was unclear, and there was no way to tell what would happen. No, wait. Since we are moving downstream, wouldn't it be the past that is unclear? Ah, my head hurts. Sunny sighed and glanced at Nephis. What do we do then? What is our next move? She looked up. The 7 suns were already starting to drown in the radiant waters of the great river, and the dawn of the eastern horizon was slowly fading into the pitch blackness of the night. Nephis lowered her gaze. It's late. We should probably rest and take another look at the situation in the morning, with fresh eyes. I don't know about you, but I am thoroughly exhausted. I haven't slept in a long while, and the battle between the turtle and the snake took a lot out of me. Sunny smiled crookedly. He was tired, too. He had not done anything in the last couple of days, except drift through the sky. But as it turned out, doing nothing was very exhausting, especially when one was suspended between the surface of a mystical river and the sky, having to keep an eye on both lest some terrible creature swallow them whole in one bite. Yeah, I'm tired, too. Some time later, the 2 of them were hidden from the wind in the piercing gaze of the ancient serpent in the familiar fissure on the shell of the dead behemoth. There was a small fire burning between them, casting shadows on the black rock. The shadows were dancing. There were not a lot of things on the dark island that could be used as fuel, but Sunny had a few bricks of compressed synthetic firewood stored in the covetous coffer. Once again, his loyal alloy chest had come in handy. Sadly, it was already almost empty. Nephis made a dish from some of Sunny's last provisions, and the 2 of them enjoyed a late supper as the world was slowly consumed by darkness. The soft glow of the water was not visible from inside the fissure, and it seemed as though nothing at all existed outside the small circle illuminated by the fire anymore. There were no stars in the black sky, and so Sunny couldn't help but remember a similar night from many years ago, when Nephis and he had first met on the forgotten shore and shared a conversation in the dark. God's almost 4 years had passed since then, hadn't they? A small smile appeared on his face. Hey, do you remember how you told me about the adventures of Odysseus? Nephis looked up from her food and hesitated for a moment. A distant expression appeared on her beautiful face. Sure. Why? Sonny shook his head and shoved a spoonful of the fragrant, thick soup into his mouth. No, nothing. That Odysseus guy, I don't think he had gone through half the crap we had to go through, though. Chapter 1250. Death of a Hero. A faint smile appeared on Neph's face. She stared into the fire for a while, then leaned her back against the weathered black rock with a shrug. Who can tell? There are a lot of stories about the trials and tribulations he had to endure. Bathed in the warmth of the fire and with his belly pleasantly full, Sonny felt his body and mind relax. Throwing a curious glance at her, he asked, "What is your favorite story about that guy, then?" Nephis remained silent for a while, with a look of contemplation on her face, which was cast in shadows with only its vague silhouette visible in the darkness, and the dancing white sparks that shone in the depths of her eyes. Eventually she said, "Maybe it's not a favorite, but I often think about one of them in particular." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Which one?" Neph sighed quietly before answering. Odysseus was a great hero of Hellas, but he was not the greatest one. The greatest and most powerful hero was named Heracles, who was a demigod and a slayer of monsters. Heracles possessed incredible strength and performed many incredible feats after he died. The gods took his soul to the heavenly realm, where he became an immortal god himself. She grew quiet for a moment. However, Odysseus once descended into the underworld where he saw the shadows of the dead. Among them was the forlorn shadow of Heracles. So when I was a child, I always wondered how Heracles could both be a god and a lost shadow in the land of the dead. Nephis shifted slightly and moved her hand, causing the fire to suddenly burn brighter. I asked my grandmother, and she explained that one part of Heracles was divine, while another part of him was human. It was the divine part of Heracles that ascended to godhood, while the human part was cast down into the underworld, doomed to wander its dark halls forever. Her voice was a little wistful. Sonny frowned and gave her a dark look. "That's a little messed up," Neph smiled. "Right? I also always thought that it was very unfair for the gods to simply discard the human part of Heracles, hypocritical even." She lingered for a few moments and shrugged. "Of course, when I grew older, I realized that it was really just two different versions of the myth colliding with each other. The stories of Odysseus are older, and so Heracles, despite being the greatest of heroes, had a tragic death in those ancient myths. The version of his own stories that we know are newer, and the original ending was changed to a happier one at some point, with the added lesson, 'Be a valiant hero, and you shall be rewarded.' Something like that." When she finished talking, Sonny suddenly chuckled. His eye glinted in the dark. "So little Neph thought that the gods were hypocrites, huh? I see now, turns out your disdain for the figures of authority goes very far back." A corner of her mouth twisted up. "I guess it does. No wonder she is dead set on killing the sovereigns and destroying the spell. This hopeless lunatic was like that from the very start." Sonny hesitated for a while, then asked, "Don't you think that it is a little hypocritical too, though? You are a great figure of authority yourself now, after all. Lady Changing Star of the immortal flame, the torchbearer of humanity and the idol of millions of people, both mundane and awakened. Seems like a contradiction." Nephis looked at him across the fire with a neutral expression. The sparks of white light in her eyes danced as she answered, "Humans are contradictory creatures. They can wage genocidal wars in the name of pacifist religions, tell truths to deceive each other. They can even love and hate something or someone at the same time." Looking away, she shrugged and smiled. "I was a very reasonable child, and I often tried to understand people through reason, to no success whatsoever, of course. It was only after I learned that people are inherently unreasonable that I started to understand them a little. Oh, I am a person too. It's no surprise that I am a bit contradictory as well." Sonny stared at her silently. After a while, he scoffed. "Really? Because let me tell you, I was a very unreasonable child." Nephis looked at him in surprise. "Seriously?" He nodded energetically. Oh yes, one might even say that I was a bit dumb, trying to understand things through reason. Couldn't be me. I just learned things through trial and error. Sonny paused for a moment and then added somberly, well, mostly error. Nephis tilted her head a little and then suddenly smiled. To be honest, I can't really imagine you as a child. I just always imagine you as you. What were you like? He scratched the back of his head with a bit of embarrassment. Well, if I remember correctly, I was very gentle and kind, to a fault even. Do you know how kids would sometimes pull the wings off annoying insects? I would never. In fact, I would cry for a day straight if I accidentally killed a spider or a fly. His face slowly turned grim. Oh, well, that didn't last long, though, so I was mostly a weird and wicked child, I guess. Still, it was better than being soft and naive. Then Sonny looked at Nephis in confusion. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She blinked a couple of times. Pulling the wings off insects? What is it really a thing children do? He coughed. Right? I forgot that Neph grew up incredibly sheltered because of all the assassination attempts. Had she even met someone her age before coming to the academy? Sonny awkwardly looked away. Oh, maybe it's just a boy thing? Or an outskirts thing, I don't know, really. Not everyone does it. But some kids do. Well, I have no idea. I didn't. Neph remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully, maybe they are playing awakened and pretending to slay nightmare creatures. Yes, that makes sense. Still, it's a bit cruel. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and Sonny was feeling a little uncomfortable. The fire was dying down, too. He cleared his throat. Well, anyway, I think it's time we went to bed. We don't have a bed. Beds? Beds. So it's time we go to sleeping bags. Damn it. What I'm trying to say is that you should sleep first. I'll take the first watch and wake you up later. All right. Neph watched him fumble his words with a strange expression and then nodded silently. What the hell was that? What was I even saying? Soon the fire died and Sonny was left alone. Neph was asleep, and he could hear the soft sound of her breathing not too far away. After hesitating for a bit, Sonny summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her sleep. At that moment, the Sin of Solace suddenly said, Wow, Sonny, you really have a way with words, huh? A real charmer. I wouldn't say that torturing insects is a very romantic topic of conversation, but other than that, Sonny ground his teeth, refusing to look at the pale apparition. Her knew exactly what the bastard looked like, anyway. Shut up. Chapter 1251, Rude Awakening. With Nightmare guarding Sonny's dreams, his sleep was deep and peaceful. His awakening, however, was not. What? Sonny! Woke from feeling the world tilt and then quake with a violent shudder. He was thrown sideways and collided with the slope of the fissure, feeling the sharp rocks cutting into his skin. Groggy and disoriented, he tried to stand up but got tangled in the sleeping bag instead. Damn it. The sleeping bag disintegrated as he tore through it, already summoning the Sin of Solace and the Moonlight Shard. The world lurched once again, and the deafening roar of water reached his ear. What is going on? Assessing his surroundings through shadow sense, Sonny did not notice immediate danger. He did, however, notice Nephis. She had climbed out of the fissure and was now standing on its edge, her white tunic and silver hair fluttering in the wind. Sonny could not see her face, but judging by the lack of weapons in her hands, the situation was not critical. He let out a relieved sigh, then glanced at the destroyed sleeping bag with regret. Just a moment later, the dark island shuddered again, and a strange tremor ran through the black turtle's stone shell. At that moment, an obnoxious voice resounded from his left. Good morning. Rise and shine. Throwing a contemptuous glance at the spirit of the Sin of Solace, Sonny grimaced and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring high into the air, he kicked the slope of the fissure and propelled himself even higher, landing noiselessly near Nephis a moment later. The seven suns were already rising, and the world was suffused with the golden radiance of dawn. What is happening? Instead of answering, She pointed her finger at a particular spot off the edge of the island. There, the water was turbulent and foamy, rising in violent waves. The river had washed away most of the blood during the night, but now it was painted red once again. In fact, the red color was more vivid and intense than ever. Sunny frowned. The next moment, something large and swift moved beneath the surface of the red water, and the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. What the? As more blood poured into the great river, there was a strange sound. Soon the azure serpent's giant head rose from the turbulent water and stared at them with its vicious, cloudy eyes. Streams of red were flowing from its impenetrable scales. This time, however, there was something different about the great beast. Clenched tightly in its harrowing jaws was a huge chunk of red, bleeding meat. Still staring at them with malice, the creature moved its jaw and started chewing it. Needless to say, the sight was more than a little disturbing. Standing by Sunny's side, Nephis said, "It's eating the turtle." He glanced at her with a strange expression. "Yeah, I've noticed with that. Both of them fell silent as they watched the serpent. Who was watching them while devouring the meat of the slain great monster?" Yesterday, Sunny had struggled with chewing through the tough meat of the black turtle, but it was almost melting in the abomination's enormous maw. The jade fangs were painted red as they effortlessly sliced through the bleeding chunk, which was diminishing at an alarming rate. He couldn't help but shudder when imagining what these fangs would do to his own flesh. No armor memory he possessed, and no attribute augmenting his body, stood a chance of resisting the fangs of the great beast even for a split second. If those jaws closed on Sunny, he would be obliterated in an instant. Sunny stared at the feasting serpent. Then suddenly a long sigh escaped from his lips. "You know what? I'm really damn tired of this." Nephis looked at him with a silent question. "Tired of what?" Sunny vaguely pointed with his hand. "It's just, nothing ever goes as it is supposed to, does it? I remember surrendering myself to the cops when I became infected. They told me this and that about how the process of awakening is supposed to happen, and I swear to the dead gods. Not a single thing they told me to expect ended up coming true." A darkly exasperated expression appeared on his face. "My first nightmare. An awakened tyrant appears. The solstice? There's a fallen terror blocking the only way out. The second nightmare? Here's a couple of immortal saints I need to kill. Oh, and they are completely out of their minds. Really, I went through so many absolutely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, and awakened Sunny rolled his eyes. I am a master now, and instead of fighting fallen nightmare creatures like masters are supposed to do, there's this great beast staring me down. Let's not even mention all the corrupted abominations I've already killed. Is this what they call suffering from success? If so, I really don't want to be such an overachiever anymore. Can't something normal happen? For once?" Listening to him, Nephis tilted her head a little. She remained silent for a bit and then said, "You're right. You really had to overcome completely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, awakened, and master." Then a hint of a smile appeared on her lips, and sparks of white light ignited in her eyes. "But, Sunny, considering all that, have you thought about what kind of things you'll have to face as a saint?" Sunny's already pale face suddenly became even whiter. A hint of horror appeared in his eyes. "Oh, gods," he shivered. "You evil, no, I don't want to even think about it." Smiling, Nephis looked away and concentrated on the azure serpent once again. After a few moments of silence, she said, "Maybe you should consider this as training, then. In any case, what do you think we should do now?" Sunny threw a gloomy glance her way and shrugged. "I'm not sure. The turtle is huge, so even this old snake won't be able to hollow its shell out quickly. I don't think it can overturn the carcass or break through the carapace at this point, but I'm not sure. We should be ready for anything, I guess." Nephis lingered for a while and then nodded. "I agree. Let's wait and see, then." As the enormous carcass of the great monster shuddered once again, they stood side by side and watched silently as the water was slowly saturated with crimson blood. At first, Sunny and Nephis were tense and fully focused, observing the feasting serpent with grim apprehension and a bit of dread, but then, slowly. It got a little boring. Even though very few people had ever gotten a chance to see a great beast devour a great monster, or maybe none at all, as it turned out, even such a macabre and awesome spectacle could grow old really fast. The black turtle was just too enormous. Even though the azure serpent was gigantic itself, it still couldn't devour a significant portion of its carcass in a short amount of time, no matter how hard it tried. It would probably take the creature days or even weeks to put a dent in the floating corpse of the titanic monster. Eventually, Sunny and Nephis found themselves sitting side by side on the green moss, looking silently at the great river. The two of them made for a striking contrast. Sunny was wearing a tunic of black silk embroidered with silver thread, his hair black as a raven's wing. Nephis was wearing a tunic too, hers perfectly white and decorated with red accents. Her long silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. One's eyes were like two pools of unfathomable darkness. The others were gray, calm, and hid within them a boundless, immolating heat. Both would have seemed too flawless and beautiful to a mundane human, with perfectly smooth alabaster skin and faces that seemed to have been chiseled from precious stone by a divine sculptor. Surrounded by the vast expanse of a mystical river, and sitting calmly atop the shell of a great monster, wearing no armor and holding no weapons in their hands, they looked like two transient deities that had descended from the heavenly realm to rest on the soft moss and enjoy the breathtaking beauty of this strange world. Of course, Sunny had none of these thoughts. Instead, he had an entirely different view of the current situation. This is, Over the years, he had grown accustomed to being in the company of armor-clad awakened, heavily armed soldiers and military vehicles. Looking at the slender silhouette of Nephis's body, outlined by the light fabric of her tunic and the weightless silk of his own graceless Dusk, he couldn't help but feel a sense of strange incongruity. They were currently in the most dire predicament of their habitually dire lives, and yet, what the hell? We look like we're enjoying a luxury cruise. Of course, leisure cruises and getaways on tropical islands had not been a thing since before the dark times. Sunny just found the idea amusing after randomly learning about that ancient tradition from Rain, and was reminded of that conversation right now. He knew that being surrounded by great abominations was not exactly one's idea of a relaxing vacation. However, the corpse of the black turtle was technically floating, so it was like a ship. At the same time, it was large enough to be an island. The food was delicious. The view was to die for. The company was very nice, too. If not for the blooded snout of the azure serpent rising above the water from time to time, he would have actually been quite content. Huh? Sensing his strange mood, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You have that funny look in your eyes? Sunny coughed. I was just thinking that this entire situation is weirdly peaceful. We are on top of a dead great monster, and there is a great beast slowly devouring that monster as it waits for a chance to munch on our souls. And yet, there's nothing to do. He scratched his head. Let me tell you, the start of my second nightmare was nowhere near as relaxing. Plus, this black turtle, it's kind of like a ship, isn't it? So we're relaxing on a ship. I just think it's funny. Nephis blinked a couple of times, then stared at the black expanse of the black turtle's shell. After a short pause, she said awkwardly, "Oh, you would know better. I actually was never on a real ship." Sunny tilted his head a little. "Oh, that's right. She was brought to Antarctica by Whispering Blade. She never sailed across the ocean on an alloy battleship, only flew through the sky aboard the Chainbreaker." He chuckled. "Well, it's not that special. Mostly you just stay inside and pray that the ship doesn't start splitting around you, or that something from the outside doesn't come inside to pay you a visit. By the way, both of those things happened to me. So no matter how strange it feels to say, this feels much nicer." Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then looked away. Her voice was even when she said, "This is much nicer than the start of my second nightmare, too, because I'm not alone." Sonny looked at her carefully. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. Was she going to say something else? He suddenly felt tense again. A lot of very complicated emotions that Sonny had done his best to avoid for a long, long time reared their heads in his heart. Was she? Luckily, or unfortunately, the azure serpent chose that exact moment to let out a frenzied roar and dive back into the water, sending a huge fountain of it flying into the sky. It seemed that the old snake had been satiated by now. Full of renewed vigor, the serpent started circling the black turtle once again, raising its head from time to time to stare at them with deranged eyes. Sonny sighed. This snake just never gives up, does it? Nephis silently nodded and then stood up. Illuminated by the light of the 7 suns and outlined against the blue sky, her lithe figure was like a painting. But it really can't overturn the carcass or break the shell. We don't need to keep watching it for now. Sonny raised an eyebrow. So then, what should we do? She thought for a while, then glanced at the soft carpet of green moss and the mysterious landscape of the dark island. Eventually, Nephis shrugged. Whatever we want. After resting for a while, Sonny and Nephis separated. She went off to study the memories Sir Gilead had transferred to her. There had not been a lot of time to get a proper feel for them in the nightmare desert. Sonny, meanwhile, remained sitting on the soft moss with a contemplative expression. What to do? First, he closed his eyes and sent the 5 shadows to investigate the dark island. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometers across, so there was not a lot of ground to cover. However, the terrain of the giant shell of black rock was weathered and uneven. There were plenty of cracks and fissures, some of them large and easy to notice, others hidden from view. Some were entirely filled with water. The exploration did not take too long. His shadows did not find anything really interesting either. There was the weathered rock, the vibrant patches of green moss, and the remains of the creature's battle armor, its silver now tarnished and bleak. Other than that, the dark island was desolate and barren. What made a deep impression on Sonny, though, were the fissures themselves. At first he had assumed that they were just natural features of the great monster's stone shell. But after some time, with a shiver, he realized that they were not. Instead, each of the deep grooves was a scar left on the titanic shell of the ancient creature by unknown enemies. None managed to penetrate it, and some were rather shallow, however, some were dark and frighteningly deep. Considering that even the azure serpent was not able to crack the black turtle's carapace, Sonny dreaded to imagine what kind of creatures had left those claw marks on its back. He looked at the gleaming expanse of the great river with gloom. Suddenly, the enchanting beauty of this dreamlike world seemed like a facade that hid unspeakable horrors behind its alluring veil. Of course, Sonny had known that already, but in that moment he felt it stronger than ever before. Beautiful things are the most dangerous. Glancing in the direction where Nephis had left, he sighed and stretched his legs. The shadows returned, and then 3 figures rose from them: Onyx, Saint Nightmare, and Ravenous Fiend. He silently studied them for a while, thinking. Saint was stoic and indifferent as always. If he did not know that she was alive, he would have assumed that the graceful and towering figure in front of him was a beautiful statue. Nightmare was staring at the azure serpent, which was circling the island, with dark and malevolent fury burning in his crimson eyes. Imp seemed a little uncomfortable under Sonny's gaze, shifting from foot to foot nervously. Nightmare was the weakest of the 3, but also offered the most utility to Sonny. He didn't necessarily need to use the tenebrous stallion as a battle companion. That said, his steed was very close to unlocking the terror ability and finally realizing its full potential. The next rank was also not far away. Once Nightmare came into his power as a terror and ascended, his power would take a great leap. Sonny had little means of speeding up that process at the moment, though. It was going to happen when it happened, probably before too long. Saint, meanwhile, was already incredibly powerful. She was so powerful, in fact, that Sonny had no means of pushing her to greater power anymore. To make the graceful stone knight achieve the supreme rank, he would need 300 transcended memories of the first tier, or 600 ascended ones, or 1,200 awakened ones. Needless to say, these numbers were unattainable at the moment. He didn't even want to count the potential number of dormant memories she would need to rank up. Reaching a higher class, meanwhile, required luck and stumbling on a uniquely suitable enemy. It was outside his control. Saint had already classed up twice, but the rest of his shadows, excluding the aberrant soul serpent, had yet to do it even once. That went to show how rare such opportunities were. There was one thing Sonny could do right now, though. Glancing at Saint, he sent Morgan's warbow and the stifled scream her way. The bow was self-explanatory. He was planning to make Saint the sentry for as long as they remained on the Dark Island. The stifled scream, however, was more tricky. That charm of his had an enchantment called Echoing Silence. Its description read, "When wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive." This was a powerful enchantment indeed, and one perfectly suited for the taciturn shadow. However, he had never managed to get a lot out of it, because there had never been an opportunity to keep Saint summoned for weeks on end. Right now, however, there was an interesting idea in Sonny's head. The physical augmentation, the stifled scream grows stronger the longer one stays silent. So it functions in relation to time. Weren't they flowing through time, though? Sonny did not know how exactly the distance traveled on the great river corresponded to time, but he assumed that it was not a small amount. Were they moving one day into the past each day, 1 month, 1 year? If so, then the augmentation of the stifled scream could potentially reach its theoretical limit in no time. That was an outlandish theory, but it was worth checking out, at least. Satisfied, Sonny turned to Imp. On paper, the scrawny goblin was on the same level of power as Saint. He was a transcendent devil as well. But in reality, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Imp was just an adolescent as far as shadows went, after all. He was still on the weaker side, inexperienced and untrained. His core physical attribute, the lesser steel body, had just recently evolved to the greater steel body. Sonny had thought that it would be extremely hard to locate large quantities of metal of higher quality than the body of Sun Prince, but as it turned out, he was wrong. They were currently on top of the Black Turtle's titanic corpse, and that corpse was encased in the remains of similarly titanic battle armor. Surely the armor deserving of a great monster would be made of some truly incredible stuff. Looking at the nervous Imp, Sonny grinned and pointed to the nearest jagged chunk of tarnished silver. "Go, buddy. Gorge yourself. Bon appetit." The scrawny goblin tentatively turned to look in the direction he was pointing. A few moments later, its eyes dramatically widened. "I bet it's going to be a bit tough to chew, Boo." Before Sonny could finish speaking, Imp was already dashing toward the band of ancient silver with a maddened expression. He chuckled. "I guess it smells delicious." After resting for a while, Sonny and Nephis separated. She went off to study the memories Sir Gilead had transferred to her. There had not been a lot of time to get a proper feel for them in the Nightmare Desert. Sonny, meanwhile, remained sitting on the soft moss with a contemplative expression. What to do? First, he closed his eyes and sent the 5 shadows to investigate the Dark Island. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometers across, so there was not a lot of ground to cover. However, the terrain of the giant shell of black rock was weathered and uneven. There were plenty of cracks and fissures, some of them large and easy to notice, others hidden from view. Some were entirely filled with water. The exploration did not take too long. His shadows did not find anything really interesting either. There was the weathered rock, the vibrant patches of green moss, and the remains of the creature's battle armor, its silver now tarnished and bleak. Other than that, the Dark Island was desolate and barren. What made a deep impression on Sonny, though, were the fissures themselves. At first, he had assumed that they were just natural features of the great monster's stone shell, but after some time, with a shiver, he realized that they were not. Instead, each of the deep grooves was a scar left on the titanic shell of the ancient creature by unknown enemies. None managed to penetrate it, and some were rather shallow, however. Some were dark and frighteningly deep. Considering that even the azure serpent was not able to crack the black turtle's carapace, Sonny dreaded to imagine what kind of creatures had left those claw marks on its back. He looked at the gleaming expanse of the great river with gloom. Suddenly, the enchanting beauty of this dreamlike world seemed like a facade that hid unspeakable horrors behind its alluring veil. Of course, Sonny had known that already, but in that moment he felt it stronger than ever before. Beautiful things are the most dangerous. Glancing in the direction where Nephis had left, he sighed and stretched his legs. The shadows returned, and then 3 figures rose from them: Onyx, Saint Nightmare, and Ravenous Fiend. He silently studied them for a while, thinking. Saint was stoic and indifferent, as always. If he did not know that she was alive, he would have assumed that the graceful and towering figure in front of him was a beautiful statue. Nightmare was staring at the azure serpent, which was circling the island with dark and malevolent fury burning in his crimson eyes. Imp seemed a little uncomfortable under Sonny's gaze, shifting from foot to foot nervously. Nightmare was the weakest of the 3, but also offered the most utility to Sonny. He didn't necessarily need to use the tenebrous stallion as a battle companion that said his steed was very close to unlocking the terror ability and finally realizing its full potential. The next rank was also not far away. Once Nightmare came into his power as a terror and ascended, his power would take a great leap. Sonny had little means of speeding up that process at the moment, though. It was going to happen when it happened, probably before too long. Saint, meanwhile, was already incredibly powerful. She was so powerful, in fact, that Sonny had no means of pushing her to greater power anymore. To make the graceful stone knight achieve the supreme rank, he would need 300 transcended memories of the first tier, or 600 ascended ones, or 1,200 awakened ones. Needless to say, these numbers were unattainable at the moment. He didn't even want to count the potential number of dormant memories she would need to rank up. Reaching a higher class, meanwhile, required luck, and stumbling on a uniquely suitable enemy, it was outside his control. Saint had already classed up twice, but the rest of his shadows, excluding the aberrant soul serpent, had yet to do it even once. That went to show how rare such opportunities were. There was one thing Sonny could do right now, though. Glancing at Saint, he sent Morgan's warbow and the stifled scream her way. The bow was self-explanatory. He was planning to make Saint the sentry for as long as they remained on the dark island. The stifled scream, however, was more tricky. That charm of his had an enchantment called Echoing Silence. Its description read, "When wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive." This was a powerful enchantment indeed, and one perfectly suited for the taciturn shadow. However, he had never managed to get a lot out of it, because there had never been an opportunity to keep Saint summoned for weeks on end. Right now, however, there was an interesting idea in Sonny's head. The physical augmentation, the stifled scream, grows stronger the longer one stays silent. So, it functions in relation to time. Weren't they flowing through time, though? Sonny did not know how exactly the distance traveled on the great river corresponded to time, but he assumed that it was not a small amount. Were they moving one day into the past each day? 1 month? 1 year? If so, then the augmentation of the stifled scream could potentially reach its theoretical limit in no time. That was an outlandish theory, but it was worth checking out at least. Satisfied, Sonny turned to Imp. On paper, the scrawny goblin was on the same level of power as Saint. He was a transcendent devil as well, but in reality there was an insurmountable gap between them. Imp was just an adolescent as far as shadows went, after all. He was still on the weaker side, inexperienced and untrained. His core physical attribute, the lesser steel body, had just recently evolved to the greater steel body. Sunny had thought that it would be extremely hard to locate large quantities of metal of higher quality than the body of Sun Prince, but, as it turned out, he was wrong. They were currently on top of the Black Turtle's titanic corpse, and that corpse was encased in the remains of similarly titanic battle armor. Surely the armor deserving of a great monster would be made of some truly incredible stuff. Looking at the nervous imp, Sunny grinned and pointed to the nearest jagged chunk of tarnished silver. "Go, buddy. Gorge yourself. Bon appetit." The scrawny goblin tentatively turned to look in the direction he was pointing. A few moments later, its eyes dramatically widened. "I bet it's going to be a bit tough to chew, Bo." Before Sunny could finish speaking, Imp was already dashing toward the band of ancient silver with a maddened expression. He chuckled. "I guess it smells delicious." Chapter 1254, Back to Basics. With Saint standing guard, Nightmare keeping her company, and Imp happily munching on the tarnished silver of the great monster's battle armor, Sunny was once again left with nothing much to do. The 7 suns were shining in the 3-colored sky. The clear waters of the great river were flowing as they sparkled in the sunlight. The azure serpent was hungrily circling the dark island, ramming it from time to make its wrathful madness known. The sin of solace was brooding silently. A gentle breeze was playing with Sunny's hair. With a sigh, he swept it back and rose, planning to go find Nephis. This is too weird. He had expected many situations to arise at the start of the 3rd nightmare, but one thing he had not expected was being left with nothing urgent to do. Walking across the weathered surface of the black rock, Sunny went around a torn band of dull silver, traversed a few patches of moss, and finally laid his eye on Nephis. She was training, holding an unfamiliar longsword. Nephis was practicing a complicated chain of moves, her silver hair dancing in the air. There were beads of sweat on her face, and the hem of the airy tunic was flaring, revealing smooth porcelain skin. Her movements were limber and flowing, gracefully cascading into each other. The sight of it was beautiful. Neph's swordsmanship was beautiful, and she was beautiful too. Illuminated by the dreamlike radiance of the 7 suns and dancing with a silvery sword on a carpet of green moss, with her white tunic and alabaster skin, she was like a fairy. Sunny found himself standing motionlessly in the shadow of a rock outcropping. Watching, he had been planning to call out to Nephis, but now, forgetting about it, he silently remained where he was. Some time passed. Sunny wasn't sure how much exactly. The island trembled once more. Eventually, he shifted slightly, as though escaping a reverie, and took a step forward to escape the shadows. "Hey?" Nephis stopped and leaned on her sword, breathing heavily. Her chest was rising and falling, and her face was slightly flushed. Walking over, Sunny summoned the endless spring and offered it to her with a friendly smile. Accepting the beautiful glass bottle, she sat down and wiped the sweat off her face, then threw her head back and drank greedily. Sunny glanced at her slender neck and the beads of sweat glistening above the collar of her tunic, which was slightly damp and sticking a little to her body. Then he looked away. "Thank you." After drinking her fill, Nephis returned the endless spring to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, then drank some of the cool, refreshing water himself and sat down near her. He had completely forgotten what he was going to say. After a moment or two of peaceful silence, Sunny finally remembered. "I've been thinking. Currently, the most powerful combatant among us is the Onyx Saint, my shadow. You must know that she is a transcendent devil now. Should something happen, she would be our best bet against the old snake. We should try augmenting her with both of our aspects and test just how strong she would become." They already knew that Nephis was able to share her flames with his shadows, but the last time they had attempted it was a lifetime ago in the basement of his home in NQSC. Saint had been a mere ascended demon back then, while Sunny had been an early-stage devil. Now she was a transcendent devil, and he was a tyrant, and Nephis was a terror. She had absorbed a great number of soul shards during the Battle of the Black Skull and gained the last few in the Nightmare Desert. The situation back then had been too desperate and frenetic to think about it, and honestly, Sunny didn't really care about competing with her anymore. All their powers had risen. Perhaps with the help of shadows and soul flame, Saint would be able to scratch against the level of strength of a supreme creature. Of course, there was a big problem. As a being whose flesh was akin to stone, she could not swim, and would immediately sink if pushed into the great river. Still, it was worth testing. Nephis nodded. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. She leaned back a little and closed her eyes, enjoying the cool caress of the breeze with a faint smile. Sunny watched her silently for a few moments. Eventually, he said, "Your swordsmanship has changed." Neph's favored style was always flowing and unpredictable, but now it had assumed a strange, almost mystical quality. Sunny had been a complete novice when they first met. His skill now was incomparable with that of 4 years ago. He had grown with an explosive, truly astonishing speed, but Nephis had grown too. Perhaps her progress was not quite as stunningly rapid. She did not have the benefit of having an aspect legacy to fuel it, after all, but compared to even the most talented humans, it was still tremendously swift. Sunny and Nephis had sparred a lot after she returned from the second nightmare, but she had been held back by her nascent essence control back then. Now, she had fully come into her power as a master and was able to push her skill to entirely new limits, maybe even past them. Opening her eyes, Nephis smiled. I guess it did. Then she leaned forward and looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. For me, my understanding of swordsmanship went through a transformation after the ascension. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Sounds serious. She nodded with a distant look. Yes, it was because of learning to control my essence. Awakened possess a rudimentary form of essence control. They broadly enhance their entire bodies with essence, sometimes narrowing the scope down to a particular limb. After learning to do it as easily as breathing, they can become masters, and naturally transition to a much more targeted, intricate, and efficient manner of using essence. Her eyes glinted. But I've never been an awakened. I went straight to being a master, so learning to control essence was very hard for me. I had to be conscious of every muscle in my body, every tendon, and every bone. It was like learning to walk again. A corner of Sunny's mouth twitched as he suppressed a smile. He vividly remembered helping her pass these exact obstacles. Nephis, meanwhile, continued. So I had to go back to basics. Which groups of muscles do I need to enhance to perform the cut in the most efficient and effective way? My hand, my shoulder, my back, my core, my thighs, my calves. Everything had to work in harmony to produce the best result. It took a while to become proficient enough in controlling essence to do it right without thinking. And in the process, I became much more aware of my body. I also got submerged in studying the basics on a much deeper level than before, going deeper and deeper. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. How deep are we talking about? She smiled, lingered for a moment, and then said, Force equals mass times acceleration. He blinked. What? What? Sunny had not expected to hear a physics formula, and he only knew that this was a physics formula because Teacher Julius had once thrown a tantrum about his lack of education and forced him to read a bunch of children's school books. Nephis smiled. That is the basis of swordsmanship, or spearmanship, or any other kind of weapon skill. Fundamentally, it's all about delivering force. The amount of force is dependent on mass and acceleration. Your body is the source of that force, and your weapon is a force multiplier. It concentrates it into a narrow tip, thus making it easier to deliver lethal damage. She pointed to the sharp tip of her sword, a vacuum. It is relative to the enemy. Your body also has to borrow from the ground you're standing on. There is balance, centers of gravity, reaction speed. As for the sword itself, there is flexibility, material composition, center of percussion, and so on. There is also soul essence, memory, enchantments, attributes, and aspect abilities to consider. Sunny was looking at her incredulously, which caused Nephis to shrug in embarrassment. Well, anyway, I've been studying the fundamentals, physics, anatomy, spell studies, and a bit of other stuff, a lot since returning from the second nightmare, and slowly incorporating these insights into my swordsmanship. Something like that? He tilted his head, a bit dumbfounded. That can't be right. How have we gone from the essence of combat is murder to force equals acceleration? So Nephis had been studying science to shore up her fundamentals and evolve her swordsmanship. That sounded very strange, but the result was apparent. She had clearly improved by leaps and bounds since her ascension. Sonny shook his head in disbelief and then threw a pointed look at her. His voice was incredulous. Care for a spar? Chapter 1255, Dancing Spirits. With a faint smile on her face, Nephis nodded and raised her sword, pointing it at him in invitation. Sonny summoned the Sin of Solace and took a stance opposite her. From the forgotten shore to the basement of his home in the peaceful terrace district, they had trained with each other numerous times. This simple sequence of actions was as natural for them as breathing. However, today there was an awkward pause. Sonny scratched the back of his head and glanced at the jade Jian. That isn't going to work, is it? Nephis seemed to have come to a similar conclusion, looking at him sheepishly. No. What the hell? Since when does she know how to emote? This is just too cute, he coughed. The problem facing them was that both had grown too powerful, and subsequently the weapons they used were too powerful too. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and quite a harrowing one at that. Sonny was not entirely sure what the level of Neph's longsword was, but it had to be quite a menacing weapon as well, considering that it had come from the soul arsenal of a saint. It would be already bad enough if the Sin of Solace damaged or destroyed it. But what if Sonny was not careful enough and scratched Nephis in the process? The curse of madness carried by the jade blade would either crush her mental defenses or at least put debilitating pressure on her mind for a period of time. Standing some distance away, the spirit of the Jian smiled. No, don't worry, I'll be gentle. However, that smile of his was more than a little bit sinister. Sonny frowned, then dismissed the jade sword and got lost in thought for a few moments. Eventually, a smile of delight appeared on his lips. Let's do this. The shadows around them suddenly moved and flowed toward him, then slowly formed into 2 inky black swords. One of them was a fearsome odachi, while the other was an elegant longsword. The odachi was easy to create. This was one of the shapes Sonny had practiced relentlessly after all. The longsword was a little bit tricky, since he had never created one before. Nevertheless, he was familiar with it as well, and so managed to produce a passable one with some effort. One would think that manifesting shadows into a weapon would be easier than shaping them into articulated hands, since weapons were static by nature. However, in reality, shaping a sword was just as complex of a task. A good sword had to possess certain characteristics to feel right in the hand: weight, balance, flexibility, and rigidity, center of percussion that Neph had recently mentioned, and so on. It was especially daunting with something like the odachi, which possessed a flexible edge and a rigid spine. To improve in that regard, Sonny had even studied a bit of blacksmithing on the network. Back then, clan valor had been preventing him from visiting the dream realm, so he had a lot of free time. There were many levels to shadow manifestation, and shaping was only the most basic of them. Sonny could also affect the material composition of the manifested shadows, although that demanded a higher essence expenditure. He could manipulate the density of the shadows, for example. He could make them feel like steel or porous limestone. With some effort, he could even make them slippery or adhesive. In the past, all these internal transformations had been very difficult to achieve, but after inventing shadow incarnation, Sonny made a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow manifestation as well. Now it was much easier. All that was to say, when Nephis dismissed her longsword and curiously took the shadow weapon from his hand, he secretly held his breath. She weighed the black longsword, then swung it a few times to test how it felt. Then she nodded in satisfaction. That works. Sonny suppressed a proud smile and raised his odachi. Let's begin then. Ah, that feeling, he missed it. The Sin of Solace was a piece of art in the form of a Jian, but Sunny's heart still lay with blades like this one. Maybe because it was what he had learned swordsmanship with, wielding Midnight Shard on the Forgotten Shore. Not to mention all the fun times he had had as mongrel in the dreamscape. Raising the Odachi slightly, Sunny pushed himself forward and attacked. Other. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. The two of them were instantly entangled in a breathtaking dance of singing steel. Their swift figures blurred, and soon nothing but a dark shape and a light shape could be seen, moving across the green moss as they weaved and circled around each other. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. She really has improved. Neph's swordsmanship felt different. It had always been somewhat ineffable due to her eerie ability to control both the battlefield and the enemy. But now there was an even more bizarre quality to her graceful skill. The steps seemed the same. The cadence seemed the same. The offensive and defensive moves seemed the same as well. However, these familiar elements were somehow entirely different and incredibly more dangerous. Her light steps never failed to deliver her into the best possible position to attack. Each strike packed a devastating punch that seemed too extreme even for an ascended terror. Her defense was nearly impenetrable, alternating between immovable hardness and inviting softness, which dissipated the force of Sunny's attacks and made him feel as though he was drowning in a bog. No, he was drowning in her flowing sword. How is she so different? It was not as though Sunny did not understand the same principles Neph had spoken about, the relationship between mass, acceleration, and force. He was intimately familiar with it as well. After all, Sunny had long incorporated the ability to change his weight at will into his battle skill, so much so that it had become second nature to him. By manipulating how much his body, or various parts of it, weighed on the fly, he was able to enhance the force of his attacks, secure his balance, and even perform seemingly impossible moves by shifting his center of gravity. By now, it was like an instinct. He knew a lot about anatomy, too, both from his own training after the ascension, mastery of shadow dance, and learning how to create shadow hands. Everything that Nephis had mentioned, Sunny studied too, however, as they thought he understood the difference between them. It was the difference between an intuitive, instinctual knowledge and a comprehensive, systemic understanding. And so even though Sunny could perceive the essence of what Nephis was doing through shadow dance, he couldn't repeat it with the same level of insight. This was different from fighting Morgan. Morgan was supremely skilled, yes, but the main challenge of dueling her was the dire power of her enchanted body and her sharp, killing will. Nephis was not using any augmentations, and her will was vast and calm as an ocean. Beneath that indomitable calmness hid the fiery fury of a roaring flame. It was pure technique, pure insight, pure mastery, pure passion. Sunny frowned, feeling that he too was starting to sweat. Nephis was strong, but he was strong too. Among human swordsmen, he was perhaps one of the strongest. His mind was clear. His elusive skill was perilously insidious. He was not the same person he had been before. Antarctica had forged him into someone much more steady, powerful, and deadly. Their duel was exhilarating. Chapter 1256, Reaching for the Stars. Sunny and Nephis climbed back into the familiar fissure only after the seven suns plunged into the waters of the great river. They hungrily consumed the last few ration packs from the covetous coffer and then settled on the weathered rock to sleep. Saint was standing guard above the fissure, and Nightmare was near to protect their dreams, so they decided not to alternate and let themselves rest through the whole night. The world was swiftly enveloped in darkness. The nocturnal glow of the great river did not reach the depths of the fissure, and there were no stars or the moon in the sky. The world was entirely black, as if they had plunged into an endless void. Listening to the soft sounds of Neph's breath, Sunny let the sense of fatigue overwhelm him. He was tired. However, it was not the cruel, chilling exhaustion he had suffered often in the past months. Instead, this fatigue was of a satisfying and pleasurable kind, something he had not felt in a while. Sunny had learned a lot during their training today. They had practiced together until the sunset, and in the process, both had done their best to make the opponent sweat. He had not held back much, and neither had Nephis. In the end, Sunny found himself lacking. Even after all this time, she was still like a distant star, one he could see, but never touch, at least in terms of swordsmanship and mastery of battle. It should have been disheartening, but he found it strangely encouraging instead. Sunny felt as though he had been shown a new horizon, something to strive for, as well as a clear direction to reach for the stars. He also realized that there were still flaws in his mastery of shadow dance. That was a valuable revelation in and of itself. Armed with it, he could refine and perfect his formless style, bringing it closer to the next step. That said, Sunny felt very strange right now. It was because he had realized that, currently, he was more powerful than Nephis. Yes, she was a better fighter than him. However, Sunny had so many tools at his disposal. He also had 2 transcendent devils and an awakened terror on his side. If the 2 of them were to battle seriously, he wasn't entirely sure who would be left standing at the end, but he knew that his odds were much higher than hers. It was a vast, tumultuous, and deeply unsettling emotion. What surprised him the most, however, was how weak of a reaction it aroused in him. There had been a time when becoming more powerful than Nephis was all he ever thought about, but now he felt almost indifferent. It was what it was. There was no point in racing to the finish line, anyway. That line would not change. It did not matter which one of them became a terror first, because sooner or later, both of them would end up as titans. It did not matter that Sunny was ahead for the first time. Her ascended ability was not of a kind that added to one's power. That was all. They were in the same boat, anyway. Perhaps he could allow himself to feel that way because he was more secure about the shadow bond and the power she held over him. Nephis had proven that she had no intention of ever using it, and he had grown more confident in his ability to make one or both of them die even if she did. How romantic, he sighed, feeling calm and cozy in the darkness that enveloped them. After a while, Sunny asked, "Hey, Neph, are you asleep yet?" There were few moments of silence before she answered, "No." Hidden in the darkness, he grinned. "How is the sleeping bag? Is it warm?" There had been only 2 sleeping bags in the covetous coffer, one that Sunny used in the wilderness and a spare one. Sadly, he had ripped through one of them when the azure serpent first made the dark island quake, so now there was only one. Sunny had chosen to sleep on the weathered rock, relying on the unique qualities of the marble shell to keep him comfortable. Luckily, the great river seemed to have a mild climate, so he was not particularly cold. The fissure protected them from the wind as well. So he had no problem letting Nephis use the only remaining sleeping bag. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't tease her about it. A calm answer came from the darkness. "Yes, I am warm. It is of high quality." As the grin froze on Sunny's face, he sighed. She's really too thick to be teased. Damn, a few moments later, Neph asked, "Oh, do you want me to hand it over? It is your sleeping bag. It would only be right for the owner to use it." Sunny flinched. "No, no, keep it. That's not what I wanted at all." "Gods, she's hopeless." There was a long pause. Then Neph's voice came from the darkness again. "Ah, I see. You want to use it together?" Hearing that, Sunny's entire body shuddered. "What?" "No, that's not what I meant at all. Who do you take me for? I was just teasing you." Suddenly he heard a soft chuckle. Turning his head, Sunny saw Neph covering her mouth with a hand. She was suppressing a laugh. His eyes widened. "Wait, a reverse tease? I've been played." His heart ached. How embarrassing. He stared at Nephis incredulously for a few moments, then laid down and looked back at the jagged line of the distant black sky. A moment or two later, he suddenly laughed, too. This is just too ridiculous." Nephis lowered her hand, then asked in an amused tone, "What is?" Sunny shrugged. "I mean, we are sailing a river of an unholy titan's blood on the corpse of a great monster, moving back in time, and giggling like children." She remained silent for a while before saying in her usual calm tone, "Yes, It does sound a little ridiculous. Then there was a comfortable silence between them. Sonny looked at the black sky for a while. Soon, a sigh escaped from his lips. He lingered for a long time, then turned his head to look at her again. "Neph, can I ask you something?" She turned her head to face him as well, even though she couldn't see anything in the dark. "Sure." Sonny hesitated, but eventually he still asked, "Can you tell me what happened to you in the second nightmare?" A hint of amusement slowly disappeared from her eyes. Her faint smile was erased as well. Nephis remained silent for a long time, her expression turning bleak and distant. Then she sighed. "Okay, I'll tell you." Her voice sounded strangely forlorn, turning away. Nephis looked into the darkness and said, "In my second nightmare, I was a woman made of stone. Like your shadow, but also different, defective." Chapter 1257. In the darkness, Nephis looked into the darkness as she spoke in an even voice. It happened after the demon of destiny had his falling out with the goddess of the black skies, I think. But before hope escaped her chains, and the daemons rose in rebellion against the gods in the darkness, in the true darkness that fills the halls and caverns of the underworld, below the hollow mountains, she sighed. When I opened my eyes, I was a woman made of stone, a crude, clumsy, and defective precursor of the stone saints. I was laying on a mountain of abandoned statues just like me, all of them broken, discarded, and forsaken. Everything around me was enveloped by cold darkness, with not a spark of light or hint of warmth anywhere. There was just me, my broken siblings, and the lonesome silence. Sonny shifted slightly. True darkness. Nephis slowly nodded. Yes, those mountains are called hollow, but in fact, they are full of darkness. Their hollows are like great reservoirs of it. It is where darkness lives and where it comes from. True darkness is very much like this river, in fact. Legends say that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the earth. This is what true darkness is, the dark creature's blood. Sonny shivered. That dark creature. To be the source of all true darkness, of the entire element of darkness, it had to be something far greater than an unholy titan. It must have been one of the unknown, then. A being of the void ignorant of what he was thinking about. Nephis continued after a short pause. The hollow mountains are a scar left by the death of that creature, and so most of true darkness remains below them. This is the place that Nether made his home. However, it was not entirely empty. While he ruled the underworld, there were many others living in the darkness. She lingered for a moment. There were some who followed Nether, the remains of the army he had led to wage war on Storm God. They lived in the great hollows within the peaks. There were also his children, the Stone Saints, who lived below the mountains in the heart of the underworld, and there were also creatures who lived even lower, near the very bottom of the dark abyss. That is where the pile of discarded statues was. Sonny frowned. Wait, Nether waged war on Storm God? On his own before the rebellion. A pale smile appeared on Neph's face. Yes, it was his own private affair. I don't know the details of his relationship with Storm God or why it ended in resentment, but he must have taken it to heart, enough so that he assembled an army and stormed the divine realm. Of course he lost. Most of his army was decimated, and he secluded himself in the underworld, becoming its ruler and losing himself in the obsession of trying to create the Stone Saints. She paused for a moment. He must have been lonely and heartbroken to create a whole race of living beings just to keep him company. Or maybe it was his defiant, prideful way of challenging the gods. After all, only the gods could create living things. Despite that, somehow, Nether succeeded. But he failed many times before achieving success. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then said, "I was one of these failures." A quiet sigh escaped from her lips. There were many creatures in the darkness at the roots of the underworld, all of them abandoned and discarded, just like me. Some of them were the results of Nether's failed attempts to create the Stone Saints. Some of them were outcasts and derelicts for whom there was no place in the world above anymore. All of them were pitiful and weak, and I was the weakest of them all. Nephis stared silently into the darkness for a while. The expression on her face was sad and remorseful. Eventually, she spoke softly. I was just a sleeper after all. Even with the echo I gained in the nightmare desert, I never realized how much pride I took in being strong before that nightmare. I had always relied on my strength. I had always told myself that I had to be strong. If only I was strong like my father. If only I was strong, stronger, the strongest, then I wouldn't break apart, and the people around me wouldn't need to suffer on my behalf either. Sunny remained silent, remembering Neph's nightmare that he had visited after she returned to the waking world. He also thought about his own desperate pursuit of strength. Nephis smiled, but in the nightmare, all my strength was worthless. All my pride was worthless too. All I had was weakness, and so I had to learn that personal power was not something I should rely on or could rely on. It had always seemed so important, but in the end it turned out to be a deceitful mirage. A slight frown appeared on her face. You see, there were not only the outcasts and discarded creatures like me in the darkness at the roots of the underworld. There were other things as well, terrifying things that were born from the darkness. These things hunted us. There were ancient horrors dwelling in the very depths of the abyss as well. Sometimes they would crawl from below to devour us. No one in the underworld cared about what happened to us, if they even remembered our existence. The aloof demon of destiny, the first generation of the stone saints, and the remains of the demon soldiers. None would protect us. The Forsaken had to fend for themselves, but we were weak and pitiful, and most of all, we were divided. Her voice shook a little. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked carefully, "So, what did you do? How did you survive?" Nephis took a deep breath. I had to accept my weakness and learn how to survive despite being weak. The lesson was harsh, demeaning, and painful. But I had no choice but to learn it, so I coaxed, persuaded, deceived, enticed, and cajoled the other forsaken creatures living in the darkness. But most of all, I inspired them. You see, I realized that there was something much sharper than my wit, much more persuasive than my words, and much more compelling than my lies. She paused for a moment. That something was desire. Hidden in the darkness, Sunny flinched. The image of the piece of wet wood littered with demented runes suddenly appeared in his mind, as did the word repeating in the runes over and over again. Wish, desire. Be careful of what you wish for. Be careful what you desire. He frowned while Nephis continued somberly. All I had to do was instill a desire in the Forsaken, a desire for a better life, longer life, safer life, a yearning for things that they had either never known or long forgotten, comfort, companionship, warmth. I had to give them hope, because we couldn't survive alone, but we could survive together. Most of these creatures were solitary and numb, resigned to their dark existence. The weight of their hopelessness and despair was too great for me to pull them from it, but by igniting a yearning in their hearts, I could make them push themselves forward with their own strength. She grew silent once again, and remained so for a long time this time. When Nephis spoke again, her voice was almost a whisper. We gathered together and built a village. It had tall walls and stone houses. It even had a large hall for us to gather and enjoy each other's company. And for a while, life was good, united. We could protect ourselves from the creatures of darkness and hide from the abyssal visitors behind the tall walls. I thought that I was on the right track. There were old creatures in the village that taught me their knowledge and wisdom. There were those who had been warriors once. I learned from them as well. I was the weakest one, but I was liked and valued because I could create light, which all of them had forgotten. White sparks ignited in her eyes before trembling and disappearing. Neph's face grew motionless, but then someone in the village vanished, and then someone else. At first, I thought that they had left, but after the third one was gone, the fourth, the fifth, We all realized that something was wrong. They didn't leave. They were taken. After that, every night, what served as night in the underworld, someone would disappear. We were under attack. She paused. We tried everything in our power to find and confront the creature that was killing the villagers. We enhanced our defenses, increased our vigilance. We investigated, we explored the surrounding darkness for clues. We set traps, carved sorcerous runes into the stone, and placed lures. We even sent an envoy to plead for help from the children of Nether. But nothing worked. Neph's voice was growing dull. No help came, nothing. We did manage to stop the disappearances. In fact, it only grew worse at first. The Forsaken were just vanishing. But later, their mutilated corpses started to appear around the village, strewn on stalagmites for us to see, as though the creature was leaving them there to mock us. It was then that I understood that I had not created a safe haven for us, and instead simply set the table for the creature of darkness. Her face was motionless, and her voice was even. However, Sunny could feel how fragile that mask was at the moment. Neph took a deep breath. Eventually, everything collapsed. Those who were still alive cursed me and abandoned the village. Tried to. They didn't make it far. There were only 2 of us left inside the empty walls, myself and another one of the broken statues. The first one who had become my companion and followed me almost from the very start. We locked ourselves inside the village hall, not knowing what else to do, and barricaded the doors. However, the creature still came. I didn't see it enter, but I could feel that the darkness around us was suddenly alive. Sunny looked at her carefully. So, how did you defeat it? Nephis slowly shook her head. I did not. I had thought about giving one last, desperate fight. But as soon as I sensed it, I knew that there was no hope. That thing, it wasn't something I could fight. So I spoke to it. I tried to appease it. I tried to persuade it. I even knelt and begged it. I tried everything I could, and I could feel it watching me, listening to me, surrounding me. For a while there was silence. In that silence, Nephis shivered and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, the creature took my companion, but spared me. I don't know why. All I know is that the darkness felt empty again, and I was suddenly alone in that darkness. I was the only one left in the village that we had built. Everyone else, all of them, were dead. Her voice trembled a little. That was the end of my nightmare. Sunny sighed and sat up, summoning the endless spring. Nephis had talked for a while after all. Her throat must have been parched. Approaching her in the darkness, Sunny sat down and used his nail to clink against the glass bottle a couple of times to let her know where it was. Nephis took the bottle and took a small sip, then looked at the ground. Sunny hesitated for a moment. The appraisal? Do you remember how the spell appraised your performance? Nephis shook her head. I was pretty out of it there at the end. I remember standing in the middle of the empty hall, and the next thing I remember was you calling me by my true name at the academy. Sunny sighed, then leaned forward and lightly patted her on the shoulder. Well, if it means anything, I think you did well. You did really well, Neph? He felt her body tremble slightly, and then took the endless spring from her fingers. Thank you for telling me. Now let's sleep. He lingered for a moment, and then added lightly, Please be careful with the sleeping bag, though. Don't rip it. It's really expensive. She nodded, then smiled faintly and lay down, turning away. Sunny looked at Neph's back for a few moments, then silently returned to his own sleeping spot and sprawled on the weathered rock. He stared at the black sky for a few moments before closing his eyes. Would I have survived that nightmare? Sunny really did not know. He could also tell that Nephis had brushed past many perilous fights and dire torments that she must have endured there, in the darkness, all alone. His heart was heavy, but before too long the exhaustion won, sending him into the embrace of sleep. In the morning, the island shook again. Sunny opened his eyes and reached through the shadow sense, checking in on Saint. Since the taciturn night was standing calmly above the fissure, he relaxed and yawned with great satisfaction. He felt incredibly refreshed. The dark island was in one piece, and nothing was pouncing to kill them. Life was great. He sat up, leaned on the slope of the fissure, then rubbed his eyes and looked around. Nephis was already up, doing light stretches a few meters away. Sonny watched her for a few moments, then forced himself to avert his gaze. The sound of her even yet fragile voice resounding from the darkness still echoed in his ears. Neph's second nightmare was different from his own, just like her first nightmare had been. She had not battled immortal saints to free an imprisoned demon from divine chains. Instead, she had tried to save a small group of pitiful and forlorn creatures, only to watch them all die. Nephis had been the last one standing on the forgotten shore, and after traveling alone through the purgatory of the nightmare desert, she built a tiny community amidst the cold darkness, only to watch it be destroyed. She had been so strong, but the nightmare made her weak. She had been so proud, but the nightmare made her beg for mercy on her knees. He wasn't sure he could imagine how painful it was for her to sacrifice the two things that were at the core of her sense of self. Yes, Neph had not slain impossibly powerful enemies with her radiant sword in the nightmare, but, for her, wielding a sword against an overwhelming foe was not something to be feared. Maybe that was why the spell always tried to break her in some other more cruel way. Sonny looked down at the weathered surface of the black rock. The spell. I wonder, how had the spell appraised Neph's performance in the second nightmare? Sonny was not sure, but he had an inkling that the appraisal was exceedingly high. If his theory was right, that was, and the appraisal depended on how much the challenger had changed the flow of fate in that regard. He suspected that what Nephis had done was miraculous. She had wanted to change the fates of the forsaken creatures living in the darkness at the bottom of the underworld in that task. She failed. However, she had succeeded in changing something else. She changed the harrowing creature that had come from the darkness, had the creature been compelled by her words, by her pleas, or had it been infected by the same yearning that Neph had ignited in the hearts of the forsaken. Had the creature of darkness been poisoned by a hint of an indescribable longing? Had it learned to long for light, if the heart of an abyssal being powerful enough to be a horror in the underworld had been changed, even ever so slightly, then Sonny could not really imagine what ripples that change could cause in the great tapestry of fate. So the spell could have appraised Neph's performance as glorious, but that was not important, because Nephis herself did not see it that way. The spell and its carriers had different criteria for success after all. The spell might be satisfied with Neph's performance, but Neph obviously saw it as a bitter, irredeemable failure. The tone of her voice yesterday had said it all. Continuing to stare at the ground, Sonny sighed after returning to the waking world. Nephis seemed much more mellow than before, but her resolve to kill the sovereigns and destroy the spell also seemed much more stalwart than before. Now that he knew the truth, many things about her past words and actions made sense. Gods, just what am I going to do with her? Sonny glanced at Nephis, who was oblivious to his thoughts with a complicated expression. There was one more thing he had to consider, the description of Neph's aspect, light-bringer. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Wasn't it very similar to the trial the spell had presented her with in the second nightmare? The ascended ability she had unlocked as a result was called longing, too. Longing, yearning, desire, wish. Was the inexhaustible longing to destroy the spell that burned like fire in Neph's heart so powerful that it made her soul incorruptible? He had pondered about this ability of hers before, but now Sonny saw it in a new light. It had seemed like a rather useless power to have outside of very rare circumstances, like facing the Skinwalker. However, if that ability made Nephis immune to the corruption, then wasn't it actually the most broken and unbelievably preposterous ability he had ever heard about? After all, even Weaver had to sever their arm when it got infected with the corruption. Not only was the great and terrible demon of fate not immune to corruption, he or she was even powerless in front of it. Just what was Nephis exactly? And more importantly, what was she to him? The subject of his thoughts, meanwhile, finished her stretching exercises, pulled the fastened strap of her white tunic back to her pale shoulder, and looked around. Nephis smiled. "You're up?" Sunny smiled back. "Yeah. How are you feeling?" It seemed as though she had recovered from opening the old wounds to tell him about her second nightmare yesterday. However, a moment later, Neph's smiling face darkened a little. She sighed. "I wanted to make breakfast, but we have no food left." Sunny tilted his head, then looked down. They were literally sitting on a mountain of meat, but with the azure serpent circling the carcass of the black turtle, diving into the river to procure even a little bit of it was an utterly lethal task. He shook his head with resignation. "We'll solve that problem when the time comes." Nephis nodded, lingered for a moment, then pointed to the sleeping bag. "See? I didn't rip it." Sunny stared at her, trying to determine whether she was being serious or playing a joke on him. These days, it was getting hard to tell. "Which bastard is being such a bad influence on my straight-laced and awkward Neph? I'm going to bash their teeth in." He remained silent for a few moments, then grinned. "Good, because you still owe me for that projector." Time flowed lazily, both literally and figuratively. The current of the great river was pulling the corpse of the black turtle into the past, and several days passed in a strange but pleasant idleness. The 7 suns rose and fell, drowning in the shimmering waters. The sky was like a dreamlike painting of lilac, azure, crimson, and jet black. The ancient serpent continued to circle the dark island, slowly consuming the bleeding meat of the great monster it had killed, and watching Sunny and Nephis enjoy their unexpected respite. The two of them were spending their time leisurely, feeling the need to rest and recuperate after the nightmarish gauntlet of the White Desert. They were not in a hurry to strain themselves too much. They slept peacefully through the nights, rising when warm sunlight flowed into the narrow fissure, and spent most of the days together. Sometimes they would lay on the soft moss side by side and look at the sky in comfortable silence. Sometimes they would train, sparring with each other until sweat covered their bodies. Sometimes they would talk, discussing their experiences in the past year and various pieces of knowledge they had picked up along the way. They also spent some time apart. Nephis was busy practicing her swordsmanship, often requesting Saint to aid her as a training partner. After sending her and his shadow off, Sunny would get busy with his own endeavors. He spent a lot of time studying the strange and hauntingly complex weave of the key of the estuary. This memory was a great mystery that had to be solved even after showing it to Nephis. Sunny had not a single inkling of what it was supposed to do and where it had come from. So he settled for the slow approach of meticulously examining each and every thread of its somber tapestry. Depending on luck, this task could take him many months to complete, but there was no harm in starting early. Once his head started to ache from studying the black weave, Sunny would sit silently near the slopes of the island and watch the azure serpent prowl. He would close his eyes and sense the great beast's shadow. He would try to memorize its every scale, scar, and movement. Even though their situation was peaceful right now, he knew that the peace would not last indefinitely. The chances were that they would have to battle the abomination eventually. And so Sunny wanted to glean its essence and commit it to his memory, training his swordsmanship with Nephis, studying the estuary key, observing the azure serpent, and resting idly. These were the things that filled his days. Of course, other things were happening on the dark island as well. Imp was still busy devouring the bands of tarnished silver that encased the black turtle's body. His progress was slow, but the gluttonous goblin seemed beyond himself with delight. His scrawny figure could often be seen sprawled on the black rocks, utterly engorged. The sin of solace was still there, following Sunny like a jaded wraith, its litany of snide comments and contemptuous remarks never lessened, slowly driving him mad. Sunny endured as best as he could, and luckily the spirit of the cursed sword was not nearly as talkative as it had been before. Nevertheless, the apparition put him in many awkward situations with Nephis. Nightmare was slowly subjugating new dreams into his unseen army. Almost every night, the counter of the dream curse would go up by at least 1 or 2. The source of these defeated nightmares were, of course, Sunny and Nephis. It seemed that their minds were still haunted by the events of the past, or maybe it was just the nature of the tomb of Ariel. Despite its breathtaking facade, it was a land worthy of its architect, a land of dread. It was also as desolate and empty as it was beautiful. Every day, Sunny and Nephis would study the northern horizon, hoping to see the signs of land or anything at all far in the distance. But each time, all that met them was an endless expanse of flowing water. Their hunger slowly grew, although masters were much more resilient than mundane humans. They were still the same. They needed sustenance to survive, just like any human would. Their bodies were still strong, but they would start to wither before too long. Before that happened, Sunny and Nephis were going to have to find a way to harvest some of the black turtle's meat. The azure serpent raised its head from the water every time it devoured more, as if to mock them. "Ah, I'm hungry." Sunny was sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, which was positioned near the slopes of the black turtle's carapace, facing north. His shadows surrounded him, lazily sprawled on the black rocks and enjoying the dreamlike vista of the great river. Only the naughty one had wandered off to enjoy the view of Nephis training instead. Dismissing the estuary key, Sunny rubbed his temples and stretched his legs. "I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't recognize any of these weave elements. Not even their vague purpose. The more I look at it, the more sure I am that it won't be, created by me." Whoever had created the key of the estuary was a far greater sorcerer than Sunny was, or could ever dream to be. At least that was how it seemed. "All right, that's enough for today. The old snake should be showing its ugly mug any minute now. I really hope that it's as tired of staring at me as I am tired of staring at it." Sunny glanced at the wide patch of bloody water surrounding the shell of the great turtle in anticipation, lingered for a few moments, and then frowned. Something was wrong with that picture? He stared at the water for a while, his scowl deepening. Then Sunny slowly raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His pupils widened slightly there, in the boundless blue expanse. Far away, a black dot had appeared at some point. Chapter 1261, A Butterfly Flapping Its Wings. There was a black dot in the sky, far in the distance, slowly moving in the direction of the dark island. At first, Sunny felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his heart as he remembered a similar situation from the past. That time, it had turned out to be Kai. But this time, his intuition was ringing alarm bells, and a cold feeling of dread crept from somewhere to grip him with icy claws. Sitting on the shadow chair with his legs crossed, Sunny leaned back and sighed. Crap. With that, he exploded with a flurry of activity. First, Sunny dismissed his precious chair and dashed toward the middle of the island. At the same time, he sent a mental command to St. Nephis, and she were currently engaged in a furious sword fight. Light and darkness were intertwined in a shimmering whirlpool of sharp steel, and the graceful knight's onyx figure was starkly contrasted against the rippling white tunic and alabaster skin of her slender opponent. Following Sunny's order, Saint froze. The tip of Neph's sword stopped a split second later, hovering millimeters away from the slit of her visor. Nephis frowned, then retracted her sword and looked around. There was a shadow on a rock outcropping that protruded from the ground a few meters away. It seemed to belong to a young man and was currently waving its arms in the air while pointing at the sky. She swiftly turned around and looked up, then dashed away a moment later. That's done. Running as fast as he could, Sunny leaped over a murky puddle of water and landed near a half-eaten fragment of tarnished silver. The scrawny figure of Imp could be seen nearby, laying on the ground with a blissful smile on his fiendish face. His hands were rubbing his ballooning belly with delight. "Stand up, buddy!" The gluttonous goblin opened his eyes and stared at Sunny in confusion, then awkwardly tried to rise to his feet. However, outweighed by his full stomach, Imp lost his balance and promptly plopped back down. "Ah, we don't have time for this." Sunny leaned down, grabbed the weakly struggling fiend, and hoisted him on his shoulder. What the hell? Just how much had the little bastard swallowed up? Even with the strength of an ascended tyrant, Sonny was struggling to carry Imp. His veins swelled, and a befuddled expression appeared on his face. Commanding the shadows to wrap themselves around his body, he grunted and continued to run. A dozen seconds later, Sonny reached the edge of the familiar fissure and unceremoniously tossed the little fiend down. Then he threw one more look at the sky and, noticing that the black dot had already drawn nearer, jumped into the deep ravine himself. Before too long, Nephis and he were side by side, pressing themselves into the weathered slope of the fissure as they desperately tried to calm down their breathing. Saint and fiend were nearby, the former standing calmly, the latter hugging Sonny's thigh. Nightmare was there as well, hiding within the deep darkness, enveloping the bottom of the gorge in his shadow form. Lastly, a beautiful amphora of white clay was standing on the ground in front of them, its surface decorated with mesmerizing patterns. It was another one of the memories summer night had given to Nephis, and its purpose was to mask their presence. Gods only knew if the amphora was going to work or not. Out of Sonny's 5 shadows, one had to volunteer to leave its area of effect and serve as a scout, though. Well, perhaps volunteer was the wrong word, since the gloomy shadow had performed a few dangerous tasks recently, and the happy fool was not someone Sonny would ever entrust an important matter to. The next in seniority had to go. So the creepy guy was currently hiding a few meters away from the edge of the fissure, staring creepily at the sky. The sin of solace was keeping it company with a bored expression on his face. The sparks swirling around Sonny's hand formed into an emerald flute, and he covered them with a dome of silence. Then he let out a shaky breath. I see it." Nephis looked at him intently, then asked in a low voice, "What is it?" Sonny lingered for a few moments. Slowly, his expression turned grim. "It's a butterfly." Indeed, a butterfly was descending toward the island. From afar, it seemed like an ethereal and beautiful creature. But as it drew closer, Sonny couldn't help but shiver. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous, faceted eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 antennae rose from its head, pushed back by the current of the wind. Apart from that, the butterfly was at least 100 meters in size. It was both exquisitely beautiful and deeply revolting. But, most of all, it was deeply frightening. Sonny gritted his teeth. It's another great monster. His heart was beating rapidly in his chest, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Great. This is just great. It literally is, by his side. Nephis scowled. What about? The monstrous butterfly was obviously intending to land on the island. But at that moment, the crimson water parted, and the azure serpent's scaled snout rose into the air. Pierced by a mad gaze of its cloudy eyes, the great monster suddenly seemed wary. It moved its wings and altered the direction of its flight, circling the corpse of the black turtle from above instead of diving down to land on the black rock. The butterfly's huge eyes were aimed at the ancient serpent, and its antennae twitched rhythmically. The great beast of the river bared its bloodied fangs and let out a furious roar, as if announcing its claim of the remains of the titanic turtle. This demented old snake, did the serpent not want to live? Why was it going around challenging great monsters? Am I really such a delicacy? Sonny did not know what the giant butterfly was thinking, but one thing was certain. It did not like that serpent's challenge. It did not like it at all. Chapter 1262, A Shrimp Between Two Whales. Sonny described what was happening in a hushed voice. He didn't really need to whisper, considering that they were surrounded by a dome of silence, but it made him feel better. And what was happening appeared pretty clear. The monstrous butterfly had been attracted by the smell of blood and arrived to feast on the corpse of the black turtle that the azure serpent had so laboriously killed. The azure serpent, meanwhile, was having none of it. In fact, judging by the madness burning in its eyes, the great beast was overcome with the bloody desire to rip the giant butterfly apart as well. This thing really doesn't know what's good for it, huh? What was the reason for the azure serpent's reckless insolence? Humans often described nightmare creatures as mad, but that description was not entirely accurate. The abominations were indeed insane, but that did not mean that they lacked sanity. Rather, it meant that their sanity was perverted, sinister, ineffable, and entirely different from what humans deemed sane. So why would the great beast risk its life fighting much more powerful monsters? Was it indeed madness? Was it pride? Was it reluctance to give up such an enormous prize? Or was it more reluctant to surrender two human souls that burned the flames of divinity to the stronger abomination? Whatever the reason was, the stubborn Leviathan seemed ready to battle the monstrous butterfly to the death. The butterfly let out an indescribable sound. The waters of the great river suddenly grew restless, rippling as they were assaulted by the powerful sonic waves. The serpent roared again, rising higher above the river's tumultuous surface. "I think they're going to fight." Sonny was not sure what it meant for the two of them. He was belatedly happy about his decision to abandon the skies and seek shelter on the shell of the black turtle. If something like that butterfly had caught him in the air, he would have surely been dead in an instant. However, now that Nephis and he were trapped on the dark island, their fates seemed to be swaying on the edge of a perilous abyss. They were deeply unsure of their ability to slay a great beast, but a great monster was far more dreadful. They were only alive now because the azure serpent either lacked the ability or was reluctant to crawl out of the water. If the abominable butterfly won the battle, though, nothing was going to stop it from doing just that. Then their shelter would turn into a deadly trap. So no matter how strange it sounded, Sonny had no choice but to root for the familiar great beast that had been staring at them hungrily for many days, wishing to swallow them whole. The azure serpent had already killed one great monster. Maybe the mad snake would be able to pull off another miracle. Finally coming to a decision, the butterfly waved its wings and plummeted down, landing on the shell of the black turtle a moment later. The entire island shook from the devastating force of the impact. The creepy shadow remained motionless as it looked up at the 6 incredibly thin and long legs of the monster. The pale body of the butterfly was high above the ground, and its wings were open, covering a vast area in deep darkness. Now that it was closer, Sonny could see that it was covered in thick scales, with white hairs growing between them. There was a complicated pattern on the creature's wings as well, coalescing into a strange image, an image and image of. Sonny hurriedly commanded the shadow to look away, as a strange certainty that he should never ever try to look directly at the pattern covering the butterfly's wings flooded his mind. Damnation. "Sonny, what is happening?" He sucked in a shaky breath. "They're just staring at each other." The butterfly shifted slightly, the sharp tips of its chitinous legs striking sparks from the black rock, its trunk-like mouth slowly unfurled, turning into a fearsome black spear dozens of meters long. The abomination let out another harrowing screech, then suddenly struck the surface of the dead turtle's shell with its beak. 1, 2, 3 times. The island quaked, but not even a thin crack appeared on the rock. The butterfly froze for a moment, then twisted its head, looking at the azure serpent. It seemed reluctant to go into the water. Well, of course, one is a flying abomination, and the other is a sea creature. The butterfly has to go into the water if it wants to gorge on the black turtle's meat, but that would mean fighting the azure serpent and on the enemy's home ground, no less. Maybe it would simply retreat. Just as Sonny thought that, the butterfly suddenly folded its wings and lunged forward. There was no hesitation, no warning. Just a deafening sonic boom and a harrowing black and white blur that suddenly shot toward the serpent like a gigantic javelin. A hurricane gale rose from the confounding fury of the great monster's lunge. It's attacking. A split second later, an enormous pillar of foaming crimson water rose into the sky. The serpent seemed to have managed to avoid the abominable butterfly's obliterating charge. However, its sharp legs tore at the sea creature's azure body. They're fighting. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then gave him a strange look. "Sonny, where are they fighting in relation to our position?" He stared at her in confusion, then said, "Below water to the left of the turtle's tail." She lingered a bit, then took a deep breath. "Then they're on the opposite side from the turtle's head where the entry wound is, so while the serpent is preoccupied. Shall we dive down and harvest some meat?" He opened his mouth, startled, then he slowly closed it again. "Dive down, harvest meat? Are you crazy?" "Damn," I said it again. Nephis looked at him very seriously and shook her head. "No, I'm not crazy. I'm hungry." Chapter 1063, Sea of Blood, what they were trying to do did indeed seem a little crazy. There were two great abominations fighting on one side of the black turtle, and Nephis wanted to dive into the water on the other side to steal some of the turtle's meat, because she was hungry. But of course it was really not that unhinged of a plan. She had not suggested it out of a burning desire to satiate her belly. Rather, it was out of necessity. The longer they were to go hungry, the weaker they would become. The weaker they became, the slimmer their chances of survival would be. Neither Nephis nor Sonny knew if they would get a better chance to harvest the black turtle's meat than now, when the azure serpent was distracted. In fact, they did not even know if they would live long enough to enjoy the fruits of this perilous decision. If the monstrous butterfly won, they would probably die soon. But there was nothing they could really do about that. So, the only thing they could do was prepare for the other outcome to the best of their ability. Grimacing, Sonny looked away and shook Imp off his thigh. Curses. Then he gritted his teeth and started climbing out of the fissure. Hungry. She's hungry. Hungry is she. Just what sin did I commit in my past life to be cursed with all these gluttonous women? Oblivious to his heartfelt plea, Nephis followed. It took Sonny just a few moments to scale the vertical slope of the deep fissure and climb onto the quaking surface of the dark island. It was shaking and swaying, pushed by the harrowing fury of the unseen battle that was happening below the waves. A split second later, Saint landed nearby, and a vast shadow crawled from the darkness to take the shape of a tenebrous steed. Neph arrived last, slowed down a little by the need to carry the fragile amphora in one of her hands. Imp had been left in the relative safety of the fissure, since he was of no use in the current situation. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, and then broke into a sprint without having to say anything. Their goal was the end of the island beneath which the black turtle's enormous head was floating in the crimson water. It was also where the azure serpent had broken through the great monster's silver armor and burrowed into its flesh, leaving behind a gaping wound. Since the scales of the creature were all but impervious, the meat could only be harvested from inside such a spot. As they were nearing the point where the shell of the black turtle started to slope down at a steep angle, Sonny sighed and dismissed the Shroud of Dusk. Left in just his underwear, he ignored Neph's strange gaze and summoned the nimble catch and the essence pearl instead. "I've traded a couple of memories just for such an occasion from the House of Night." She lingered for a moment, then looked away. "Oh." While the nimble catch was weaving itself from the sparks of light, Sonny threw a glance at his body and frowned a little. He had always been lean, and while his muscles simply refused to gain bulk, they had been like taut steel wire cables ever since the forgotten shore. Now, however, they had become a little bit too sculpted and defined. His abs were really like a washboard, which was not good at all. He had lost a lot of weight during the hellish journey through the nightmare desert and the days of hunger on the carcass of the black turtle. His body was all skin and muscle, with no fat left, which meant that it would start to devour itself next. Some men strived for such a physique, but for Sonny, who had grown up in the outskirts, it was a worrying sign. We really need to get that meat. As the strange garb woven out of a fisherman's net covered his pale skin, he noticed that Nephis was giving him a sideways glance again. For some reason, slightly confused, he said, "Summon that." But he did not have to say anything. The familiar golden rope was already manifesting in her hands. They needed to dive into the tumultuous red water to harvest the monster's meat, but they didn't have to be stupid about it. If something happened, Sunny could swiftly pull them away through the shadows. However, finding a proper shadow to dive into was hard underwater. And since the great river was in the throes of the battle between the azure serpent and the monstrous butterfly, its current could easily pull Sunny and Nephis apart. She threw him one end of the golden rope, and he hastily tied it around his left wrist while she tied the other end around her right. At the same time, light swirled around Neph's slender legs and formed into two silver anklets. Sunny stared at them in confusion for a moment, before realizing that their function had to be similar to the nimble catch. He was a bit envious. Hers was not an armor-type memory, so she did not have to dismiss the white tunic. I want to be sponsored by a guilt-ridden saint, too. Holding the black bow, Saint took a position that gave her a perfect view of the head of the dead monster and the seething water surrounding it. Her task was to protect, or at least try to protect them, should either the serpent or the butterfly arrive. Nightmares could not help her in case the former showed up, but if the latter did, his speed would have to assist Saint in leading the butterfly away. The amphora was placed beside them. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other one last time, then dashed forward and simultaneously jumped. The wind whistled in his ears. A few moments later, Sunny hit the crimson water and was instantly swallowed by it. It was like he had dove into a sea of blood. Everything around him was murky and red. Despite his best efforts, Sunny was momentarily disoriented but regained his bearings after feeling a sharp tug on the golden rope. He found Neph through shadow sense and followed her as she swam forward with purpose. She had already done this once, after all. Granted, there had not been two great nightmare creatures creating a storm nearby at that time. We need to be fast. Breathing with the help of the essence pearl, Sunny swam through the crimson waters of the great river. Chapter 1264, Gaping Wound, guided by a golden rope that glowed faintly into the red murkiness, Sunny swam forward. The waters of the river of time, mixed with the crimson blood of a great monster, were cold and tumultuous. The battle of two harrowing abominations had turned them into a whirlpool of raging currents. Just how far is this wound? Suddenly, Sunny saw something enormous appear from the murky red darkness and shuddered. He was swimming past the giant eye of the titanic turtle. Now hollow and devoid of light, his figure was like a speck of dust in front of it. The azure serpent had long feasted on the black turtle's left eye, but the right still remained. Even though Sunny knew that the ancient behemoth was dead, he couldn't help but feel as if it was staring at him. Looking away, he pushed himself through the water. We're not far from the creature's neck then. Every second could be their last, so Sunny was tense. The battle of the dreadful abominations could shift in their direction at any moment. More than that. The nimble catch allowed him to swim with great speed, and Neph's silver anklets were the same. However, she did not seem to possess a memory similar to the essence pearl, and had to hold her breath. They simply couldn't linger. Fortunately, the dark thoroughfare of the turtle's enormous neck emerged from the cloudy redness soon. It was encased in massive bands of tarnished silver which overlapped to form a flexible but impenetrable armor. Sunny caught up with Nephis as they followed the road of silver to the point where the monster's neck ended. There, its armor was torn apart and bent, sharp, jagged edges surrounded by bloody foam. The stench of blood was much stronger here, and the water was much darker. Nephis changed her direction, knowing where to go. A dozen seconds later, they reached the gaping wound in the body of the great monster. Sunny froze for a moment. That the azure serpent had not just ripped a chunk of flesh out of the black turtle's flesh, it actually burrowed inside like a hungry worm, tore through the insides of the monster, and then crawled out from a similar wound under one of the creature's flippers. As a result, the wound in front of them was like a dark tunnel, not too different from the one through which he had guided the convoy of refugees in the Antarctica Center. The scale of it was humbling. I actually said that I can kill that damned snake, didn't I? Nephis tugged on the rope to get his attention, then pointed forward, struggling against unexplainable fear. Sonny reluctantly pushed himself in that direction. At that moment, the entire corpse of the black turtle tilted, impacted by the shockwave of the terrifying clash between the azure serpent and the invading butterfly. It swayed slowly, and the dark tunnel of the harrowing wound started to move up. By the time they reached it, half of the gaping, bloody hole was above the surface of the water, while the other half was still submerged in it. A red current was flowing out, trying to push them away. Sonny gritted his teeth and struggled against the flow, eventually entering the dark tunnel. Then, however, the current was reversed, and a great amount of water flowed into the body of the dead monster, pulling them deeper inside crap. Sonny was carried into the depths of the black turtle's corpse with dire speed, slamming against its flesh and holding tightly to the golden rope. After what felt like an eternity, the current grew weak, and he managed to climb onto something solid. Sonny pulled on the rope, and a second later Nephis appeared from the water as well. She raised her hand, igniting a wisp of white flame on it to illuminate their surroundings. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing how close the two of them were standing. After taking a bath in the diluted blood of the black turtle, both looked like a horror show. However, Sonny couldn't help but notice how tightly Neph's wet tunic stuck to her body and how close to transparent the light fabric became. He shifted slightly, then forcibly tore his gaze away and studied the dark tunnel of the great monster's bleeding flesh. It looked exactly like one would imagine such a place to look. Not that people had reasons to try and imagine something so morbidly bizarre. The walls of the tunnel, which was mostly consumed by darkness, were uneven, spongy, and red. The lower half of it was covered by tumultuous water, while the upper half was filled with an almost unbearable stench of blood. Rivers of red were flowing from the walls and the ceiling, mixing with the dark water below. Sonny and Nephis were standing on one of the vertebrae of the black turtle, which protruded from the bottom of the tunnel like a pale pink mountain. While he was looking around, she was breathing heavily, so now, before he could finish the sentence, the carcass of the great monster quaked once again, and the two of them were almost thrown off the slippery bone. Sonny had to grab Nephis to prevent her from plummeting back into the seething water. A moment later, he realized that they were embracing, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. He could feel the softness and the heat of her skin through the thin fabric of the white tunic. Her striking gray eyes were close, too close as well. Forgetting what he was going to say, Sonny remained motionless for a few moments. Then he made sure that Nephis had regained her balance and carefully let her go. So now, all we have to do is carve some meat, right? She cleared her throat, then raised the wisp of flame higher and looked away. Right. And return alive. Sonny let out a shaky sigh. Sure. One thing at a time. Chapter 1265. Dirty Job. Sonny had to spend a few moments calming down his wildly beating heart. Then he looked around once again. The situation was much better than he had expected it to be. He really had not considered that the grotesque tunnel left behind by the azure serpent would be only partially drowned. Slicing through the flesh of a great monster was no easy task, and doing so underwater would have been even harder. More than that, he was less restricted in the use of shadow step now, but, most importantly, he could summon the covetous coffer. Opening the alloy chest underwater would have just resulted in the spatial storage being instantly filled with water. Now that they stood on a solid surface, things were different. Of course, the tunnel could be flooded at any moment, so they had to hurry. Sonny looked at Nephis and flashed her a smile. Let's be quick. The sparks of light swirled around them, manifesting into memories. Neph's flame was replaced by a luminous paper lantern, and a sizable alloy chest appeared on the porous pink surface of the great monster's bone. A moment later, their weapons manifested. Am I reduced to a mere butcher's cleaver? Ah, such humiliation. Sonny almost yelped when a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. The Sin of Solace looked somberly at his disheveled appearance, then shook his head. He was still clad in the shroud of graceless Dusk, not to mention perfectly dry. Damn fool. Sonny whispered a stifled curse and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword, which Sonny whispered a stifled curse, and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword which had manifested itself a split second before. Then he hissed, "Gods, you almost gave me a heart attack." Nephis froze for a moment and looked at him with a slightly startled expression. "Oh, did I? Sorry." Sonny's eyes widened. "No, not you. I wasn't talking." "Ah, never mind." The Sin of Solace observed him with a small, disdainful smile. "I must say, this is a peculiar location for a date. Harvesting monster meat from inside the monster. I hope you won't force the poor girl to cook the meal herself, at least." Struggling to ignore the bastard, Sonny threw the lid of the covetous coffer open and then moved closer to the wall of the flesh tunnel. Pushing down the feeling of disgust, he gritted his teeth and thrust the Jian forward. It was so strange. The taste of the black turtle's meat was truly sublime, but the source of it was so revolting. Damn it. One of the enchantments of the Sin of Solace made it incredibly sharp, and it had been augmented by the shadows on top of that. And yet, cutting into the flesh of the dead great monster felt like he was trying to cut stone with a rusty blade. Sonny had known that harvesting the turtle's meat would not be easy, just from the fact that chewing it was a tough task. However, the actual difficulty of trying to slice off a sizable chunk of the abomination's flesh was even greater than he had expected. Its durability in an uncooked state was simply preposterous. If that's hard, then how am I going to fight one of these things in the future? With no other choice, Sonny concentrated on the task. Taut muscles rolled under his skin as he put all his strength into it, and the jade blade cut deeper with excruciating slowness. Nephis was just as strained, using a sharp dagger instead of her longsword. Its blade was glowing with incandescent light, and her face was pale. Despite that, her progress was not much faster than his. The dark island continued to sway and quake around them, making the water filling the morbid tunnel roll and slosh. Carving the meat was hard, and doing it while struggling to keep balance was especially hard. Nevertheless, they continued, sometimes using each other for support. "This is taking too long." Sonny had hoped to fill the covetous coffer to the brim, but now he realized how unrealistic his lofty desires were. At this rate, it would be good if they managed to harvest enough to feed them for a few days. Of course, as long as the battle between the azure serpent and the eerie butterfly did not end or shift in their direction, there was still time. And just as he threw the first chunk of meat into the maw of the alloy chest, the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. This time, however, there was something different about the tremor. Instead of being pushed to the side, Sonny had almost been thrown up into the air. Nephis and he abruptly stopped, looking at each other. Sonny's mouth was suddenly very dry. "They are below us now." The whole plan was hinged on the fact that the massive bulk of the black turtle would protect them from the two battling abominations. Now, the area of the battle was shifting, and the creatures were already below the dark island. This meant that they were moving in the direction of the turtle's head. Neph's eyes shone in the gloomy darkness as they reflected the glow of her scorching dagger. She lingered for a moment. "What do you want to do?" Sonny paused for a bit, then gritted his teeth. "We've already taken the risk. Returning with empty hands would mean that it was all for nothing. We'll have to wait for a chance to do it all over again, and even if such a chance presents itself, we'll be much weaker by then. So, let's continue. I can pull us back through the shadows anyway." Nephis nodded in agreement, prompting them to return to the arduous task of carving the turtle's flesh. Both of them were much more tense now. A few more slabs of meat fell into the covetous coffer, and at the same time the shockwaves traveling through the island showed that the battling abominations were drawing closer to the creature's head. Eventually, Sonny lowered his bloodied hands and grimaced. "That's enough. It is too dangerous now." Closing the lid of the alloy chest, he dismissed it and froze for a moment, concentrating his perception on the haughty shadow. He had left it with Saint and Nightmare, so it had a good view of the turbulent waters surrounding the black turtle's head. The water had been turbulent before, but now it was simply boiling. Bloody foam was undulating like a stormy sea, and two enormous shadows could be seen far below, intertwined with each other. They were just under the entrance to the gaping wound at the base of the titanic turtle's neck. Time to go. Grabbing Neph's hand, Sonny pulled the two of them into the shadow. But nothing happened. The shadows remained ethereal and elusive, as if he had never possessed the ability to dive into their dark embrace. Sonny froze, then slowly looked down. He was still standing on the slippery pink bone. Shadow Step had failed to activate Chapter 1266, Unexpected Complication. What's wrong? What's wrong? Two identical questions sounded at the same time, but they couldn't be more different. Neph's voice was tinged with a hint of sincere concern, while the voice of the sword wraith was full of biting mockery. Sonny was motionless for a few moments, still holding Nephis by her hand. He shivered slightly after his second attempt to use Shadow Step failed, and she must have felt it. He looked up at her and hesitated. When he spoke, his voice sounded hollow. My ability doesn't seem to work anymore. An insidious fear suddenly drowned his heart, and at the same time the dark island quaked again, the source of the tremor much closer than it had been before. The fear was irrational and animalistic. It had little to do with their perilous situation, and more with that fact that his powers had abandoned him without a warning. It was as though he had suddenly found himself missing a limb. There was disbelief, confusion, dread, and finally terror. It took all his willpower to push that terror down. The Sin of Solace laughed, ignoring it. Sonny forced himself to speak. Just give me a moment. He had no idea why Shadow Step, which had never failed him before, was suddenly ineffective. Perhaps something was wrong with the shadows populating the insides of the black turtle. If so, there was an easy way to check. A few moments later, the shadow lantern appeared in his hand, and a flood of shadows flowed out of its open gate. However, the result was the same. It was not the shadows that were wrong, but Sonny himself. Really, such an idiot. The damned sword wraith was having the time of his life. Sonny clenched his fists, then uttered through gritted teeth, I don't seem to be able to bring us away at the moment. Sorry. Nephis frowned, then carefully looked around. After a short pause, she suddenly said, In hindsight, it makes sense. Feeling a sudden sense of hope, he raised an eyebrow. It does? She nodded. It is a great monster, after all, and we are inside its body. A creature like that would have protections against someone like you, bypassing its fearsome armor by teleporting directly inside. The black turtle is dead, but some of its defenses must still remain. Perhaps if the gap in power between us wasn't so vast, your ability could have still tore through them. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Why didn't I think about that before? Nephis shook her head. I didn't either. Don't, Blell? Don't you think that blaming yourself is too much? We couldn't have known. We've never faced an enemy such as this. She was right, but she was also wrong. Sonny might not have tried to enter the body of a colossal enemy through Shadow Step before, but he saw how the Azure Serpent had killed the black turtle. He could have at least considered the possibility of doing something similar in any case. Everything seemed simple in hindsight. He winced, then looked at Nephis silently. As if reading his thoughts, she guided her flames from the blade of the incandescent dagger through her body and into his. But the Sonny briefly glanced at Nephis, then summoned the covetous coffer once more. The shard was too large to fit into the opening of the alloy chest, so he concentrated and changed it, keeping the shape, but changing the size. A few moments later, the alloy chest seemed more like an alloy sarcophagus fit for a giant, or someone like the Shadow Spawn. I can't believe it. We came down to harvest some meat, but ended up with something like that. Gods, I can't even imagine how much it would cost in the waking world. Actually, it wouldn't have a cost. These things are so rare that they can't be bought with money, even though they were pressed for time. He just couldn't let this chance slip through his fingers. Neph, can you help me? Together they hacked at the fold of the turtle's flesh to widen the opening, and then used all their strength to lift the massive soul shard and load it into the opened maw of the covetous coffer. After that, they had to plunge into the water again. Several torturous minutes later, Sunny and Nephis used the silver chains at the side of the island to scale the slope of the black turtle's shell and fell side by side on the rocks in exhaustion. Knowing how Neph would look in her wet tunic, Sunny refused to turn his head and instead stared at the sky. The warm feeling of their arms touching was enough for him. They needed to move to hide, but he was too tired. Just a few moments. Sunny took a deep breath and tried to calm down a little. Then he suddenly let out a low chuckle. Ah, but it's funny. After examining the estuary key, he had thought it impossible to collect one, let alone 6 supreme soul shards. The idea itself seemed utterly preposterous. And yet here he was, just a couple of weeks later, in possession of one. It had just fallen into his hands, almost on its own. A strange shiver ran up his spine. It was then that Nephis suddenly raised her hand and whispered, "Look." In the sky above the island, the monstrous butterfly was spreading its black wings once again. Sunny and Nephis scrambled in an attempt to find a hiding spot, but there was no need. Their first thought was that the dreadful butterfly had won the battle against the azure serpent. If that was the case, then their fates would be sealed. However, a moment later, a deafening roar shook the world, pushing them to the ground. Turning to the stormy waters of the great river, they saw a familiar creature rising to the surface. The serpent was looking the worse for wear, with countless deep lacerations covering its mighty body. Streams of scarlet blood were flowing down its azure scales, and its giant eyes seemed even more deranged than usual. Flames of indescribable, murderous malice were burning in their cloudy depths, but for once, that malice was not directed at the two humans. Instead, it was aimed at the battered butterfly. Now that Sunny and Nephis had a few moments to observe the great monster in detail, they noticed that it was in a sorry state, too. One of its 6 legs was missing, and there was an ugly tear on one of its beautiful wings. Its body looked strangely disheveled, and although none of the white scales covering it were missing, many of them were covered with thin cracks. The great monster was retreating. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. Even though he had hoped that the azure serpent would win the battle against the much stronger nightmare creature, he could not quite believe that it actually happened. Old Snake, just what damned kind of abomination are you? It was already miraculous for a great beast to defeat a great monster. 2 of them, though, while not impossible, it was certainly abnormal. Even if the monstrous butterfly was an aerial creature and was thus at a disadvantage while fighting underwater, the tenacity of the azure serpent was confounding. Sunny stared at the bloodied leviathan somberly. As if sensing his gaze, the serpent lowered its snout and glared back at him. Crimson water was flowing out of its slightly opened maw. He shivered. It's no mere beast, indeed, he should have known. His luck wasn't good enough to stumble on just any great beast. No, it surely had to be some kind of unique and singular existence, a damn monarch among all beasts. Fated wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe it was no coincidence that the azure serpent had come from much further upstream than the other 2 abominations. Ah, curse it. Sunny felt conflicted. On the one hand, he should be ecstatic about the fact that the harrowing butterfly was retreating. On the other hand, the ancient river serpent seemed much more dangerous now. The butterfly, meanwhile, was swiftly rising higher and higher. However, it didn't leave. Instead of disappearing into the distance, the great monster turned into a black dot once again and started to slowly circle the island from above. It looked like the creature was not giving up on the carcass of the black turtle, just recovering its strength and biding its time to make another attempt. The azure serpent threw one last hateful glance at it, and then dove into the water with an angry hiss. Soon the island shook slightly, hinting that the abomination was devouring more of the turtle's meat, perhaps to restore its power. The tumultuous water slowly calmed down. Left in the sudden silence, Sunny and Nephis stared at the vast expanse of the great river in exhaustion. After a while, he slowly exhaled. "I guess it seems we survived." She nodded slowly. "Yeah. I'll go find a deep pond." Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh? What was she talking about? A pond? Why? He looked at her in confusion, prompting Nephis to sigh. Why do you think we just took a bath in a river of blood? I want to wash myself, of course. Sonny tilted his head, only now realizing how nasty Nephis looked. Well, he was no better. A sly smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly feeling mischievous, Sonny asked, "Can I join?" She was already turning away. "No, go find your own pond if you want." He laughed. Wait, what if I drown? Those fissures are very deep, you know." Nephis scoffed. "If you do drown, maybe take the meat out of that storage memory first. It will be sad if it just disappears after everything we went through." Sonny watched her go. The silver anklets were singing a quiet melody as they bounced with each graceful step. Eventually, he shook his head in dejection. Does she only care about the meat? How heartless! Later that day, when the 7 sons had already plunged into the water, Sonny and Nephis were back in their makeshift camp at the bottom of the deep fissure. By now, it didn't look as desolate and barren as it had before. There was a fire pit assembled from the black rocks. The shadow chair and the covetous coffer, back to its usual size, were standing nearby. Neph's sleeping bag was laying on one side of the pit, while Sonny had gathered soft moss to serve as bedding on the other, using the overpriced saddle as a pillow. Imp was sprawled on the ground, still digesting the huge amount of tarnished silver he had devoured. Saint was standing guard above, and Nightmare was hiding in the shadows. Currently, the camp was illuminated by a softly glowing lantern, and a delicious fragrance of roasting meat was spreading through the air. Nephis was preparing a late supper over the coals. Not only that, but she had also gone all out for some reason, using an inventive mix of spices to thoroughly marinate the meat before placing it above the glowing embers. Both of them had washed the stench of blood off their bodies and were now preparing for sleep, feeling refreshed. Before that, however, they were going to finally satiate the gnawing hunger. In that moment, the lethally dangerous trip into the carcass of the black turtle they had undertaken seemed well worth it. Finally done, Nephis placed a generous chunk of meat on a plate and handed it to Sonny. In the last moment, though, she suddenly retracted her hand and hesitated. "Can you wait a moment?" Sonny felt warm and relaxed, so he didn't mind waiting. "Sure." He watched her across the glowing embers with peaceful idleness. Nephis seemed to be looking for something. A few moments later, she found a splinter of the synthetic fire brick they had used to light the fire and thrust it into the meat. Then she touched it with the tip of her finger, and a wisp of white flame ignited at the top of the small stick. Sonny received the strange dish with a confused look. What is this?" A faint smile appeared on Neph's face. "A candle." He hesitated for a few moments, then scratched the back of his head. "Why?" She leaned back and shrugged softly. "I'm not quite sure how many days it has been since the start of the nightmare, but the battle happened at the end of November, and we spent around a week in the desert, so it should be middle to late December now." Sonny frowned, and Nephis sighed and shook her head. "It means that it has to be winter solstice back in the real world. It's your birthday, Sonny." He stared at her in astonishment. Wait, she's right. Sonny had forgotten all about it. It was winter solstice, or at least close to it. Out there in the waking world, an army of sleepers was entering the dream realm for the first time. If Antarctica still stood, that is. It was also his birthday. He was turning 21. Huh. He tilted his head a little. 21, I didn't really think I'd make it so far. Good job, Sonny. He looked at the burning stick, not noticing the bright smile that appeared on his lips. Nephis leaned forward a little. If I were you, I would hurry up and make a wish.
Wish, wish, wish.
Hidden by shadows, Sonny's smile grew brittle and strained. There were a lot of things Sonny desperately wished for. However, the ominous words carved into a random piece of flotsam he had encountered by chance weighed heavily on his heart, so he held himself back and made a point of not wishing for anything. A pity, Sonny blew out the improvised candle and hungrily sunk his teeth into the juicy meat. The taste of it was indescribable. Ah, so delicious. Nephis had really outdone herself this time. To think that she could cook up something so tasty with so few ingredients, even the memories of the grotesque tunnel could not slow Sonny down. He attacked the roasted meat like a hungry wolf, annihilating it in no time. He still had to put some effort into chewing, but that only made the rich flavor and delightful texture last longer on his tongue. Some time later, both Sonny and Nephis were pleasantly satiated and sprawled on the ground, looking very much like Imp. Sonny was very much relaxed and sleepy, as well as in a great mood. Well, it was his birthday, after all. Surviving one more year was enough of a reason to celebrate, especially considering how many odious things he had lived through to get to today. Plus, the great monster's meat, which Nephis had marinated and roasted over the coals, was truly sublime. Come to think of it, she had silently assumed the role of the cohort cook from the moment they met on the forgotten shore. Whenever the cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. The cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. That was a strange talent of hers. Huh. Maybe I should hire her as chef when I open my restaurant. Sonny smiled. There was one thing slightly bothering him, though. A talent like this did not really fit her stern and knightly persona. How come Nephis knew how to cook, so splendidly at that? Sonny turned his head and looked at her. Hey, can I ask something? Why are you so good at cooking? Doesn't seem like something you would be passionate about. Of course, it didn't. Nephis was only passionate about one thing, and to such a startling degree that it left no room for any other passions. She remained silent for a few moments. Wilderness survival. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Huh, Nephis shrugged. Did you think that children from the legacy clans are only taught how to swing swords? You studied wilderness survival at the academy, so you must know how important survival skills are in the dream realm. Therefore, we learn to take care of ourselves in harsh conditions from childhood. Nutrition is an integral part of survival, and so it gets a lot of attention in the curriculum. She paused before adding, At least that's how it was for me. Each clan has its own way of teaching its heirs, of course. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Makes sense, I should have guessed myself. He smiled. So what you're saying is that you've been taking cooking classes since childhood? Hearing his words, Nephis frowned. Not cooking classes. I've been taught both theoretical and practical skills concerning proper nutrition. It was a series of very thorough and elevated courses. Sonny nodded a couple of times with a ponderous expression. All right. I'm convinced. You're hired? She stared at him in confusion. You're hired? What? Are you talking to your sword again? Sonny vigorously shook his head. No, I'm talking to you. Nephis remained silent for a while, then let out a long sigh. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're saying. He grinned. Don't worry, that makes two of us. With that, Sonny laughed and turned away. Anyway, good night, Neph. There was a moment of silence, and then she dismissed the memory lantern, plunging the deep fissure into darkness. Good night, Sonny. The carcass of an ancient behemoth floated on the currents of the great river, and two humans slept peacefully in a crack in its shell. Their lives slowly changed after the appearance of the dreadful butterfly, but, strangely, not by much. Both Sonny and Nephis spent their days pretty much as they had before. They trained together, ate together, and rested on the soft moss together. Sometimes, Neph would go off to practice swordsmanship on her own, while Sonny would study the estuary key or sit motionlessly for hours, observing the azure serpent. He could feel his technique slowly improving as the small imperfections left within its principles and application were tempered and refined. He could also feel his understanding of the great beast deepening bit by bit. Only the key of the estuary remained a complete mystery. By now, Sonny had a faint suspicion that its weave encompassed two separate patterns. One was hidden within the other, with its function aimed inside. The other was much more vast and complicated, with its function directed outside. Both were stunning, ingenious, and inseparably intertwined. He had no idea what either of the patterns was supposed to do, though. Troublesome when the tapestry of black strings started to blur in front of his tired eyes, Sonny would turn his attention back to the azure serpent. The frenzied creature was not having a great time. It continued to devour the flesh of the black turtle day after day, waiting patiently for the opportunity to consume Sonny and Nephis. But now it had to contend with the monstrous butterfly, which was a harrowing adversary. The butterfly descended from the sky on the 3rd day after their first battle, and then again on the 6th. Both times, the two great abominations fought to a bloody draw, and the winged horror chose to retreat. Nephis hid in the fissure while the creatures were battling, but Sonny secretly stalked them from the shadows. Extending his shadow sense deep into the water, he followed the azure serpent as it furiously fought against the great monster. Watching someone fight with their life on the line was the best way to truly get to know them, after all. Just these two battles pushed Sonny's understanding of the mad Leviathan further than days of peaceful observation. The azure serpent was proud and powerful and absolutely insane. Its madness was even more terrifying than the sinister frenzy consuming the minds of all nightmare creatures. It was also insidiously cunning and exceedingly lethal, possessing a frightening combat acumen that must have been honed by experiencing thousands of perilous battles. This was why the great river serpent managed to send the more powerful creature retreating 3 times in a row. On the 7th day after their first battle, however, a new change shook the dark island. This time, Nephis was the first to notice the anomaly. Sonny and she were resting after an exhausting spar. He was meditating with his eyes closed, while she was leaning her back on him, still catching her breath. He sensed a sudden tensing of her muscles, and then the warm pressure was gone. Opening his eyes, Sonny glanced at Nephis and noticed that she was looking intently into the distance, where the endlessly flowing waters of the great river were sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. The azure serpent was nowhere in sight, and the island was not trembling, which meant that it was circling the stone shell of the black turtle. The monstrous butterfly was a small black dot in the sky. What had caught her attention, then? "What is it?" Nephis lingered for a few moments, then pointed at a distant patch of water downstream of them. "There, can you see it?" Following her gaze, Sonny studied the currents. After a while, a scowl appeared on his face, too. "I can, but what are we looking at?" There, still far away from the dark island, a span of the great river seemed different from the rest of its vast expanse. From their position, it was no larger than a coin, which meant that the strange anomaly was thousands of meters wide. It did not seem too threatening. The water surface was simply a bit rough there, as if rippling under a strong gale. The problem was that such a gale would probably affect a larger area, not just a relatively small and strangely distinct patch of water. A much bigger problem was that this patch seemed to be moving purposefully in their direction. Sonny wasn't sure at first, but after observing the river for a dozen seconds, he grew certain that it was no mere coincidence. In these dozen seconds, the rough patch had already drawn visibly closer. His face darkened. "It has to be another abomination," Nephis slowly nodded. "I think so, too." For a few moments, both of them remained silent. It was only logical that a new nightmare creature would appear sooner or later. They had already met 3, each of them harrowing in its own way. The arrival of the dark butterfly had also proven that the scent of Black Turtle's blood was like a lure for hungry abominations. All they could do was wait and see if the approaching horror was of the kind that could climb onto the shell or not. That was not the reason why Sonny felt somber, though. Rather, the appearance of the 4th threat had forced him to face an eventuality that seemed more and more like the truth. That truth was that they would not be able to use the carcass of the Black Turtle as a ship to safely reach civilization, after all, no matter how much they had hoped that they would. It had seemed possible when there was only the azure serpent circling the island. The arrival of the dark butterfly made it questionable. The appearance of the third contender was like a nail in the coffin of Sonny's hope. If there were 3, there would be 4, 5, and more. Sooner or later, one of the abominations would crawl onto the shell, discover the 2 humans, and devour them. The corner of his mouth twitched. But what can we do? They couldn't escape by water since it was populated by unthinkable horrors. They couldn't escape by air either, since it was just as dangerous, even though the carcass of the black turtle was slowly starting to seem more and more like a death trap. There was no way out. He sighed. Let's just enjoy the show for now. If I know anything about the old snake, it won't let the newcomer get close without a fight. And indeed, no sooner than he said it, the crimson water foamed and a gargantuan head of the great river serpent rose above its surface. This time, the creature's long snout was turned away from the island facing downstream. The mad beast was watching the patch of rough water, too. What do you think it will be, hearing the question? Nephis lingered for a moment. I don't know. It seems enormous, so a whale? A cachalot? A giant squid, maybe? Sonny shook his head. I bet it'll be something entirely eerie like that crawling mass of seaweed, bones, and rotten flesh that Cassie told us about on the forgotten shore. He paused for a moment, and then added doubtfully, Also, what's a cachalot? Nephis let out a quiet sigh. It's like a whale, but with teeth. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Did whales not have teeth? He knew what a whale was in theory, but not the details. They were all extinct anyway. Probably. Who knew what was happening in the oceans? The 2 of them watched tensely as the patch of rough water drew nearer and nearer, revealing its true size. It was indeed several kilometers wide and much more tumultuous than it had seemed from afar. The water inside the patch seemed to be boiling, which looked rather strange considering that the river around it was as calm as ever. A minute later, the azure serpent let out an angry roar, and at the same moment, Sonny slowly rose to his feet. Curse it. The water was not really boiling, and there was no titanic behemoth moving under its surface to cause the ripples. Instead, there were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of small creatures moving forward at a terrifying speed, coming closer and closer to the island. It had taken him so long to notice because their insect-like bodies were almost entirely translucent. Each was as long as his arm, with countless thin legs, beady black eyes, and long, disgusting mouths that were full of vicious, glass-like teeth. Standing by his side, Nephis whispered. Krill's Sonny shifted his perception and shivered after noticing the vile darkness spreading through the bodies of the repulsive creatures, each of them. It was not another great behemoth that had been attracted by the scent of the black turtle's blood. Instead, it was a swarm of thousands and thousands of abhorrent, corrupted beasts. Chapter 1270, Pinnacle of Strength, even after living through the horrors of the Southern Campaign and witnessing the chilling resolution of the Battle of the Black Skull, Sonny still paled at the sight of the enormous swarm of corrupted beasts. There were too many of them to count, but there had to be tens of thousands of translucent crustaceans advancing toward the island. Even Nephis seemed taken aback, a rare sight, and not a welcome one. She instinctively outstretched a hand, as if summoning a sword could save them from the plague of corrupted abominations. It's all right. Her voice was even, but lacked confidence. Sonny forced out a faint smile. How exactly is this all right? Nephis lingered for a moment. These creatures don't seem capable of leaving the water. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, the abominable krill were probably incapable of crawling onto the island and devouring them. However, they were more than capable of devouring the azure serpent, and with the old snake gone, nothing would prevent the dark butterfly from landing on the shell of the slain great monster. That's right, you are going to die. He flinched and glared at the Sin of Solace, who had appeared out of nowhere and looked at him with dark glee. The sword wraith laughed and then whispered, Better yet, you're going to watch Nephis die. Isn't it poetic? Sonny tried to ignore the vile apparition, but this time it was much harder than usual. With the words of the sin of Solace still echoing in his ears, he forced himself to look away and stare at the river. Below them, the azure serpent lowered its head, stubbornly huffed, and suddenly shot toward the krill swarm with tremendous speed. The water parted and foamed where it passed. Sonny couldn't see the great beast's eyes, but he knew that they were filled with bloodlust and fury. That snake did not know when to retreat. Or rather, it never wanted to. Its lust for slaughter and destruction seemed much greater than its desire to exist. It's admirable, really. What an earnest beast. It took a special kind of lunatic to make a vice into a perverse virtue. The azure serpent's extreme bloodlust had made it into a much more fearsome existence than it should have been. But how was it going to fight tens of thousands of corrupted abominations? No matter how large its maw was and how sharp its fangs were, the serpent could only crush that many krill in its jaws, a dozen at a time, a few dozen, even 100. It was not going to make a difference. For every bite it took, 1,000 corrupted creatures were going to sink their teeth into the great beast's flesh. Even though there was a vast gap between the two ranks, it was not as insurmountable as that between the two masters and the azure serpent. It would have been different if the mad beast possessed unnatural powers, but it only possessed inconceivable physical might. Not all enemies, however, could be destroyed with pure strength. And yet, Sonny couldn't help but root for the great river serpent. Come on, old snake, do something. The swift figure of the azure leviathan was closing in on the rushing krill swarm, moments away from clashing with it. It seemed like a suicidal charge. It had to be, and yet it was not. A second, before the azure serpent plunged into the mass of translucent krill, it dove down. In the next moment, Sonny and Nephis swayed, pushed back by the shock wave of a demented, enraged roar. Even distorted by the mass of water, it was still loud enough to make their ears ring and their bones vibrate. The krill, however, since they had been much closer to the source of the roar, the shock wave spread through the swarm like a battering ram. Sonny's eyes widened when he noticed numerous translucent bodies suddenly convulsing and losing their speed. The swarming abominations were stunned. Some of them, those who had been closer to the azure serpent, were paralyzed completely, while those that had been further away were at least disoriented. Sonny concentrated and extended his shadow sense as far as he could, and then a little further still. He just barely managed to sense the massive shape of the great beast flying through the restless water. That was why he sensed the mighty muscles of the serpent moving, his long body contracting like a bow. Then its tail shot forward like a whip, and a sudden explosion sent countless tons of water rushing outward in a crushing wave. The sonic boom was even louder than the mad beast's enraged roar, and the force produced by it not only stunned the krill, but also tore many of them apart. Many more were completely obliterated by the tail of the azure serpent, but incomparably more were already rushing from all sides, aiming to bite into its massive body. The giant jaws opened and snapped, grinding 100 krill into dust. It was like a drop in the ocean. Then the serpent did something strange. It suddenly spun as if trying to turn its long snout into a drill. Sonny did not see how this could help the great beast against the swarm of corrupted abominations, but in the next moment he opened his eyes wide. Following the spinning motion of the Leviathan, the waters of the great river were stirred, forming a long whirlpool along the length of its colossal body. That underwater whirlpool was like liquid armor, the current powerful enough to repel the attacking krill. The azure serpent's jaws opened again, and another roar shook the world. When they closed, numerous translucent abominations died. The battle was too furious, too grand, too inconceivable. Standing on the shell of the dead behemoth, Sonny and Nephis watched in silence as a lone great beast resisted myriads of corrupted creatures. Looking at the foaming water, they couldn't help but feel small and weak and insignificant. Unnatural powers. Humans were bestowed with aspect abilities despite being mere beasts, but nightmare creatures were different. Only devils possessed dire powers similar to those of an aspect. The azure serpent was not a devil and did not possess a sinister ability. However, it was not powerless instead of relying on an unnatural power. It relied on its terrifying body, absolute control over it, and a deep understanding of its natural domain to make the river itself a power. Sunny had been wrong. The azure serpent did possess a weapon to use against an enemy that could not be crushed through pure strength. That weapon was its mastery of water. This is it? I see now. I understand. He had spent countless hours trying to comprehend the azure serpent, but always felt that a crucial piece of the puzzle was missing, a fundamental truth that was at the root of all other insights and without which they were meaningless. Now, Sunny finally felt that he had found the thread which had to be pulled to unravel the mystery. Below them, the ancient Leviathan was fighting against a harrowing swarm of abominable krill. The battle had only just begun, and there was no saying which side would win and which side would be destroyed. The azure serpent possessed a dire weapon. But was that weapon enough to survive the onslaught of tens of thousands of corrupted beasts? One way or the other, they were going to know soon. Chapter 1271. The Krill. The battle between the azure serpent and the krill swarm did not last long, but it was the most terrifying event Sunny had seen since entering the third nightmare. The great beast completely lost its mind as it fought the legion of vile abominations. Stirred by its fury, the water seethed and roiled, sometimes exploding into colossal fountains of scarlet foam, sometimes rising in titanic waves. The magnitude of these undulations was so severe that the whole island rocked and swayed like a ship caught in the middle of a world-ending storm. The cacophony of wrathful roars and thunderous sonic booms merged into a deafening litany, to the point that both Sunny and Nephis were forced to plug their ears. Thousands of attacking krill were destroyed, but the swarm did not seem diminished at all. Instead, no matter how furiously the azure serpent fought, more and more abominations were lunging at it, their thin legs moving in gluttonous anticipation. At first, the water armor the Leviathan had created protected its prodigious body, but eventually it failed. One krill struggled past the repelling current of the whirlpool, then two, then 100. Their teeth scraped powerlessly against the impenetrable azure scales. However, after suffering through 3 dire battles with the dark butterfly, the azure serpent was battered and littered with wounds. Its body had already been covered by countless scars before, and now there were numerous new ones. Some scales were broken, some cracked, and some were missing entirely. It was only a matter of time before one of the krill managed to draw blood, then 2, then 100. Even though their size was minuscule in comparison to the great river serpent, they were corrupted abominations nevertheless, and their painful bites added up. The pain did not slow the azure serpent down, though. Instead, it became even more enraged, even more deranged, even more frenzied. The battle, which had already been frightening to look at, suddenly exploded in intensity, reaching a realm that went beyond fear, standing on the swaying shell of the black turtle. Sunny and Nephis watched the boiling river with pale faces. Before Sunny knew what was happening, he found himself holding Neph's hand. He did not know which one of them grasped the other's hand first, but felt that this simple touch was his only lifeline in a world that had lost all reason. He also did not know how much time had passed. All Sunny knew was that the battle was changing. The azure serpent did not manage to destroy the krill swarm. However, the swarm had also failed to consume the serpent. But their goal was not the mad Leviathan in the first place. The serpent was rampaging in the waters infested by the krill, but the swarm was simply too vast. Thousands of abominations at its edges simply rushed past the great beast and continued toward the carcass of the black turtle, their translucent bodies turning crimson as they dove into the cloudy red water. Noticing that, the azure serpent let out an infuriated roar, but there was little it could do. The main mass of the swarm surrounded it like a cage, and no matter how forcefully it slammed into its shifting barrier, it couldn't break free. Suddenly, Sunny felt a purifying warmth enter his body and soul. Looking down, he saw a soft glow rising from his skin and glanced at Nephis with a silent question. Her lips seemed dry. Bow. I think you should summon your bow. He lingered for a moment, and then his eyes glinted darkly. Sparks of light ignited around his hand and formed into a black bow with a scarlet string. Then an arrow that was like a bolt of lightning appeared out of nothing. Drawing Morgan's warbow, Sonny aimed at the seething mass of the approaching krill and let the strike of thunder loose. The lightning flashed toward the crimson water and exploded, sending arcs of electricity flying across the surface of the river. The monstrous krill were about the length of Sonny's arm, with carapaces so thin that they appeared transparent. Still, they were corrupted beasts, so their shells were tough enough to resist a direct hit from a railgun, and their teeth were sharp enough to tear through armored MWPs as if they were made from paper. But Sonny and his bow were augmented both by the shadows and the soul flame, granting his arrow tremendous power. Which was why he soon heard a familiar voice whispering into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted beast, river locust. Your shadow grows stronger. You have slain a corrupted beast, river locust. Your shadow grows stronger," without stopping to listen to the spell. Sonny sensed a flood of shadow fragments pouring into his soul and drew the string of the warbow again. He did not hope to stop the advance of the krill swarm, and neither did he hope to help the azure serpent prevail. Even if Sonny killed 100 abominations, he wouldn't be putting a tiny dent in the swarm. Rather, what he was doing was pure opportunism. Nephis needed to burn the enemy with her flames or consume the soul shard like a normal awakened to receive fragments. But Sonny just needed a kill, so he could just as well use the opportunity to strengthen himself. Sonny managed to fire off a few soul arrows and the strike of thunder once more before the krill reached the black turtle, reaping a rich harvest of lives. Then, however, it became too dangerous to remain near the edge of the island. Even though the revolting creatures could not crawl out of the water, they showed themselves capable of jumping out of it with enough force to propel their translucent bodies through the air. After one of the krill landed a mere dozen or so meters away from them and scurried forward before being pierced by a black arrow, Sonny and Nephis decided to retreat below them. Thousands of corrupted beasts were fruitlessly trying to bite into the impregnable black scales of the dead behemoth. Some, however, were already swimming into the gaping wound under its flipper. Further away, the azure serpent finally managed to break the cage of the greatly diminished swarm and shot through the water in pursuit. It looked terribly mangled, bleeding from 1,000 tiny bites. Some of the krill even seemed to have burrowed into the open wounds, just like the serpent itself had burrowed into the body of the black turtle before. Despite that, the great beast seemed just as murderous and consumed by madness as ever. The old snake did it. It actually won. Even though many krill had managed to reach the carcass and swim inside, the swarm was undeniably broken. The azure serpent and the 2 humans it was hunting were going to live another day. Chapter 1272, Paradise Lost. That night the island was quaking without pause. Sonny and Nephis hid in their fissure, not daring to close their eyes, even though a mass of impregnable black rock separated them from the flesh of the black turtle. It was unnerving to know that thousands of corrupted beasts were currently slithering somewhere below them, shredding the meat of the great monster with their terrible glass-like teeth. The azure serpent was also there, hunting down the invaders. Although they couldn't hear its roars, the violent vibrations spreading through the island told them what was going on. Sonny looked away from the shimmering runes, somewhat startled at how easily he had earned a large amount of shadow fragments. After another violent tremor had shaken the island, he finally closed his eyes. However, it was not to sleep. Instead, Sonny tried to convince himself that he was the azure serpent. He was crawling through the grotesque tunnel of bleeding flesh, which he himself had created to kill the hateful carapace monster, furiously hunting the vile creatures who dared to steal his trophy. His long, mighty body was burning from pain, but Sonny did not care. All he cared about was slaughter, blood, and retribution. Noticing a tiny, warm gnawing on the wall of the tunnel, he let out a terrifying growl and shot forward, destroying the vermin and tearing a large chunk of meat out of the wall with his powerful jaws. But behind it, more vermin were revealed, stolen meat digesting in their transparent stomachs. With madness painting the cloudy world red, Sunny roared and slammed into them with obliterating fury. Is this the feeling? Am I on the right path? Opening his eyes, he stared into the darkness with an absent expression. Then he looked at Nephis. Sometime later, Sunny said, I feel like our chances of making it off this island alive are dwindling. She remained silent for a while. So, what if they are? White flames ignited in her eyes, illuminating them with a pale radiance. Has it been any different before? Hearing that, Sunny chuckled. True, we never had it easy. He studied her face, then turned to look at the sin of Solace and sighed. Still, I hope that this nightmare will be better than my second one. Oh, it's not much of a competition. I must have died 1,000 times there, even though I only remember a handful of those deaths. The third nightmare surely can't turn out any worse than that. Nephis turned and looked at him, then smiled faintly. Of course, in the worst case. Well, just die once. That's nothing, right? As the dark island shook and quaked around them, Sunny grinned. Dying once child's play gods. Anyone can do it. You're right, I was worried about nothing. As they laughed quietly, the sin of Solace smiled too. His smile was bright and full of sinister amusement. The next day, after the attack of the krill swarm, the butterfly descended from the skies again, and 2 days after that, another flying abomination appeared silently in the darkness of the night. Neither Sunny nor Nephis saw it, but in the morning, the surface of the island was awash with black, fetid blood. It seemed that it was the butterfly that had battled the late contender this time, ripping it to shreds before it had the chance to approach the remains of the black turtle. It must have taken an injury in that battle because the azure serpent received more days than usual to recover from its dire wounds. Then, as they drifted further downstream, a second krill swarm attacked, this one even larger than the first. The battle between the mad leviathan and the vast river locust swarm lasted for an entire day, and its result was pretty much the same. Thousands of translucent abominations slithered into the carcass of the black turtle, and the battered serpent followed to hunt them down. However, what met it inside was another great beast, a vile creature made of numerous tentacles and spongy pale flesh that had snuck to feast on the insides of the turtle while the river serpent had been fighting the krill. Sunny and Nephis knew how it looked, because the azure serpent brought its revolting body outside and rose high above the water before swallowing the corpse whole. That was how they learned why a powerful earthquake had suddenly thrown the world into spasms and convulsions before. On that day, to their horror, they discovered a deep crack snaking its way through the surface of the black turtle's shell. It was not too large, but the fact that the stone carapace of the dead monster had been broken from the inside was indescribably concerning. Next morning, Nephis went to the edge of the island instead of practicing with Sunny as they usually did, and spent several hours staring at the water. Then she brought back disturbing news. The carcass of the black turtle was higher than it had been before. The parts of it that had been hidden under water were now dry and exposed. This meant that a considerable amount of the dead behemoth's flesh had already been devoured by the azure serpent, the marauding krill, and the pale thief, thus reducing its weight and increasing its buoyancy. It was also the reason why the swaying and the shaking of the island had grown much more severe lately. The carapace of the black turtle was deteriorating and cracking under the strain of harrowing battles raging around and inside of it, and at the same time, it was being gradually hollowed out by the nightmare creatures of the great river. Their titanic shelter was slowly coming undone under them. Worse yet, in the coming days, the number of abominations arriving to feast on the corpse of the titanic monster only increased. There were more krill, more dwellers of the deep, and more winged horrors being lured to it by the scent of blood. It was a carnival of horror. The azure serpent and the dark butterfly were like champions among them, slaying all invaders and occasionally clashing with each other. But that only made the situation worse. Now the dreadful inhabitants of the great river were attracted not only by the blood of the black turtle, but also by the blood of unfortunate abominations that had been slain in their attempt to feast on the turtle's meat. This can't go on much longer. It just can't. Both Sunny and Nephis knew that doom was swiftly approaching. However, there was nothing they could do. No matter how much they hoped and how diligently they watched the horizon, there was no sign of anything that could save them. There was no land and no ships anywhere in sight. There was not even a piece of flotsam drifting on the waves. Only a vast, deep, and endlessly flowing expanse of water that shone under the dreamlike radiance of the 7 beautiful suns. Chapter 1273 Collapse. Sunny Wake Up. Sunny opened his eyes and tensed, sensing the world through the shadows. He couldn't feel any danger, but there was urgency in Neph's voice. Something was wrong. As his mind entered a state of battle readiness, he pushed himself off the ground and briefly studied the fissure. It was still night, so everything was enveloped in deep darkness. That darkness, of course, could not hinder his sight. Sunny saw every detail of their small camp and of the weathered walls of black rock surrounding it. Everything seemed fine. Saint, who was guarding them from high above, was also calm. He turned to Nephis and asked, "What is going on?" She pressed a finger against her lips and whispered, "There was a sound." The next moment he heard it too. A dull, echoing crackle that came from somewhere below, spreading through the rock in a subtle vibration, like a stone breaking. He frowned. What is this? Sunny and Nephis froze, listening to the eerie sounds coming from within the carapace of the black turtle. They had not dared to venture there after salvaging the meat. The shell had been hollowed out, but they didn't know by how much. And even though they had heard the sounds of nightmare creatures inside the carcass of the great monster from time to time, this crackling was entirely new. A small whirlwind of sparks appeared in the air, manifesting into a softly glowing paper lantern. Placing it on the lid of the covetous coffer, Nephis lowered her head and pressed her ear to the ground. There was another cracking sound, and she suddenly flinched. At the same time, Sunny's pupils narrowed as he noticed something that was out of place in their fissure. A small, thin crack appeared on the floor of the ravine. Just as Neph flinched, it suddenly grew, spreading through the black rock in both directions. Then it climbed a few meters up the wall, and when the cracking noise disappeared, a small piece of rock splintered and tumbled down. Neph's face suddenly grew pale. "I think it's going to Brea." Before she could finish, there was another sound, this one so loud that it was almost deafening. Sunny felt the ground suddenly shift under him, and then the entire island shook violently. Its breaking before he even knew what was happening. Sunny jumped. As Nephis and he soared into the air, the floor of the fissure below them suddenly split and collapsed, revealing a vast cavern of darkness and crimson flesh below. Their small camp was instantly swallowed. Except for the memories like the coffer that were dismissed and disappeared in a whirlwind of sparks. Everything else, the fire pit, the sleeping bag, the bed made of soft moss, and the rest of it fell into the darkness in a rain of stone shards. But the collapse was not over yet. As Sunny collided against the vertical wall of the fissure and grabbed onto the rocks, the walls tilted too. A horrible stench of blood entered his nostrils, and he saw the small crack he had noticed before expanding. Countless new ones appeared as well, and the entire ravine suddenly moved. God damn it! Struggling to outrun the disaster, Sunny pushed himself off the wall and jumped higher. He was aiming to repeat the process and send himself to the surface with the next jump. But the spot that he was aiming for suddenly broke off and plummeted down in an avalanche of stone. Cursing, Sunny manifested the shadows to create a foothold instead. A split second later, he flew out of the fissure, rolled on the ground, then dashed back to its edge and grabbed Neph's hand, helping her climb out. As soon as they rolled away in a heap, the entire edge split off and crumbled down. A panicked thought that the entire island was falling apart entered Sunny's mind. However, the devastation was not as absolute. As the two of them watched, the landscape of the black turtle shell was changing. It seemed that the schism originated from the location below the central region where their camp had been located. Wide cracks spread through the black stone, and a wide surface either crumbled entirely or at least sank, forming deep craters. The rest of the island was affected, too, but to a smaller degree. It was just a chain reaction that forced the ground to tilt and slide into the water by a few meters. Nevertheless, their shelter was still afloat. Sonny belatedly realized that he was practically laying on Nephis. Their limbs were entangled, and both of them were covered in stone dust. Struggling to breathe, he slowly pushed himself away and stood up. A couple moments later, she followed, standing dazedly above the newly formed pit. Sonny and Nephis looked down with bleak faces. Their camp, where they had spent so many peaceful nights, was gone. Much worse, the dark island was showing signs of breaking apart. It was just a part of the central region today, but there would be more collapses in the future. Eventually, the entire shell would crumble, leaving them stranded and lost in the sea of deadly abominations. After almost a month of peace, they finally reached a true crisis. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Eventually, he broke the silence. "We need to get off this island." Nephis lingered for a moment. Yes, but how? Sonny looked away with a dark expression. He didn't know. It was not as if they had not been preparing for this inevitable situation. They had tried to come up with a feasible plan dozens of times. However, there was no such plan to come up with. The azure serpent was still waiting for them in the water, and the dark butterfly was still ruling over the sky. Worse than that, many more abominations were prowling the surrounding waters, including the harrowing swarms of krill. If the island sank, they were going to die. If it didn't sink, the azure serpent would eventually be killed, and they would be devoured by either the monstrous butterfly or some other great nightmare creature. There seemed to be no escape. Staring into the pit filled with stone rubble, Sonny sighed. Now, it finally feels like a real nightmare. A sad smile appeared on his pale face. Chapter 1-74, Time of Truth. The 7 suns were shining in the azure sky. Sonny was sitting close to the slope of the island, staring fixedly at the flowing water. His eyes were dark and tired. With the temporary camp destroyed, he felt strangely homeless. Much worse, neither he nor Nephis had managed to come up with a viable solution for their fatal problem. They had considered many things. Every memory in their possession had been studied and examined, but none of them, nor any combination of them, revealed a way out of the perilous situation. The best they could hope for was prolonging their stay on the carapace of the black turtle somewhat. They could use the dark shaper to try and repair the cracks in the stone shell. There were other unreliable measures as well, but that would just buy them a few more days at most. There were other memories that they could use to try to escape. But attempting escape was tantamount to suicide. The great nightmare creatures guarding both the water and the sky were not something they could outrun. Then there were Sonny's shadows. He had once thought that Saint was their best hope of slaying the azure serpent. However, after witnessing the mad beast in battle, he didn't think that the taciturn knight could achieve such a feat anymore. Not only because she could not enter the water, but also because his plan to augment her with both the shadows and the white flames had been crushed. Saint could not receive the blessing of the fire, or rather, she could not reap its full benefits. The augmentation had worked perfectly fine in his basement before the Southern campaign, but Saint underwent a fundamental transformation after that. She was now a devil whose body and soul were infused with elemental darkness. And while true darkness somehow worked in tandem with Sonny's shadows, it refused to accept Neph's light. Saint could either use one or the other. In any case, the result was not nearly as powerful as Sonny had imagined it to be. They could bestow the power of shadow flame on his other transcendent devil, though, sadly, Imp was not nearly as formidable of a warrior as Saint. On top of that, the little bastard was in a coma, or a food coma at least. The scrawny goblin had finally stopped devouring the tarnished silver and fell into a deep slumber. Sonny had a hunch that after the great mass of mystical metal was fully digested, his gluttonous fiend would grow much stronger, but there was no telling how long it would take, so he sent Imp into the nurturing black flames of his soul to complete the evolution in peace. In any case, Imp was of no help for now. The same went for Nightmare. The tenebrous steed had loyally guarded their dreams and subjugated a good number of them, but he was still an awakened terror. Even if the black stallion managed to unlock his terror ability, he was no match for a great beast, let alone a great monster like the dark butterfly. So Sunny and Nephs had no tools that could help them escape from the shell of the black turtle, which was why Sunny was sitting on the cold stones and staring aimlessly at the water. The water was much less cloudy than it had been before. The vivid red color had receded, turning pale pink. The black turtle only had so much blood, after all, and by now most of it had dissolved in the endless current of the great river. As he looked, the water suddenly foamed, and a giant serpentine head rose from its depths. A familiar gaze pierced him, brimming with hatred and madness. The azure serpent did not look too good. Just like the carcass of the black turtle, which had once seemed grand and indestructible, was now pitiful and hollow. The great beast was in a dire state. One of its cloudy eyes was gone, replaced by a bloody hole. Half of the terrifying fangs in its obliterating maw were either cracked or broken. Whole chunks of flesh were missing from its long neck, revealing red meat and white bone. And yet the azure serpent was undeterred. It was just the same. Its fury was the same, its hunger was the same, and its mad determination to kill the two humans was the same. The great beast stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared at the great beast. "Aren't you a persistent one?" His voice sounded grim and hoarse. Sunny remained silent for a while, then suddenly spat. "But what do you even know? Do you think you're so special? I know fury, too. I know hunger, too. I know madness, too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me, too." A dark smile appeared on his face. "Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am lost from light, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me." He shivered slightly, then sighed. "Ah, but it's too late now. What a pity." Standing behind him, the sin of Solace laughed with disdain. "Wow. What a speech! What are you? An eighth grader ignoring the apparition?" Sunny looked away and stood up. There was only one way to leave the island. He had known it for a long time, but felt reluctant to admit it. However, there was no time to lie to himself anymore. Now it was the time for the truth, no matter how hideous and terrifying it was. Walking through the crumbling landscape of the dark island, Sunny found Nephis. Despite everything, she was still practicing with her sword. The lethal blade and its master were both beautiful. The world of the great river was lethal and beautiful too. Sensing his approach, Nephis stopped and glanced at him with a composed expression. Sunny took a deep breath before coming to stand next to her, looking into her eyes. "I have something to say." She nodded slowly. "What is it?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her his hand. "Give me your flame, all of it." Nephis frowned slightly, a hint of concern appearing in her striking gray eyes. Why? He looked at her silently for a while, thinking. Sunny had told the old snake that ruin followed wherever he went. But really, he was the one following ruin around most of the time. The two of them followed each other, unable to separate. Just like a shadow and a star casting, it could not be separated. They were quite a pitiful pair. Eventually, he steeled his resolve. "Because I'm going to kill the Azure Serpent, Chapter 1275, Last Resort." Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Everything that needed to be done had already been done. Granted, there was not much to these preparations. Sunny and Nephis were in a desperate situation, and they could only escape it by resorting to desperate means. This was going to be it. They were either going to live or die. Sunny looked at the weathered surface of the black turtle's shell as they walked to the shore. The black rock, the green moss, the deep fissures with murky water glistening in some of them. He had spent the first month of the nightmare here. It was a harrowing place, or rather, it was supposed to be harrowing, but, strangely, all he could remember about the dark island were happy memories. Training with Nephis until sweat covered their bodies, and a pleasant fatigue settled in their muscles. Laying on the moss and staring at the dreamlike sky, unbothered by the movements of the world, eating delicious meals and drinking cool, sweet water, bathing in the warmth of a campfire as they talked to each other, surrounded by darkness. All of that was coming to an end. It already had. He was reluctant to let go of this harrowing paradise, but there was no other choice. Maybe I truly am. Mad Sunny had entered the nightmare utterly crushed. From Falcon Scott to the Battle of the Black Skull, he had tasted nothing but bitter failure. He had wished to be strong. He had made this wish come true, only to find out that it was of no use in the end. As if to mock him, fate had obliterated everything. However, somehow he had truly been content on the Dark Island. Sailing through a river of unholy blood on the corpse of a dreadful monster, being pulled into the past by the current, he had been happy on that journey, and happier still to share it with someone he was fond of so much. He had been having fun in the depths of a nightmare. So what if, mad? He would need madness to survive today. The three of them, Sunny and Nephis and Saint, reached the slope of the island. Below them, the great river was flowing endlessly bleak because of the encroaching night. The darkest hour, the brief time after the suns, had already plunged into the river, but before the vast expanse of clear water started to glow with soft radiance, was swiftly approaching. Sunny took a deep breath. Calm down. You've prepared for this. You've been preparing this whole time. Indeed, Sunny had not spent the whole month simply relaxing and spending idle time with Nephis. He had always known that this unexpected respite was not meant to last, and so he had been studying the azure serpent. By now, Sunny knew the mad beast much better than he knew most people. He had learned everything about it, how the serpent fought, how the serpent thought, what emotions guided it, what dark passion burned in its vile, corrupted soul. He also learned how the creature's colossal body moved and worked, down to the smallest detail, as well as how the great river serpent commanded water to turn it into a weapon. In that regard, Sunny's experience fighting side by side with the scions of the House of Night had been of great help. After coming to learn all these things, Sunny knew for a fact that he would never be able to defeat the azure serpent in a battle, but that was if the azure serpent was healthy and whole. It was not anymore. The great beast had been ravaged by the battles with the dark butterfly, the harrowing assaults of the krill swarms, and the insidious attacks of the marauding abominations. Its flesh was shredded and frayed, its strength was exhausted, and its mind was clouded by rampant madness. So maybe, just maybe, Sunny stood a chance of emerging victorious from the fight. If he won, they would have to leave the Dark Island immediately and never look back. Otherwise, the monstrous butterfly was going to descend from the dark sky, notice them, and devour them. If he lost, he would die. At least he would die first, turning the words the sin of Solace had whispered once into a lie, "I'm ready." With a sigh, Sunny turned to Nephis and offered her a faint smile. He lingered for a few moments, then said evenly, "The next one is on you." She nodded seriously, completely missing the humorous undertone. "Of course." Sunny shook his head, then took her hand, transferring the essence pearl from his soul into hers. "I was joking, you know." Nephis lingered for a moment. Suddenly she gripped his hand tighter and looked him straight in the eyes. "I wasn't." He held her gaze for several long, poignant seconds before freeing his hand with a sigh. Then Sunny glanced at Saint. "You know what to do?" The graceful knight raised her bow with indifferent grace. She had to play an important part in the battle, too. Nephis might not have been able to augment her with the white flames, but Saint had been wearing the stifled scream for an entire month. Better yet, just as Sunny had thought, sailing on the great river had a strange effect on the transcendent charm. By now, the enhancement it gifted to the taciturn shadow was much greater than it was supposed to be. Even without the augmentation of the shadow flame, she was frighteningly powerful. Finally, Sunny looked back at Nephis. "Do it." He felt the purifying warmth flowing into his body and soul, strengthening both. At the same time, all 5 of his shadows wrapped themselves around him. In an instant, Sonny felt strong enough to crush the black rocks with his bare fists and shake the entire world with his steps. Turning to the great river, he took a deep breath and whispered, "Lost from light. Remember, this is your name." Then he opened the gate of the shadow lantern and allowed a flood of shadows to flow out of it, drowning the slopes of the island. They flowed down like an avalanche of darkness, eventually touching the water. Sonny closed his eyes and dissolved into the shadows. In the next moment, the shadows moved, and something tore free from their dark embrace. A giant serpent with scales as black as onyx manifested itself from the darkness and dove into the water with a deafening roar. Chapter 1276, Dance of Monsters. Sonny was ready for battle. Now, he wasn't Sonny anymore. He was a mighty serpent, clad in an armor of onyx scales with fangs as sharp as diamonds and enough fury to incinerate the world. But that was not enough. Following his wrathful roar, the shell hiding below his scales turned into the adamantine mantle. A fearsome obsidian armor encased his flexible body, light as a feather and crafted so intricately as not to restrict his movement in any way. The water exploded into the air when he dove into the depths that belonged to him and him alone. Old snake! The call escaped his monstrous maw, turned into a senseless roar. What he had done was simple, but also indescribably hard. He had dove deeper into shadow dance than ever before, mirroring both the mind and the physique of a nightmare creature. He had not been sure that it would be possible until the last moment, but his meticulous preparation paid off. It was do or die, nothing less. He had spent countless hours observing the azure serpent and learning everything there was to learn about it. Then he dissolved into the shadows and manifested himself back into a tangible form. Finally, he summoned the dead shadow of the black turtle, which he had lured into the lantern to form a mighty shell around his fragile incarnation. But, for the first time, the shape of his shell was not that of the shadow fiend. Instead, it was the shape of a monstrous river serpent, the shape of the mad beast whom he feared, admired, and wanted to kill. Of course, this shadow shell could not compare to the real thing. He was only an ascended after all, while the azure serpent was a great beast. It was weaker, less resilient, and smaller. Maybe a quarter of the size of the actual abomination. However, it was suffused with the power of both shadows and soul flame, granting it power well beyond the limits of what an ascended could possess. It was also protected by the mantle and made to reign the depths, only there was another challenging. His reign, a maddening fury, consumed his mind, and he shot forward through the water like a black spear. He could feel it, the scent of blood spilling from the mangled body of the older, stronger beast. So what if it was older? So what if it was stronger? It would be torn apart by his fangs anyway. The azure serpent had felt him too. He sensed a vast shadow rising from below to meet him. It was brimming with harrowing power and terrifying madness. But he was not afraid. He didn't know how to be afraid. All he knew was wrath and bloodlust. The two of them, a colossal serpent covered in beautiful azure scales, and a smaller serpent encased in obsidian armor, wreathed in shadows and blinding white radiance, collided in the water, causing gargantuan waves to rise on the surface of the great river. Their first collision would have been his last if he had not twisted his body at the last moment, evading the azure serpent's deadly maw and diving under its belly. He had to remind himself that he was lost from light. He was not a mindless nightmare creature. He was not a beast. He was cunning, resourceful, and skilled. He possessed the honed battle sense of a masterful warrior and the powerful soul of a tyrant. It was a strange thing to both believe that he was a serpent with all his heart and know that he was something else. Losing himself in the dance was just too easy. But his true name was like a beacon that guided him home. He, Sonny, understood that he had to remember himself if he wanted to survive. His current form was immensely powerful, no less powerful than a saint's transcendent form would have been. Perhaps he could feel the barriers that had been preventing him from mastering the fourth step of shadow dance breaking. He could feel his boundless, bestial strength. But in front of the azure serpent, that strength was almost laughable. Despite the terrible wounds covering the body of the great beast, it was still infinitely more powerful than his, which was why he had to be devious, cunning, and sober if he wanted to kill his enemy. He had to be deranged and overcome by fury, too. He had to guide his mad fury and sharpen it into a cold and merciless blade. Sunny twisted his serpentine body, dodging the maw of the ancient abomination, and sunk his fangs into an open wound on the azure serpent's neck. It was only for a moment, though. Giving up on tearing out a chunk of flesh, he let go and darted upward a split second later. It was just in time, because the Leviathan's jaws snapped closed just a meter behind him in the next moment. The two of them clashed furiously as they ascended from the depths. The azure serpent was much larger, more powerful, and terrifyingly domineering. The black serpent was smaller and more nimble, circling around the dreadful beast and delivering vicious bites one after another. However, even without being caught in the Leviathan's jaws, Sunny was suffering tremendous harm. As their bodies brushed against each other, a vast stretch of the mantle cracked and shattered. The shadows below rippled, the internal structure of the shell twisting and breaking apart. The violent currents created by the passing of the azure serpent's body were slowing him down, and his dark flesh was sliced open by the creature's dorsal fin. His shell was bleeding shadows, his essence was being burned, his mind was drowning in pain and derangement. More, despite knowing that it would cost him his life, Sunny felt compelled to bite into the enemy's flesh and never let go, to hurt the foe as much as he could, even if it meant death, to rip apart, to devour, to destroy. Instead, he continued to dodge the attacks of the azure serpent with clarity and skill, all the while attacking with hatred and fury when he could. And all along, he was leading the great beast upward. Finally, they broke the surface and clashed again above the water. The suns were gone, and the river had not started glowing yet. The shaking world was dark. With a stifled roar, Sunny dodged the fangs of the azure serpent and tried to bite into an open wound on its mangled body, where white bone could be seen. However, before he could, the mad beast's tail crashed into him like an obliterating ram, sending fragments of the mantle flying through the air and a blinding flash of pain piercing in his soul. Arg! Sunny fell heavily into the water, and a tall fountain of white foam rose into the sky. The azure serpent let out a demented growl and lunged at him, aiming to bite the hateful worm in half. Before he could, however, 2 arrows, one black, one white, fell from the darkness and pierced its flesh. Saint and Nephis had joined the battle. Chapter 1277, 4th step. 1277, 4th step. Sunny had suffered to lure the azure serpent to the surface, but there was a good reason to guide the mad beast there. 2 reasons, even, Saint and Nephis. Although neither of them was as capable of fighting the abomination in the water as Sunny was, they could still play an important role in the battle. It was just that he had to create an opportunity for them to do so. And he had, as Sunny was convulsing from pain. 2 arrows struck the raging Leviathan. One was entirely black, as if forged out of pure darkness, which it was. Augmented both by her mantle of darkness and blade of darkness abilities, as well as the enhancement of the stifled scream, Saint's arrow pierced the azure serpent's one remaining eye. It was the darkest hour of the night, and so her strength was at its peak. More than that, this first shot she sent was empowered by the dreadful destructiveness of the death-dealer enchantment, and so it delivered the most damage. And yet the giant eye of the ancient Leviathan still wasn't destroyed. It was only damaged, becoming painted red, which made the mad beast look even more menacing. Sunny had put a lot of hope into this first salvo, but he was left disappointed. It didn't matter, though, during their violent ascent. He had been strategically trying to place himself on the side of the azure serpent where it was blind. However, there was no advantage to be gained there. Whatever senses the enemy was using to perceive his movements were perfect and precise, even without vision. His plan to blind the mad beast had been meaningless from the start. The second arrow was white. Its impact was not nearly as forceful as that of the first arrow, but it was still quite ferocious. Nephis had always used a sword, but it was simply a preference. As a legacy, she had been trained in the use of all kinds of weapons, and that certainly included bows. There was a powerful memory longbow in her sole arsenal, crafted by the foremasters of valor, and several enchanted arrows as well. But even then, the white arrow barely managed to pierce the flesh of the azure serpent, despite sliding faithfully into an already existing wound where the azure scales and the tough skin of the leviathan had already been torn open by the dark butterfly. The damage was negligible. That was just as expected, too. Neph's goal was not to wound the great beast with her arrows. Instead, it was to deliver the black venom from the overflowing bitter cusp into its flesh. She coated the arrowheads with the toxin before each shot. One dose of the black venom was not going to affect the azure serpent much, but 10, 20, or 30 could weaken it, perhaps. Sunny did not expect Saint and Nephis to bring the mad beast down, after all. All 5 shadows and all the soul flame were augmenting him, and him alone. He was the only one with the ability to truly damage the abomination. But they had to harass and weaken it so that he could deliver a fatal strike. It seemed to be working. The 2 arrows had not seriously wounded the azure serpent, but they had distracted it for a second. That second was enough for Sunny to shake off the terrible pain of having his soul damaged and slightly repair his shell. Letting out a wrathful hiss, he shot forward and bit into the side of the leviathan. Even though the shadow shell had no taste buds, he could swear that he sensed the salty taste of blood on his tongue. That taste drove him into a frenzy. Deaver, I'm going to devour you. I'm going to rip you apart. Forgetting the pain, forgetting the suffering, Sunny pressed his mighty jaws together in an attempt to savage and mutilate his enemy. It was only through an incredible effort that he forced himself to maintain control and let go, dashing aside just in time to avoid being trapped and crushed in the coils of the azure serpent's colossal body. A drop of cold fear fell into the incinerating inferno of his fury. This is dangerous. Battling a great beast was already perilous enough, but the act of assuming the shape and form of a nightmare creature, of diving into its mind and heart so deeply, was in and of itself a great danger. Sunny had used shadow dance to read abominations before, but he had never tried to manifest himself into one of them. It was too easy to get lost in that state, maybe forever. Even the true name was not a panacea. He also had to maintain his sense of self. While simultaneously denying it, maybe this was the 4th step of shadow dance. The ability to preserve his identity while becoming truly formless in mind, body, and soul, and thus infinitely malleable like all shadows were, as Sunny nimbly dodged the attacks of the azure serpent and lashed out with his sharp fangs and crushing tail. More arrows fell from the darkness. Saint was not using Death Dealer anymore, instead trying to weigh the Leviathan down with the help of Burden of Peace. Nephis was continuing to poison the great beast with the toxin of the bitter cusp. However, the abomination had quickly grown impatient with their harassment. Its movements changed slightly, and the next time the 2 shot their bows, a tall wave suddenly rose, washing the arrows away. That gave Sunny an opportunity to deliver a vicious blow, however. Coiling himself around a mangled span of the azure serpent's body, he slithered forward. His sharp dorsal fin bit into the mad beast's flesh, shredding it like a saw. The soft glow of the brightening water was suddenly painted in a crimson hue. Die, I'm going to kill you. The azure serpent growled and lunged at him, madness burning in its bleeding eye. It was probably thinking the same. Chapter 1278, Mutual Destruction. The great river was foaming and seething, gargantuan waves rising from its softly glowing expanse to crash into the weathered slopes of the crumbling island. 2 dark silhouettes, one colossal, the other merely giant, were moving through the raging water, intertwined in a murderous battle. Sunny had been driven mad by pain and bloodlust. He lost count of the number of blows his obsidian, serpentine body had endured. He also did not know how many times he retaliated, biting the flesh and breaking the scales of the azure serpent. His mantle was in shambles. the living stone failing miserably to keep up with the barrage of devastating attacks he had to endure. The fearsome onyx armor was cracked and shattered, revealing the glossy black scales beneath. Many of its segments were entirely destroyed. The shadow shell that it was encasing had been shredded and ravaged as well. Giant wounds were gaping on it, bleeding shadows. He had been able to repair some of the damage at first, but having the means to do something like that, it seemed so distant now. There was one thing that filled Sonny with dark glee, though. It was that the azure serpent looked no better than him. The body of the great beast had already been grotesquely mangled before their battle, and now it was in an even worse state. The wounds that had closed were reopened. The wounds that had been opened were now wider and more harrowing, with crimson blood flowing out of them into the radiant water. Dozens of arrows were sticking out of the abomination's scarlet flesh. Some of them weighed it down. Some sent a deadly toxin circulating through its bloodstream, but the azure serpent's eyes still burned with the same madness. "Good, good. Don't you give up on me, old snake?" Sonny wanted to kill the hateful beast, but he didn't want that death to be swift. No, he wanted his enemy's agony to last forever. He wanted to tear its flesh with his fangs forever, feel the shudders of pain pulsing through its body forever, hear its pained cries forever. Control yourself. Snapping out of the consuming madness, he reminded himself of his goal. He needed to kill the azure serpent as fast as possible, not only because his essence was not limitless, but also because the chances of him being killed by the great beast were much higher than the other way around. If there was the smallest chance, he had to take it. It was just that there were no chances. Still, there were none. The mad beast was still in full control of both itself and the battlefield. The water flowed and twisted to aid it and constrain Sonny, as if obediently following the ancient serpent's commands. Even with its body looking like that of a battered corpse and its mind flooded with pain, the azure serpent remained fixated on the solitary goal of destroying its opponent with a truly insane level of focus. But Sonny could feel his mind growing muddled and his reason wavering. "Oh, I can't go on much longer." For the first time since he had assumed the shape of the onyx serpent, the cold realization that defeat was possible entered his consciousness. The thought was so incongruous with the essence of his monstrous form that the shadow shell almost came undone. He held on to his maddening fury and pushed the thoughts of defeat away. Defeat was not possible. Such a thing did not exist. He would never lose. He would not lose again. That last thought was slightly strange, as if it was not his own. Grinding his fangs, Sonny pushed his enormous body through the hostile water, aiming to ram the side of the twisting leviathan. He knew that the battle had already turned in his enemy's favor, so he needed to do something to balance the scales. But what? The onyx serpent raged as it burned with the mad desire to destroy his enemy. However, Sonny was also calm and cool-headed. What advantages did he have that the great beast did not possess? Both of them were already half dead. He had to kill the enemy, but being killed by the enemy seemed inevitable instead. So then, the two outcomes were not necessarily mutually exclusive. Being killed did not directly stand in the way of achieving his goal. It was only the timing of his death that was the issue. Sonny was filled with an indescribable, furious determination to slay the azure serpent. Nothing mattered in front of this hatred and this consuming need, least of all death. It would be all worth it if he could just feel the life leaving his enemy's bleeding body, mutual destruction. Yes, he liked it. He liked it a lot. This was the advantage he so desperately needed. Dangerous flames ignited in Sonny's onyx eyes as he twisted his long neck and glared at the reeling serpent. The great beast must have been growing weaker as well. His attacks and the arrows of his companions were slowly grinding down its boundless endurance. The abomination had been a split second too late and failed to evade being rammed by Sonny's serpentine head, which finally gave him the chance. First, the water. The water had been constraining Sonny, and so he had to wrestle the control of it from the azure serpent first. With his understanding of the great beast and the experience of watching Knave and Bloodwave fight, he could achieve dominance for a few moments at least. Coiling his mighty body like a spring, Sonny shot forward with incredible speed. He moved it in a specific way, forcing a powerful current to rush outward and collide with the opposing one, which had been created by the ancient Leviathan. A great whirlpool appeared where the two currents collided, and he tore through it unopposed. Second, the target. The target was the azure serpent's titanic spine. Sonny had to sever it no matter what. Usually, the spine would have been protected by layers of impenetrable muscle, a layer of impervious skin, and a dreadful armor of indestructible scales. But the mad beast had been mangled and mutilated by the long weeks of warding off marauding abominations and the eerily monstrous butterfly. Large chunks of its flesh were missing, revealing bone. At a particular spot just below its head, a long span of the spine was revealed too. That was a good target to choose, especially because the abomination would not be able to use its jaws to defend it. And lastly, the advantage. Sonny did indeed possess an advantage in the battle of mutual destruction. It was because the azure serpent was made of flesh while he was made of shadows. If he sustained too much damage, the shadow shell was going to fall apart, but his incarnation, which was small and hidden in its depths, could survive. It was just a matter of luck. Either he would be destroyed along with the shell or get lucky and remain alive. But regardless of the outcome, the hateful Leviathan would die. I'm fine with that. Growling viciously, the black serpent shot through the shining waters of the great river, and, discarding all pretenses of defense, closed his jaws on the great beast's spine. Sonny bit into the spine of the azure serpent, igniting what little strength he had left into a violent and furious blaze. Billowing shadows and flame rose from his onyx scales and wreathed him like a burial shroud. His eyes shone with mad, morbid, murderous malice and chillingly cold, killing intent. His jaw pressed down with enough force to shatter mountains. But the spine of a great beast was much stronger than a mountain chain. It resisted his obsidian fangs, refusing to be broken, cracked, or even scratched. Die. Drowning in fury, Sonny put all of his resolve, all of his hatred, and all of his desire into crushing the indestructible bone. He violently jerked his head left and right, gnawing on the spine like a rabid dog. If he could not bite through it, he would saw through it. If he could not saw through it, he would grind it down. The azure serpent was going to die no matter what. It was already half dead anyway. However, so was Sonny. He sensed the gargantuan body of the ancient Leviathan moving and coldly refused to pay it any attention. It did not matter how the mad beast would try to destroy him, or if it would succeed. Sonny had already discarded his survival instinct. The mad beast could not reach him with its harrowing maw, which meant that it was not going to be able to kill him instantly. That was all he needed to know. As his fangs scraped against the spine of the azure serpent in a frenzy, the abomination's mangled body rose and ensnared Sonny like a crushing vice. Once he was caught in the coils, there would be no escape. He knew it, but he did not care. All he cared about was the feeling of a thin, shallow crack finally appearing under one of his fangs. The Leviathan's spine was giving As dark glee washed over his heart, the coils tensed, crushing his ravaged shell. The strength contained within them was unlike anything Sonny had experienced before. It was truly and utterly harrowing. Pressing down with harrowing strength, the azure serpent turned the marble carapace of the mantle into stone dust. The serpentine body beneath it was instantly broken, the onyx scales shattering, sharp edges of broken bones piercing the skin and protruding from the horrid wounds. There was blinding pain, but Sonny did not care. More cracks appeared on the abomination's spine now, spreading and merging with each other, and he could feel the giant body of his enemy twitching in pain. He could also feel fragments of bone sinking beneath his fangs. Instead of struggling to save himself, Sonny ferociously bit down on the damaged spine of the Leviathan. and persisted in his frenzied attempts to break and mutilate it. "Let's see which one of us dies first, old snake. As long as you die first, I don't mind dying second." The dorsal fin of the great beast effortlessly cut into his shell, slicing it open like a saw. Instead of blood, darkness flowed out of the vivisected serpent, only to dissolve and disappear in the soft radiance of the glowing water. Sonny pressed his jaws together in all-consuming fury, and finally felt the bone crumble beneath his bite. Will my incarnation be destroyed, or won't it? Not that it mattered too much. Killing the enemy was the only thing that mattered. There was nothing else. A strange sound that was half a deranged roar and half a wail of agony escaped from his maw. His jaws started to slowly move toward each other. At the same time, the damage his body had received was nearing the level of being catastrophic. By all accounts, his shell should have already come undone, but Sonny had submerged so deeply into the sensation of being a serpent that his absolute belief held it together still. He felt the shadows part before the sharp blade of the Leviathan's fin, opening a straight path to the tiny incarnation hidden within them. Death was swiftly approaching, but at the same time, he felt the spine of the azure serpent shattering as his fangs sank into the sweet marrow. The mad beast convulsed and let out a roar of blind agony. However, just like Sonny, it did not know surrender. It only had murder on its mind, and so the vice of its coils only grew stronger, crushing and slicing the hateful worm with unquenchable wrath. It was only a matter of moments now before Sonny's defenseless shadow form would be destroyed. Death, he did not know if he had called upon his enemy's death or greeted his own. For a split second, the shadow flame billowing from his mangled body ignited with startling intensity. In Sonny's mind, everything disappeared. The only thing that remained was an imperative resolve to kill the enemy. His jaw snapped shut with a deafening clap. In the next moment, there was nothing but pain. Sonny lost his sight, his hearing, his smell, his sense of touch, even shadow sense was gone, leaving him in an empty abyss where the only thing that existed was agony. All his thoughts were incinerated, and all his awareness was banished by torment. He couldn't even scream because he had forgotten how. But, despite all that, he was satisfied. He was thrilled. He was happy. I killed it, right? There was no way to know, but then, as if to answer his faint plea, a familiar voice whispered, "You have slain a great beast, Daron of the Twilight Sea. You have received a memory." The whispers flowed into his soul as darkness encroached on his mind. "Your shadow grows stronger." As the dark island swayed under the assault of furious waves, two broken silhouettes could be seen in the raging water, slowly drifting apart. One, much larger one, had a harrowing wound on its neck. Its spine was entirely snapped, and it was partially beheaded. A fire of indescribable madness was slowly fading away from the Leviathan's damaged eye, which was locked on the unmoving figure of the enemy, even in death. The body of the azure serpent was slowly disappearing in the beautiful shine of the glowing waters as it fell into the depths. The other, smaller silhouette was torn and ravaged beyond recognition. The serpentine body of the onyx beast was cut and broken, with harrowing wounds gaping across its entire length. It seemed to be on the verge of dissolving into a swarm of intangible shadows. Before it did, however, a graceful figure in a fluttering white tunic dove from the high slope of the island and plunged into the raging waves. Struggling against the furious current, Nephis endured the pain of her flaw and swam toward the onyx serpent. Sonny was drowning in a sea of pain. His mind, what little of it was left, had become faint and fragile, ready to collapse at any moment. But it had not collapsed yet. Actually, there was a piece of good news, too. The fact that he was capable of feeling pain meant that he was still alive. The fact that he was still alive meant that the azure serpent was dead. Otherwise, it would have finished Sonny off already. I won. It was a small consolation. The pain was so unbearable that he almost wished for death. However, Sonny was too attached to life to throw it away. If there was the tiniest chance to survive, he was going to desperately cling to it with everything he had. Before, he would have done it simply out of spite. But now there were things he cherished and goals he wished to achieve. He really wanted to live. What the hell is happening? It was hard to form legible thoughts, but he somehow managed to evaluate his current state. Overwhelming pain, the loss of all senses. He was in shock. He was in a pain shock due to his shadow incarnation receiving severe damage. His soul had been wounded terribly, which meant, what? He didn't know. What was he supposed to do? Was there anything to do? Arg, it hurts. For now, Sonny decided to do his best to endure the pain and hold his crumbling mind together. It wasn't easy or pleasant or possible, but he persisted. He persisted with everything he had. And after an eternity of torment, there was finally a change. Sonny seemed to regain his hearing. The first thing he heard was Neph's distorted cry. "Sonny, don't die, please." He was strangely annoyed. Crap. That was an order, wasn't it? She broke her promise. Not that it could change anything. It would have been great if Nephis giving him an order to survive magically restored his body and healed his wounds. But Sonny had to be able to execute a command for Shadow Bond to compel him into action, or inaction. So if Nephis suddenly decided to order him to go and bring her the moon one day, at most he would be forced to fruitlessly try his best. And he was already trying his best to survive. No, really, who does she take me for? Nephis had been the one who called him a cockroach in the first place. As a compliment, of course, he would do everything in his power to remain alive. There was no need to shout. Sonny slowly realized that his thoughts were becoming longer and more cohesive. Something is changing. Slowly, his senses returned one after another. Hearing was first, followed by shadow sense of touch, smell, taste, and finally sight. It was all a proper mess, though. His vision was blurry and his other senses were going haywire. There was more pain, too, this time of a physical nature. Why am I even feeling physical pain? I am a manifested shadow right now, technically. Perhaps it was a phantom pain. Even though Sonny did not possess a human body at the moment, his mind was still that of a human. And when his mind perceived the dreadful damage done to his shadow body, it reacted the only way it knew how, by panicking and drowning itself in pain. Curses. Sonny gritted his teeth, and was startled by the fact that he had regained the ability to grit his teeth. Even more surprising was the fact that it was fangs and not teeth that he was grinding against each other. His shell seemed to have held together somehow. Finally, he became lucid enough to understand the situation. The tumultuous waters of the great river were suffused with a soft radiance, indicating that it was still night. More than that, he judged that less than a minute had passed since his final clash with the azure serpent, with Daron of the Twilight Sea. He knew that because the colossal corpse of the ferocious great beast could still be seen barely as it slowly sank into the depths of the river. The frightening silhouette of the ancient Leviathan grew smaller as it fell into the unfathomable depths and dissolved in the beautiful glow. A complicated mix of emotions rose in Sonny's heart when he saw his enemy dead. There was dark glee, a strange hint of sorrow, respect, contempt, hatred, curiosity, suspicion. There was also a strong feeling of regret. That was a supreme soul shard disappearing into the depths after all, he groaned. Turning his attention away from the body of the slain Leviathan, Sonny tried to understand what was happening around him. He perceived his long serpentine body, now mangled and savagely ripped apart. It felt weak, understandably so, but also weaker than that. The soul flame. The soul flame was gone. He was only augmented by the 5 shadows now. Finally, Sonny noticed Nephis. Her small figure was on top of him. She must have climbed onto his giant body while he was floating lifelessly in the water, paralyzed by pain and on the verge of losing consciousness. Both of her palms were pressed against broken onyx scales, and her skin was shining with soft white radiance. Ah, she must have retrieved her flames. Nephis was healing him, but Suddenly, her radiant figure exploded with light, dispelling the darkness of the night like an actual star. Sonny felt the familiar warmth, now much more intense than it had ever been before, flowing into him like a flood, and, embraced by that warmth, his broken form started to restore itself. As he felt it, startled, his deeply wounded soul was healed, his half-destroyed shadow incarnation was restored to a pristine state, and shockingly, even his serpentine shell knitted itself back together. The harrowing wounds closed, the shattered onyx scales glued themselves back together. By the time Neph's radiance wavered and fell, Sonny was as good as new. The pain that had been tormenting him receded, then disappeared completely. He was alive again. Nephis fell powerlessly on his wide back. She remained motionless for a few moments, then dragged her body up and clutched to two of the horn-like spikes growing from the crown of his head, where the dorsal fin ended, right? The azure serpent was dead, but they were still far from being safe. In fact, they were in mortal peril, much more so than when the great beast had been alive. It was because there was no one to stop the dark butterfly from conquering the carcass of the black turtle anymore. Worse than that, the abominable creature had surely noticed a blinding star suddenly igniting in the darkness of the night. It was bound to descend upon them at any moment. So, it was time for the second part of the plan. We actually made it so far, huh? It was time to leave the dark island behind and run. Let's go, Neph. Dismissing Saint, Sonny spent a split second to gather the strength permeating the vast expanse of his mighty serpentine body. Then, with Nephis on his back, he lowered his head and dove into the endlessly flowing radiant waters of the great river. Sonny dove into the shining depths of the great river. His serpentine body was like a spear carved from black onyx, cutting through the radiant water with stunning, terrible speed. It was made to rule the seas, so no ship or vessel could compete with him in the deep. A great monster, though. Even though the dark butterfly was an aerial abomination, it had shown a dreadful ability to fight the azure serpent underwater with strange ease. They needed to escape being noticed by it, and so Sonny swam down. Nephis had the essence pearl, so he was not afraid of pulling her so deep that she would drown. That said, he was afraid of the depths. There was no telling what was hiding at the bottom of the great river. What kind of horrors lived there? Did time exist there, and if so, what was its flow? Sonny did not know, and he wasn't ready to find out. The plan they had concocted was to dive deep enough to avoid the notice of the dark butterfly, and then travel downstream, gradually returning to the surface. He saw no reason to change it. As the onyx serpent moved down into the flowing abyss with a fragile human figure clutching to his horns, the dark island slowly disappeared in the distance. Its ominous silhouette was consumed by the radiance of the water, and soon there was nothing around them but shining emptiness. Sonny felt a strange melancholy brush against his heart and steeled himself. They had finally escaped from the shell of the black turtle. That place, it had given him the peace and comfort he so desperately needed after the disastrous resolution of the dreadful and bitterly long Southern campaign. For a while, it was like a paradise, but that paradise was a dark one. In the end, it had turned into a death trap, and now they were leaving both the paradise and the trap behind. Don't look back. He refused to. There were, without a doubt, a lot of much more harrowing obstacles waiting for them ahead, and hopefully, at the end of them all, they would be able to find a new paradise of their own. Sonny carried Nephis deeper and deeper into the great river. Slowly, the radiance of the water grew brighter, its flow more tumultuous, and the pressure assaulting them heavier. Knowing that his serpentine shell was much more resilient than Neph's body, he hesitated to go any further. It was enough, anyway. If the dark butterfly was going to pursue them, it would have already plunged into the river and attacked. A powerful sense of relief flooded his mind. Thank the gods. Sonny barely survived battle with a great beast, and that was mostly due to the fact that the azure serpent had already been wounded, exhausted, and close to death. Fighting a great monster immediately after that battle would have surely been the end of him. Twisting his giant body, Sonny slowed their descent, and then pushed forward. His already tremendous speed increased even more when he started to move with the current. It was to such a degree that Nephis struggled to hold on to his horns despite her ascended strength. But there was no helping it. Now that they had escaped the dark island and the monstrous butterfly, another challenge lay in front of them, one that was perhaps even harder to overcome. That challenge was the expanse of the great river itself. There was no point in leaving the dark island if all that awaited them was a slow, agonizing death. There were harrowing abominations of all kinds dwelling both in the water and in the boundless sky. Without anywhere to find shelter, doom was all but guaranteed. They might escape it once or twice, perhaps even a dozen times, but sooner or later exhaustion would overwhelm them and their luck would run out. Then the great river would become their grave. That was why Sunny and Nephis had a clear goal in mind. They had to travel downstream as far into the past as they could and discover the ancient people who had entered the tomb of Ariel thousands of years ago. Sunny was incredibly swift while encased in the shell of the onyx serpent. He could cover a great distance in a short amount of time, traveling much further than the carcass of the black turtle had been pulled by the current in an entire month. The problem was essence. Existing as a shadow incarnation was consuming his essence, and sustaining the massive shape of the river serpent was consuming it as well. He had already spent a lot of essence fighting the mad Leviathan, and although Neph's flame was enhancing his soul to a degree, his reserves were not infinite. Even though he was a tyrant, they were not at all adequate for the task at hand. And so Sunny had to hurry. He had to squeeze all the speed he could muster from his serpentine form while he could, if his essence ran out before they found land or anything at all to climb onto. There would be no choice but to remain drifting in the water, slowly recovering their powers and hoping desperately that nothing would attack them in the meantime. The dwellers of the deep, the swarms of abominable krill, the flying predators that hunted creatures inhabiting the river, he didn't think that they would live long enough for their essence to be replenished. Praying that something appeared on the horizon, Sunny flew through the shining water. His powerful body cut through the flowing abyss, leaving a trail of raging turbulence in its wake. Nephis clung desperately to his horns, exhausted by the explosion of healing flames she had created earlier to save him, and the harrowing pain of having to use her aspect for so long and with such intensity. Strangely enough, Sunny had ended up in a better state than her, despite being the one who had fought in the battle with the azure serpent. The longer they swam, the more worried about her he became. But he was tired, too. His wounds might have healed, but the terrible mental exhaustion remained, smothering his ability to remain clear-headed and strive forward without rest. Slowly, a cold lethargy was seeping into his mind. Struggling against it, he continued to swim forward. Chapter 1282, Currents of Time. Sunny did not know how far exactly. They had traveled away from the dark island, but the distance had to be immense. His shadow shell was not only enormous, it was also created to reign in the water. Considering that he was moving with the current of the great river, his already great speed was enhanced even more. So he decided that it would be safe to rise to the surface. Gradually ascending, he tore through the radiant abyss and finally raised his head above the glistening waves. Still clinging to his horns, Nephis slumped down and breathed heavily. It had been hard for her to withstand the resistance of the water, which had been battering her like a ram for so long. The greater Sunny's speed was, the greater was the resistance. She had already been exhausted by straining her ability beyond its limit, and enduring the feverish race through the depths could not have been easy. But now that the onyx serpent's head was above water, Nephis could finally rest a little. The sky was still impenetrably black. A soft glow was rising from the river, illuminating the vast emptiness of its flowing expanse. The view was as dreamlike and magical as it had been on the first day Sunny had seen it. But his heart was pierced by despair. It was because even now, after leaving the dark island so far behind, he couldn't see any hint of land anywhere around them. An old doubt crawled into his mind, sapping strength from his tired body. What if there is no land? What if this whole world is nothing but water? Gritting his fangs, Sonny let out a quiet growl and strained every fiber of his shell to accelerate even more. With his onyx snout as the spearhead and his black dorsal fin as a sharp blade, he cut the glowing surface of the great river. Faster, faster, he was not out of essence yet. There was a certain sense of exhilaration he felt, flying toward the horizon with terrible speed. The speed, the might of his shell, the slender weight of Neph's body pressing down on his scales, and the empty vastness of the boundless black sky. It was almost liberating, but at the same, his heart was drowning in anxiety, fear, and dread, and soon he was proven right to be afraid. Sonny felt an ominous premonition and rose his head a little higher above the water. In the next moment, his serpentine eyes narrowed there ahead of them. The surface of the great river was seething and boiling. A boundless krill swarm was swiftly moving to meet them. Hundreds of thousands of corrupted beasts, burning with a mad desire to devour the onyx serpent and his rider alive. Sonny's enormous body shuddered, but he tried to remain calm. This is not the end. The krill swarm was a harrowing foe, but the terror of it lay in how numerous the river locusts were. The hungry legion rushing toward Sonny was the largest he had ever seen by far, enough so that even the azure serpent might have been unable to prevail against it. However, unlike the ancient Leviathan, Sonny was not constrained by the need to defend his prey, and while the krill were numerous, they were not individually strong. Much more importantly, they were not too fast. Cutting a sharp turn, Sonny roared and flew west parallel to the approaching mass of abominations. His feverish thoughts dissolved into a simple bestial need to outrun the swarm. The distance between them grew smaller with frightening speed, and yet he still couldn't see the edge of the vast patch of rough water, and by the time he saw it, there was no time left. Damn it. As Nephis picked herself up and summoned a sword, Sonny plunged into the mass of krill. The water surged around him, creating a barrier, but more than a few abominations passed through it. His jaw snapped, and Neph's sword flashed. A few moments later, they broke the wall of river locusts and tore free of the swarm. Sonny had just barely reached the edges of the rough water patch, and even though they had to go through the krill at the very end, the expanse of the great river in front of them was clear. Sonny swam with all his might, skirting the pursuing swarm and increasing the distance between the slithering locusts and his tail faster, faster, faster. Soon, the krill were left far behind. Nephis slumped again, clutching her sword with a trembling hand. He did not have a lot of essence left. They continued to move downstream, covering a tremendous distance. The onyx serpent flew like an arrow, much faster than any arrow could fly, but that was still not enough. After the first swarm, there was another. After the second swarm, there was a harrowing creature that lunged at them from the depths. After the creature, there was a gargantuan mass of rotting seaweed that almost ensnared and devoured them. A dozen grotesque maws suddenly appearing from beneath the swaying weeds. And after that, there were more horrors than he could count. Flocks of predatory birds that seemed to have pearls growing in their desiccated flesh. Invisible creatures that were able to instantly turn large spans of the river into adamantine ice. Ghostly lights that burned in the depths of the water, filling their minds with an indescribable desire to approach them. But Sonny was a river serpent, a monarch among beasts. His long body was fast, mighty, and tenacious. He was incredibly fast and at home in the water. He had outrun the krill, tore through the rotting seaweed, dove into the depths to avoid the birds of prey, broke through the ice. Resisted the allure of the ghostly lights. He had escaped from them all, however. His essence was running dry. It was almost gone. He was exhausted and well past the limits of his mental strength, and there was still no land in sight. By the time the 7 suns slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, chasing away the impenetrable darkness, and the great river stopped shining, he was utterly spent. It was not even a matter of willpower anymore. It was simply a matter of not having anything else to give. His essence was fully depleted. Finally, despair consumed his heart. The shadow shell was the first to crumble. The mighty onyx serpent shuddered and then dissolved into shadows which were instantly chased away by the pale light of dawn. His incarnation disappeared next, Sunny turned intangible, and was then thrown out of the embrace of the shadows, finally regaining his human form. He was in pain. Every muscle in his body felt like it was about to burst. His lungs felt as if they were consumed by fire, his head was heavy, and his limbs were weak. He even failed to adapt to the change in time, swallowing a mouthful of water, which was fine. He was dying from thirst, anyway. Sunny felt himself sinking and struggled weakly to stay afloat. But even that was too much of a strain. Am I going to drown? A moment later, a strong arm embraced him, and he felt Nephis pressing his body against hers. Swimming with the help of her one free hand, she pulled them both upward. Soon their heads broke the surface of the water. Sunny was momentarily blinded by sunlight and coughed, trying to push air into his lungs. Over, it's over, we won't survive the few days needed for our essence to recover. As he tried to think of something, anything, that could keep them alive, a strange shiver suddenly ran through Neph's body. Since she was still hugging him from behind, he could feel it clearly. Sunny, Sunny? He tried to answer and was suddenly struck by the strangeness of his human body. It felt alien and tiny, not at all befitting a ferocious serpent like him. He had forgotten how to talk. Snap out of it, damn it. Sunny slowly gathered his senses, remembering what it meant to be human. Then he moved his unfamiliar tongue and said hoarsely, "What?" Nephis moved, turning them both to face downstream. Her voice was just as hoarse as his. There. He frowned, following the direction where her finger was pointing with his gaze, and then froze. There, on the water, no more than 100 meters away. A small boat was swaying on the waves, both of its sails lowered. It was made out of beautiful dark wood, with intricate patterns carved along its sides. There was no movement inside, but the boat seemed to be staying in place, strangely unaffected by the strong current of the great river, and so they were being slowly pulled in its direction. Chapter 133, Catch. A small wooden vessel was resting on the sparkling water. The 7 suns were rising from the distant depths, and the world was painted in the lilac hues of early dawn. Illuminated by that beautiful light, the vessel seemed like an illusion. What is this? His hoarse voice was full of disbelief. It was just too improbable to find an empty boat swaying gently on the waves just when his essence had run out and despair had taken hold of his heart. The great river was inconceivably vast, and yet they had just happened to find themselves a mere 100 meters away from a boat at that exact moment. Even when fated was involved, the coincidence seemed too convenient. It was to such a degree that Sunny even considered that he was hallucinating. Wouldn't be the first time, anyway. Maybe the sin of solace had learned a new trick. However, Nephis saw the boat, too. She hesitated for a moment, then said numbly, "It's a ketch." Sunny was about to ask what the word ketch meant, but he was too tired for unnecessary questions. It was probably a type of boat, regardless. Nephis knew about these things, considering that she had even built one for them, back on the forgotten shore. It was probably also a part of her legacy training. The two of them remained still for a few seconds, then swam toward the ketch. Well, Nephis was the only one swimming while supporting Sunny. He just weakly moved his legs to help her a little. Soon they reached it. Sunny placed his palm on the hull of the sailboat, still unsure if it was real. However, the dark wood felt smooth and solid to his touch. He traced his hand across it, both stunned and relieved. It might be a trap. Even if it was, they had no choice but to climb into the ketch. It was too small to protect them from great abominations like the azure serpent. But anything was better than nothing. More than that, the ketch couldn't be as simple as it looked. It was drifting in the harrowing waters of the great river without a scratch on its hull, after all. A mundane boat would have been destroyed in a matter of hours here. Even the piece of flotsam that Sunny had once used as a raft, which was tough enough to withstand the nails of a master, was turned into tiny splinters. It had to have been a part of a large vessel before turning into flotsam, too, and that mysterious vessel had ended up being destroyed. Plus, the ketch was not really drifting. It was staying in place unaffected by the current of time, so it was certainly special in some way. A tentative spark of hope ignited in Sonny's heart. Despite the modest size of the wooden sailboat, its sides were too tall for them to simply climb over them, especially in their weakened state. However, a rope ladder was conveniently lowered into the water near the bow of the ketch, as if inviting them in. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other. His paranoia was acting up, not without a reason, and from the looks of it, she felt the same way. But there was no decision to make. Since salvation miraculously presented itself, they would be fools not to accept the unexpected gift. Nephis pushed Sonny toward the ladder and then helped him climb up, falling over the side of the ketch. Sonny sprawled on the wooden floor. The feeling of something solid under him was both unfamiliar and heavenly. The gentle swaying of the boat was like a lullaby. A moment later, Nephis awkwardly climbed over the rim and tumbled down, landing squarely on top of him. Sonny let out a weak groan. Ow. They remained motionless for a few moments, catching their breaths, then slowly extricated themselves from each other and took a cautious look around. The ketch was not too big, about 7 meters long. Its layout was very simple. There was only a single deck with no roofed interior or cabins. The deck was completely open, with 2 masts, a longer one and a shorter one, rising into the air like slender, dark pillars. Everything was made with a mundane but exquisite level of craftsmanship. The wooden surfaces were tastefully engraved, showing all sorts of flowing images, now smoothed out by the wind, water, and passage of time. The ketch seemed like the loving creation of a supremely skilled artisan, even if it had seen better days. One look was enough to tell that the wooden boat was very old. However, it had been maintained with the utmost care, remaining in near-perfect condition. Sonny was musing about who could have taken care of the ketch when his gaze finally reached the stern, where the steering oar was supposed to be. Unlike the chain-breaker, there was no runic circle for the helmsman. Instead, there was only a very mundane wooden bench, and there, on that bench, a corpse was sitting with its head hung low. His body suddenly grew stiff. What? Sonny was momentarily paralyzed by shock. Because that corpse, it looked eerily familiar. It was shrouded in a dark mantle, which made it hard to determine whether the body belonged to a man or a woman. All that he could see was that the person was of small stature and terribly thin. Their long white hair moved slightly in the wind, and their face. The face was obscured by a mask of black lacquered wood. The mask was carved to resemble the face of a ferocious demon. Its teeth were bared, with 4 fangs protruding from its mouth, and there were 3 twisted horns rising from it like a crown. Inside the black chasms of its eyes there was nothing but pure darkness. It was Weaver's mask, and the corpse was just like the one he had found beneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City all those years ago. Chapter 1284, Hail Weaver. 1284, Hail Weaver. Sonny found himself unable to move for a few moments. Encountering the ketch just when they desperately needed shelter was already shocking enough. Finding a corpse that looked eerily similar to the nameless prisoner of the hidden dungeon beneath the ruined cathedral inside the ketch, it sent him into a fugue state. All kinds of wild thoughts rushed through his mind for a split second. Sonny even imagined that it was his own corpse, brought here from the future by some strange anomaly of the mystical river. But no, the proportions were all wrong. He was not a tall man, but the mysterious person was even smaller. They were practically tiny. In fact, now that Sonny had taken a good look at the corpse, he realized that it was different from the prisoner of the ruined cathedral as well. The dark mantle and the mask were the same, but the body hidden beneath them was not. Even with its features obfuscated, he could tell the difference. Still, what was the meaning of this? How could there be another Weaver's mask? Who were these 2 people? And how could they be so similar despite the great divide between the Dark City and the tomb of Ariel? Nephis seemed startled as well, albeit for a different reason than Sonny. She did notice his strong reaction, though. Sonny? What is it? She must have noticed that the mask the corpse was wearing was the same mask Mongrel wore. She also knew that it was a divine memory of the seventh tier, even if Sonny had never told her where Weaver's mask came from. He took a deep breath. That corpse, it's just like the one I found in the Dark City, beneath the cathedral. That was where I got the mask. Sonny had found the spawn of the vile, thieving bird by pure coincidence, even if that coincidence might not have happened without the influence of fated. Everything that followed after absorbing the drop of ichor that contained bloodweave, however, was the result of logic and reason. It was the consequence of that first chance encounter. Guided by the ability to see the radiance of divinity, which bloodweave granted him, he explored the cathedral of the Dark City and received Weaver's mask. Guided by Weaver's mask, he dove into the sky below, reached the ebony tower, and discovered Weaver's severed arm, thus acquiring bone weave. What was the cause of this situation, then? Was it a coincidence or the result of his choices? As Sonny was spacing out, consumed by these thoughts, Nephis looked at him with a frown. Corpse? What do you mean? He shivered. Could she not see the hunched figure sitting on the helmsman's bench? He took a step forward and pointed with a hurried motion. Don't you see that corpse? Nephis seemed both wary and slightly confused. Of course I see that person. It's just that why do you keep calling them a corpse? That person is alive. Sunny eyes widened, and in the next moment the corpse moved. With a deep sigh, its hanging head rose, and two dark chasms carved into the fearsome mask stared at Sunny with an ineffable emotion. Then the corpse slowly, arduously stood up. No, not the corpse, the person. The wearer of Weaver's mask was indeed alive. Sunny watched silently, unable to move. Only his hands stretched out a little, ready to summon a weapon. Once the owner of the ketch rose to their feet, he realized that they were indeed very small. The figure shrouded by the dark mantle was extremely thin, seeming weak and frail. The person's back was hunched, and their hands seemed to be shaking slightly. It was no surprise that Sunny had mistaken the wearer of the mask for a corpse. With the person remaining utterly motionless, and his perception painted by the encounter in the dungeon of the ruined cathedral, it would have been strange for him to assume that they were alive. The hunched stranger froze, looking at them through the lightless pits of the black lacquered mask's eyes. Sunny and Nephis weren't moving either, not knowing what to do. They had just unceremoniously climbed into this person's boat. So what was there to do? Ask politely to be saved, or attack them out of fear? Sunny secretly shifted his gaze, trying to determine whether the wearer of the mask was a human or a nightmare creature. However, just like with the corpse beneath the cathedral, the dark mantle and the mask were impenetrable. Beyond them lay an unknowable abyss. An icy chill crept up his spine. Then the owner of the ketch slowly raised their hands, which were wrapped in black gloves. The thin fingers touched the edges of the black lacquered mask and slowly pulled it down. The face that was revealed belonged to a human. She was an old, extremely old woman. Sunny had never seen anyone who looked so ancient. He couldn't quite believe that someone that aged could still be alive. Her tan skin was covered in a spiderweb of deep, cavernous wrinkles and clung to her emaciated face like fragile paper. Her long hair was entirely white and thin, revealing glimpses of the brown parchment of her scalp. Her eyes, which had been piercing once, were now dull and obscured by milky cataracts. The old woman's small, hunched body was frail and thin, as if ready to collapse from the smallest gale. The dark mantle hung listlessly from it, a few sizes too big, nevertheless. She was emanating a feeling of unimpeachable dignity, willpower, and sanctity even. The black mask fell to the deck of the ketch with a wooden clack. The old woman was looking at Sunny and Nephis silently, one moment passing after another, and then she moved. Bending down, she groaned and slowly kneeled. Sunny was startled, but most of all he felt a strong urge to jump forward and stop her. It felt incredibly wrong to see such an old woman prostrating herself, let alone in front of him. He noticed Neph's back growing stiff as she felt the same. The corner of her eye twitched, but neither of them moved. Finally, the old woman's knees touched the deck. Placing both hands in front of her, she took a shaky breath and then kowtowed deeply. Her quiet voice sounded like a scraping quill. Hearing it, Sunny flinched. She said, "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate." In the silence that followed, he hesitated for a while and then answered, "Firstborn of the unknown." The old woman remained motionless for a few moments and then let out a long sigh, lowering her head even closer to the deck. She spoke with reverence. Ananke greets the children of Weaver. Chapter 1285. Ananke? Ananke greets the children of Weaver. The word hung in the air. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other warily, both confused by this strange situation. Why was the old woman prostrating in front of them? Why had she addressed them as children of Weaver? What is going on? Sunny was tired out of his mind, and the inexplicable nature of the strange old woman was simply too much for him to process. She didn't seem hostile, at least. With a sigh, he allowed his exhausted body to collapse and sat down on the wooden deck of the ketch. Nephis, meanwhile, hesitated for a few moments, then took several steps forward and carefully pulled the old woman up. "Please rise, grandmother. Do not bow on our account." The owner of the ketch, Ananke, allowed herself to be gently pulled into a sitting position. Then Nephis returned to Sunny and sat side by side with him. The two of them were now facing the old woman, waiting for her to say something, but she remained silent. After a few moments passed, Sunny frowned. He felt nervous. There was no telling just how powerful this woman was and what her intentions were. Ananke was a complete mystery. She could also provide answers to many mysteries that had plagued him. So he asked, "I'm sorry, grandmother, but why did you call us the children of Weaver?" There were many questions he wanted to ask, but this one was the most pressing. Its answer could explain how old Ananke would treat them. The old woman took a deep sigh, then spoke in her thin, creaky voice. "Because you are the chosen of the nightmare spell. You are a miracle. Your existence is Weaver's triumph." A proud smile appeared on her lips. It was warm and almost motherly, as though she was indeed a grandmother looking at her young, beautiful grandchildren. Sunny took a deep breath, feeling embarrassed. Weaver's triumph. He was all but certain that the nightmare spell had been created by the demon of fate. Now the last tiny sliver of doubt had disappeared. Weaver was indeed the being responsible for the great calamity that had befallen Earth, or maybe for its salvation. Regardless, old Ananke seemed to have a deep connection to Weaver and the nightmare spell. She was also, most likely, one of the people they had wanted to find, a native inhabitant of the great river. One of the ancient people who had entered the tomb of Ariel before the gods fell. But wouldn't it mean that she had come to the great river before the spell was created? Things were still not making any sense. As if reading his thoughts, Nephis leaned forward and asked as politely as she could, "Forgive me for asking, but who are you, grandmother?" Ananke smiled. What she said next made both Sunny and Nephis flinch. "I am Ananke, the priestess of the nightmare spell." In the silence that followed, the old woman gently shook her head. "It must be hard for you to imagine, my lord and lady. You come from a time when the nightmare spell has matured and rules unopposed, its blessings given freely to all. But it wasn't always like that. At the beginning, which was also the end, when the nightmare spell was still in its infancy, there was a need for people like me to tend to it, protect it, and, above all, to help it spread so that it could grow stronger." Her wrinkled face grew somber, and a heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Which wasn't easy at all. After all, we, the followers of a demon, were deemed heretics and persecuted by servants of the gods. All were despised, many were hunted down and put to death. Well, not that I experienced any of that myself. Every sentence the old woman spoke was a revelation, and they followed one after another. There were so many startling pieces of information she was sharing freely with them that Sunny found himself unable to digest it all. He felt like a person who was drowning in a deep sea after spending years dying from thirst in the desert. Priestess of the nightmare spell, the beginning that was also the end? Must be the early stages of the war between the daemons and the gods. Wait, the spell was not created as it is today. It had to be grown even, persecuted by the gods? What? He was failing desperately to keep up, tired as he was. Nephis was struggling too, but it seemed as though she had a slightly better grasp of the conversation. White sparks ignited in her eyes. So, our existence is proof that the suffering of the followers of Weaver was not meaningless? That the nightmare spell you worshipped and proselytized has realized its great design? Ananke nodded and looked at them with reverence, which made both feel uncomfortable. Indeed, you are very wise, my lady. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then remarked evenly, "You don't seem to be surprised by the fact that we come from the future." Sonny forced himself to focus. It was a very poignant question, and one that he had failed to think of himself, distracted by the avalanche of revelations. The old woman slowly nodded, her breath ragged. It seemed that it was hard for her to speak for so long, but she still forced herself to answer. "Of course, I am not surprised. Haven't you come from upstream, my lord and lady?" Nephis and Sonny glanced at each other. They had indeed. The natives of the great river which flowed from the future into the past would have had a different perception of time. For them, people from the future might not seem that strange. Ananke took a breath, then added tiredly, "Oh, but I was also warned that you would come." Huh. That was perhaps the most shocking revelation yet. After a moment of silence, Sonny raised an eyebrow while hiding how shaken he truly was. Warned? How? The old woman nodded again, her unbound white hair moving in the wind. "I received a message in my dreams. A message that the children of Weaver would come, and that." She paused for a few moments, catching her breath, then finished fervently. "And that I must help them reach fallen grace, where Dusk, the last of the Sibyls, reigns." Chapter 1286, Fortuitous Encounter. Dusk, Sibyl of the fallen grace. Sonny shivered. Of course, he remembered who Dusk was. He was wearing a tunic called Shroud of Graceless Dusk, after all the transcendent memory of the 6th tier he had received for slaying the terror of LO-49. That damned horror. If he were to try and assign numbers to the enemies he had faced in Antarctica based on how many mental scars they left him with, the beautiful flower of floating white silk would be squarely placed second, right behind the winter beast. Even Goliath, who had literally killed him, did not leave as harrowing of an impression. Of course, Dusk was most likely neither dead nor corrupted yet in the nightmare. She was still a human, and seemed to be ruling a place called Fallen Grace. Since Sonny and Nephis wanted to reach the civilization of the Great River and find the Sibyls, this destination was perfect. It was a little bit too perfect, even. Ananke had answered one of the most important questions they had. The improbable coincidence of them finding her ketch just when they needed it was no coincidence at all. She had come knowingly, expecting to find them. But who was it that had instructed her where to find them in her dreams, no less? Who was pulling the strings of this nightmare behind the scenes? Is it, perhaps, the last Sibyl herself? Sonny frowned, knowing that he would not find the answer any time soon. The earliest opportunity was probably going to be when he came face to face with the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace again, he sighed. Fallen Grace? How far is that? Old Ananke hesitated for a few moments. It is far, very, very far, so far that I won't be able to guide you all the way there. She grew silent, her eyes closing slightly. It almost seemed as though she had dozed off. Then, however, the old woman shook slightly and added, "But I will take you as far as I can go, my lord and lady." Ah, you see, we daemon followers weren't welcome here in Ariel's tomb either. They chased us away, and we traveled upstream for a long time before settling down and building Weave. It's one of the human cities on the great river like Fallen Grace. Or at least it used to be. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other. Why was it that Ananke was unable to return downstream? Was there some kind of internal strife between the locals of the great river? Would it be dangerous for her to enter the waters controlled by the Sibyls? And what did she mean that Weave only used to be a city? Nephis spoke cautiously. We wouldn't want to put you in danger, grandmother. The old woman smiled. Helping you is both my wish and privilege, my lady. Do not worry about me. I am of the great river. Her speech was slowing down, and her words became slurred. It was obvious that the old woman was growing too tired to continue the conversation. She seemed to have understood that too. With a soft sigh, Ananke raised her hands. In the next moment, Sunny and Nephis both stared in bewilderment as a whirlwind of white sparks appeared in the air. She is summoning a memory. This action, which was so mundane and familiar to them, looked infinitely strange and out of place when performed by one of the ancient humans. It was the ability of those infected by the spell, after all, and no one they had met in all the nightmares possessed it. Soon a wooden box appeared on the deck in front of them. Ananke opened it with shaking hands and took out several items: a beautifully embroidered tablecloth, a carafe of wine, a painted ceramic teapot with steam rising from its spout, 2 small cups and 2 plates, one full of ripe fruits, the other full of small savory pies. The fruits were succulent, and the pies looked freshly cooked. The items were simple and modest, even worn out a little, yet lovingly maintained. A delicious smell spread through the air. Ananke carefully placed everything on the tablecloth and offered the food to Sunny and Nephis. My lord, my lady, you must be tired after braving the horrors of the future. Please eat and rest. I will guide us back to Weave first. She took a deep breath, then slowly rose to her feet and walked back to the helmsman's bench with effort. Sitting down on it, the old woman tiredly lowered her head and whispered several strange, ineligible words. In the next moment, the ketch suddenly moved. The midnight-colored sails rose by themselves and billowed in the wind, while the steering oar swayed, turning the bow of the boat downstream. Soon they were sailing across the sparkling expanse of the great river, slowly gaining speed. Sunny and Nephis hesitated for a bit. Both of them were completely exhausted and incredibly hungry, but they still did not trust the old woman. What if the food was poisoned? What if she was waiting until they fell asleep to kill them? Sunny glanced at the frail figure of the priestess. She looked too fragile and weak to pose any threat to them. Of course, looks could be deceiving, but he also felt that Ananke had been sincere and treated them with nothing except great benevolence. It was hard to dislike or distrust the kind, earnest old woman. Whatever. Even if she had done something to the food, he was very hard to poison. Blood Weave made him all but immune to most toxins, after all. Shaking off the mad desire to devour everything in sight, the faint remnant of the ferocious form of the river serpent, he tentatively picked up a savory pie, still warm from the oven, and took a bite. His hand trembled. Delicious, so delicious, not wasting any more time. Sunny sent the whole pie into his mouth and chewed greedily. A few moments later, he raised his thumb and nudged Nephis with his elbow. She lingered for a moment, then followed his example. They ate and drank like 2 kids being spoiled by their grandmother, oblivious to everything else. Soon the entire meal disappeared. They didn't even spare the wine after that. Sunny felt incredibly sleepy. But it wasn't the unnatural feeling of having been drugged. It was simply the natural reaction of his abused body demanding some well-deserved and much-needed rest. Safe. We're safe, I think. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Sunny looked at Nephis. She was tired, too, and yet she nodded to answer his silent question. It's all right. I'll take the first watch. You can. Before she even finished the sentence, Sunny had already dropped his head on her lap, fast asleep. Chapter 1287, Blissful Ignorance. Sunny slept like a baby. There were no nightmares haunting his dreams, and when he woke up, his heart felt strangely at peace. He remained motionless for a while, feeling the warmth of Neph's hand resting on the crown of his head. The ketch was moving swiftly across the water, carried by both the wind and the current, and the world around them was dark. It was already night. I overslept. Nephis should have woken him up. Had she gotten any rest herself? Turning his head slightly, Sonny looked up and saw her elegant jawline. She was leaning on the wooden side of the ketch, her eyes closed. Her breathing was slow and deep. She was fast asleep, so no one was keeping watch. "Don't be upset with the lady, my lord." Sonny flinched slightly and glanced at the stern of the boat where Ananke was still sitting, holding lightly to the steering oar. Her dark mantle was of the same color as the night sky, making it hard to discern where its folds ended and the night began. You both needed rest. Sonny felt very comfortable laying on Neph's lap, but he had to sit up with a reluctant sigh. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at his shadows, which were all but invisible in the darkness. None of them showed any sign of being concerned, so he judged that the old woman had not tried anything strange while they slept. Be fully replenished. They were not dry anymore due to the Shroud of Dusk. He also felt rested and refreshed, however. He was slightly hungry. Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then asked, "Say you wouldn't happen to have more of those little pies?" Ananke smiled. "There should be a few left in the box. Eat well, my lord. I made them with care." Sonny noted that the wooden box was not a memory that created food, but instead a storage memory that helped keep supplies fresh. Everything inside must have been prepared by Ananke. In anticipation of meeting the children of Weaver, opening the lid, he discovered a few leftover pies, as well as more fruit and a couple other simple dishes, all perfectly fresh and preserved. It smelled so wonderful that he remained motionless for a moment, enjoying the fragrance. Misunderstanding his hesitation, the old woman spoke. "I'm sorry that I can't offer you more, my lord. It is not easy for me to procure fruit and flour these days. I hope you are not too disappointed." Sonny looked at her and smiled. "What are you talking about, grandmother? I once ate nothing but rotten devil meat for an entire month. This is nothing short of a feast." To illustrate his point, he picked up one of the pies and greedily pushed it into his mouth. Ananke tilted her head a little. "Do people still suffer from hunger in the future?" Sonny chewed for a long time before answering. The old woman clearly believed that the future was some kind of a paradise that she and the other followers of Weaver helped create. He didn't want to hurt her feelings. He shrugged. "Smart people don't." "Ah, but I'm not too smart myself, sadly. At least not all the time, then." A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Sonny looked at Ananke carefully, then asked, "But what about you, grandmother? Have you eaten anything?" She was so thin and frail that he had mistaken her for a corpse not too long ago. However, she had only offered the food to them, not partaking in it herself. Ananke gently shook her head. "This body of mine does not get hungry often. I'll just catch some fish later." Sonny frowned, then took out the rest of the pies and walked over to the steering oar, offering them to her. "No, that won't do. Please eat some too. Otherwise, my teacher will give me a beating once I come back home." Teacher Julius would indeed be beside himself if he learned that Sonny stuffed his belly while an elderly woman starved herself nearby, even if that woman was just a nightmare inhabitant. More than that, just what kind of fish was she going to catch in the great river? Ananke hesitated a little, then took one of the pies with a shaking hand and smiled. "Thank you, my lord. That is enough." When he went back to the box, Neph stirred slightly and opened her eyes. She stared at her empty lap for a few moments, then looked at Sonny and blinked a couple of times. Finally, she sniffed the air and turned to the wooden box, guided by the enticing fragrance of the freshly cooked food. Her eyes glistened. The two of them had a scrumptious meal while Ananke slowly ate her single pie. The atmosphere inside the ketch was strangely peaceful. It was as though they were sailing on a calm lake instead of the deadly expanse of the great river where all kinds of terrifying creatures dwelled. The water was glowing with soft opalescence, while the sky was impenetrably black. The beautiful vista of the world hidden within the tomb of Ariel was as dreamlike and mystical as ever. As Sonny looked at the surface of the water, he suddenly saw its light grow dim. There was a vast, inconceivable shadow moving somewhere unfathomably deep below them, blocking off the radiance of the drowned suns with its endless expanse. For a few moments, a bleak darkness enveloped the entire span of the great river around the ketch, and then indifferently moved on. He shivered and looked at Ananke, terror hiding in his lightless eyes. The old woman calmly held the steering oar as she smiled. "Don't worry, my lord, they can't sense us." Sonny hesitated for a while, wondering if he should ask who the they she spoke of were. In the end, he remained silent. There were things that a person was better off not knowing. Sonny was not sure if he could allow himself the luxury of ignorance, but he decided to enjoy being ignorant still, at least for today. Chapter 1288, King Among Beasts. There were still a lot of questions Sonny wanted to ask Ananke and a lot he needed to learn. But surrounded by the silent darkness of the night, he simply listened to the gentle sound of water splashing against the hull of the swift ketch and stared at the glowing expanse of the great river without saying a word. A lot had happened yesterday, gods. Was it really just a day ago that he had fought the azure serpent? The fearsome battle, the frantic escape from the dark island, there had not been a single moment of peace for him to settle himself and contemplate these matters yet. It feels like a dream. He had really done it. He had killed a great beast. Of course, it was partly due to the blessing of Neph's soul flame, as well as the fact that the azure serpent had been severely weakened. And yet, was there another master in the world who could boast the same feat? Surely not. Had there ever been? Sonny shifted uncomfortably, afraid that the incredible achievement would go to his head. He almost wished to hear the biting remarks of the sin of Solace, who never missed a chance to bring him down. The bastard was somewhere nearby, but kept out of sight. He could feel the faint presence of the hateful wraith at the edges of his consciousness. Nevertheless, it was a fact. Sonny had indeed slain the azure serpent Daron of the Twilight Sea. What an unusual name for a nightmare creature. After observing the mad beast for so long and even assuming its form, Sonny was certain that there was something special about the ferocious abomination. Now, after learning its name, he came to strongly suspect that the azure serpent was not an abomination at all, or at least had not always been one. Was the old snake actually a human once? Humans were all considered to be beasts by the spell. After all, a sovereign, for example, could be called a supreme beast. So what would happen if a sovereign succumbed to corruption? Looking at the radiant expanse of the great river, Sonny felt restless. There might be a simple way to find out. Closing his eyes, he dove into his soul sea. It was exactly the same as it had been before, with 5 black suns looming above the still water. Only now, after learning the truth of how the world of the great river had been created, he perceived it in a somewhat new light. A legion of shadows stood motionless in the silent darkness. Sonny still remembered the time when he could count the lifeless shadows with one hand. But there were so many of them now, thousands. Have I really killed that many? Of course he had. From the forgotten shore to the tomb of Ariel, Sonny had lived a life of slaughter, even if it had not been of his own volition. The numbers had especially swelled during the southern campaign, where he had been constantly surrounded by vast hordes of rampant nightmare creatures. Most of the shadows were abominations. The Mountain King, the formless shadow of the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird, the forsaken knight, the mordant mimic, the terror of LO-49, the mountainous titan Goliath. But there were plenty of humans, too. The nameless old slaver, Harper, Harus, Castor, Pierce, the Red Priest, the War Maidens, the soldiers of the Ivory City, Knight Amaron, and the many awakened of the great clans he had killed in East Antarctica, Saint Dire Fang, and many more. There was also Solvane. 2 of her, actually, one that he had slain on the Chained Island, and the other he had slain in the Kingdom of Hope. Sonny felt bizarre every time he saw them, but he was looking for someone else right now. He first guessed that his suspicion was right after noticing that there was no gargantuan shape of a great serpent among the shadows, and then he finally saw him. Daron of the Twilight Sea. The azure serpent had indeed been a human once. There in the darkness stood the shadow of a handsome man with strong facial features and fierce down-turned eyebrows. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a strong-willed, angular face. His hair was arranged in a long braid, and he wore an archaic robe that seemed both simple and regal. The azure serpent. He really was a human. Sonny froze looking at the silent shadow. His heart was in turmoil. This was the first time he had seen a human who had succumbed to corruption, and not any human at that. A proud and mighty sovereign, an exalted being of the supreme rank. Even Solvane, who had spent thousands of years being tormented by the worm-vine, never gave up her humanity. Who was King Daron? Why had he come to the tomb of Ariel? How had he ended up losing himself in the madness and turning into an abomination, becoming no different from a mindless beast? Would Sonny end up the same one day? A deep frown appeared on his face. Corruption? Sonny had not really faced corruption yet, only the result of corruption, those frenzied fiends humans of the waking world called nightmare creatures. However, he felt that if his power continued to grow, he would come into contact with it eventually, perhaps even inevitably. Troubling. He glanced at the shadow of Daron one last time, hesitated, and then said quietly, "Find peace within me, old snake. Your nightmare is over." The azure serpent had been a terrible enemy, but he had also protected Sonny and Nephis from the other horrors of the great river. They wouldn't have been able to enjoy the blissful month on the dark island if not for his madness, hunger, and ferociousness. Sonny had learned a lot from the great serpent as well. With a sigh, he turned away and walked to stand between the 5 black suns. There was still something he needed to see. Sonny had received a memory after killing the corrupted sovereign, after all, his first memory of the supreme rank. Well, his first memory of the supreme rank that he had actually earned, as opposed to mysteriously receiving it out of nowhere. Summoning the runes, Sonny found the unfamiliar string of them, and read, Memory, Crown of Twilight. Memory rank, Supreme Memory Tier, I, Memory Type. Tool, Chapter 1289. Crown of Twilight, a tool Sonny wouldn't have minded receiving a weapon or an armor, but a tool could be incredibly valuable, too. After all, he already had the Sin of Solace. The Jade Sword was only of the transcendent rank, but it still possessed the ability to cut the flesh of great nightmare creatures, albeit with some effort. It was just that Sonny had to create an opportunity to use that ability first. He also had the Mantle and the Shroud of Dusk, and while neither of them was durable enough to resist an attack by a creature like the Azure Serpent, that problem could be solved by not getting hit. Both the lack of a suitable weapon and the absence of suitable armor could be solved. A powerful tool, meanwhile, would give Sonny more ways to find the solution. So he was not disappointed. Feeling both the gentle swaying of the ketch and the silent stillness of his soul sea, Sonny continued to study the runes. He hoped that the description of the Crown of Twilight would answer some of his questions. It read, Memory description. There was a king who ruled over a dying land. The king was valiant and wise, refusing to embrace despair. He thought of an audacious plan, gathered his companions, and braved the endless desert to enter the tomb of Ariel, where the great river flowed endlessly from the future into the past. Thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. They built a city at the edge of dawn and gathered an army to vanquish that which was defiled. However, in the end, the army was destroyed, the city was lost, and the valiant king himself succumbed to madness. Consumed by wrath and resentment, he turned into a mindless beast and roamed the great river for countless years. Nothing could withstand his hunger and fury, until, one day, the mad king met a treacherous shadow. "But what do you even know?" said the shadow. "Do you think you're so special? I know fury, too. I know hunger, too. I know madness, too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me, too. Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am lost from light, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me, and true to his word, treacherous, lost from light, battled the mad king, eventually becoming his doom. That was how the king who had outlived his land died." Sonny blinked a couple of times. What? It seemed that the spell had really liked his recent outburst. It even included it. word for word, in the description of the Crown of Twilight. Oh no, he looked down and covered his face with a hand. Ah, so embarrassing. Had Nephis read this already? Struggling against the desire to fall through the deck of the ketch and drown, Sonny took a deep breath and concentrated on the description. There was still a lot of information contained in the glimmering runes that he needed to ponder. So, Daron came from outside the pyramid. He even fought his way through the Nightmare Desert, as opposed to entering a seed. There was no doubt about it, since those who had conquered a nightmare of a particular rank could not enter any seed of the same rank again, so a sovereign wouldn't be able to challenge a third nightmare. Well, actually, there was some doubt. Nothing about the tomb of Ariel, and this particular nightmare was normal. Still, Sonny believed that he was right. Daron must have reached the Black Pyramid and entered the true Great River, as opposed to a version of it recreated by the spell. That next part, however, did not make any sense. He had become a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. What did it mean? Sonny remained motionless for a while, then frowned. The most obvious answer was also the most confusing. The spell created nightmares based on the past. The Great River, however, existed simultaneously in the past, in the present, and in the future. So, if Daron had truly entered the real tomb of Ariel, then he would be present in any recreation of the Great River conjured by the spell. Therefore, if his subjects challenged a seed connected to the Black Pyramid, their sovereign would be waiting for them on the other side to help them conquer it. If I'm right, then it was indeed an audacious plan. There was just one glaring problem with this theory. It was that the seeds of nightmares, and the nightmares themselves, had not existed in the ancient past of the dream realm. No explorer had ever discovered signs that its human inhabitants had possessed knowledge of the nightmares, and Noctis had not known anything about them either. So how could Daron come up with a plan to use the uniqueness of the Great River to help his people transcend through a nightmare, if there were no nightmares at that time yet? Then again, Ananke was from a time when the seed of the spell had already existed. Granted, that time was at the start of the war between the daemons and the gods, so Daron could not have lived much later. That war was the cataclysm that no one had escaped. Arg so confusing, in any case, Daron's plan had failed. Although many of his people managed to join him within the tomb of Ariel, they died trying to destroy that which was defiled, whatever it was. Actually, that phrase is perhaps the most important piece of information in the entire description. It was important, indeed, because it hinted at the goal of the nightmare, which also meant that Sonny, Nephis, and the other members of the cohort would have to succeed where the ancient sovereign and his army had failed. Great. Sonny felt a bit of dread at the prospect, but at the same time, he also felt a little relieved. At least he knew now they wouldn't really need to search for the mystical estuary of the Great River in order to return to the waking world. The just had to kill something that even a sovereign had not been able to kill. He was going to have to discuss this with Nephis. In the meantime, though, he still hadn't learned what his new shiny supreme memory could do. Looking back to the shimmering runes, he read, Memory Enchantments, Legacy of Twilight, King's Resentment, Royal Promise, Chapter 1290, Royal Promise. Sonny raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. 3 enchantments on a memory of the first tier that was rare. As an amateur sorcerer, he knew just how hard it was to build a varied spellweave around a single nexus. Intrigued, he continued to study the runes. Legacy of Twilight enchantment description. This memory greatly improves the rate at which the wearer's essence is replenished at the borders between day and night. King's Resentment enchantment description. This memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. Royal Promise enchantment description. This memory infuses authority over water into the wearer's domain. The extent of this authority depends on the might of the domain. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Huh. The first enchantment was rather straightforward and extremely useful. Granted, that usefulness was situational. It would greatly speed up his recovery of essence at the borders between day and night, meaning dawn and dusk. The second enchantment was tricky. Complete immunity to mind attacks was an incredible trait to have, but it came at the cost of being consumed by mad fury. Sonny wasn't sure what to make of it. Luckily, it was an active enchantment, so he could use the other two without going berserk. But the third enchantment was simply confounding. Infuses authority over water into a domain. What? What were people like him, who didn't even have a domain, supposed to do with it? Sonny took a deep breath, then left the soul sea and opened his eyes. The great river was still shining softly, the flowing water foaming as it parted before the bow of the ketch. Suddenly, he felt the water responding to him. The sense of connection he felt was faint and weak, not at all like the kinship he shared with shadows, but still a wave. He hesitated for a few moments, then summoned the crown of Dusk. Soon a band of black metal shaped and engraved to resemble a river serpent appeared on his head. The weight of it felt unfamiliar, but at least it prevented his hair from getting in his eyes. That was already useful enough. It looks cool, too. Sonny lingered a little, then lowered his hand toward the surface of the river and activated the royal promise. Suddenly, he felt the water responding to him. The sense of connection he felt was faint and weak, not at all like the kinship he shared with shadows, but still a wave suddenly rose, touching his palm for a brief moment before collapsing back into the current. Sonny stared down with a strange expression. So that's how it is. The extent of the authority the royal promise granted to non-existent. Leaning back, he smiled slightly. Still, in a world that has nothing but water, even that much will prove endlessly useful. The ketch continued its journey while Sonny continued to stare at the beautiful radiance of the great river. The crown of twilight, it was an insidiously powerful memory. At first glance, none of its enchantments seemed too staggering. However, once he thought a bit more about them, he realized how outstanding they really were. The legacy of twilight could help him recover his essence. The effect of a supreme memory would be immense, but there was a condition. It only functioned at dawn and dusk. As a veteran of the Southern Campaign, Sonny knew better than most how important managing one's reserves of essence was. There was dawn and dusk every day, too. So he would benefit greatly from improved rate of essence replenishment twice a day, every day. Combined with the blessing of soul of the Shroud of Dusk, that would put him in a very advantageous position, not to mention that here on the great river, there were places where sunrise and sunset lasted endlessly as if frozen in time. The king's resentment offered stellar defense against mind attacks, the most dreadful kind, as far as he was concerned, but would turn Sonny berserk. The benefit seemed as great as the cost was terrible, or did it? He could easily think of situations where boundless fury would only be beneficial. Wasn't it almost like a dangerous but potent boon? And lastly, the royal promise would give him a degree of control over water in a world where there was nothing but water. The value of such an ability was evident, but more than that, this enchantment also possessed the greatest capacity for growth. Sonny did not doubt that the sovereigns, the actual sovereigns of the waking world, would stop at nothing to possess a memory that could grant a second authority to their domains. Hell, since the independence of the House of Night was founded, to a large extent, on the fact that it was close to impossible to conquer the storm sea. The crown of twilight could very well completely upset the balance of power between the great clans. The royal promise would allow any sovereign to add Night's territory to their own. And yet, here he was, a mere master in possession of it. Sonny smiled. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the one who conquers the House of Night. However, his smile quickly disappeared. Right now, even his chances of surviving the third nightmare seemed incredibly bleak. In case he did manage to return home, nothing would ever compel him to attempt the fourth. Nothing. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Somewhat sober now, Sonny sighed and dismissed the crown of twilight. There was something else he had to think about. The battle with the azure serpent had been like a feverish dream. He had turned into a mad beast to fight the great abomination, but he had also managed to remain himself. More than that, it was the first time he had succeeded in using Shadow Shell to assume the shape of a nightmare creature. The shadow spawn was different, because he had lived in that body for many months. The form of the onyx serpent, however, had been constructed purely by observing the great beast and sensing his essence through shadow dance. As a result, Sonny felt that the mastery of the fourth step of his aspect legacy was already within his grasp. All he had to do was contemplate the revelations gained during the battle, absorb the knowledge, and integrate it into the systematic framework of shadow dance he had already established. The evolution was already in sight. He could practically smell it. Still, there was a bit of work left to do before he could reap the rewards. Closing his eyes, Sonny tried to remember the perilous, ferocious battle with the azure serpent in all its harrowing details. It was better to do it now, while the memories were still fresh and the remnants of the serpentine form still lingered in his mind. Time flowed slowly. Chapter 1291, Perilous Gift Shadow Dance, was both the legacy of his aspect and a battle art Sonny had invented. That battle art was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. Its purpose was to steal that which made the enemy strong and use it to destroy them. The first step of shadow dance was the foundation of this ability. Sonny had mastered it during his bitter battle with Nephis, whom he knew all too well. It allowed him to peer into the very essence of the enemy's battle style and gain an almost supernatural understanding of what they would do, as well as the ability to mimic it. The second step was a continuation of the first. It was the same in all aspects except for scale. Assuming the persona of mongrel, Sonny had battled countless, awakened and absorbed their styles in order to make his ability more ubiquitous. He had mastered it during the final battle of the Dream Tournament, facing Morgan. That breakthrough deepened his understanding of the fundamental governing principles of battle, which in turn allowed him to shadow unfamiliar and sophisticated battle styles much faster, and with greater ease. He also gained the ability to intuitively sense the unique ways in which his opponents utilized their soul essence to make those styles possible. The third step was different. It expanded on the first two, broadening the scope of shadow dance by redefining what a battle style was. Outwardly, that simply meant that Sonny had begun including nightmare creatures in the ranks of enemies he shadowed. Inwardly, however, the distinction was much greater. The third step had more to do with Sonny himself than with his enemies. After plunging into the alien and perverse minds of various abominations in the Red Colosseum, he still found himself falling short of an epiphany. That was because Sonny had to let go of his own sense of self to truly be able to shadow things that were innately different from him. He had to become more like the shapeless, formless shadows. He had managed to pass this impossible test because of the battle with Nightmare. The third mastery vastly broadened and improved his ability to shadow his enemies, as well as giving him the ability to perceive the flow of essence within them clearly. However, it also made shadow dance a double-edged sword. Sonny had found it easy to get lost in the form of an adversary, forgetting himself forever. The best defense against this risk was his true name, which served as the anchor of his soul, and now there was the fourth step. It is even more dangerous. Sonny still felt the lingering remnants of the azure serpent paint his perception of the world after delving into the form of the mad beast so deeply, he struggled to shake it off. The fourth step was also a continuation of the previous one, a logical progression that both completed and transformed the perilous gift of the third step. The third step was about breaking the rigid constraints of Sonny's mind to make it as shapeless and adaptable as a shadow. The fourth step was about allowing Sonny's physical form to follow suit. The key to mastering it was shadow manifestation. In the dreadful crucible of Antarctica, Sonny had invented Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, which gave him all the tools he needed to reach the fourth mastery. But it wasn't until the battle with Daron of the Twilight Sea that he hammered all these elements together into a cohesive whole. Thinking about it, he shivered. Any form, any shape, the ability to not only grasp the essence of, but also become any creature he truly came to know. The prospect of such an ability seemed limitless. But so was its danger. What will I become if I use the fourth step a lot? There was an even more frightening question. If the fourth step of shadow dance was already so incredible and daunting, then what would the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh steps look like? Sonny felt that he needed to be careful, but he also knew that he was not going to let go of this power. He needed it. With a sigh, he thought back to the battle with Daron of the Twilight Sea and started going over every moment of it, absorbing the feeling of becoming a great serpent into his bones. With every minute that passed, he felt the moment where everything would click together, drawing closer. The waters of the great river were already dimming by the time Sonny opened his eyes. He let out a deep sigh and remained motionless for a few moments, contemplating his progress. I'm so close. It was probably a matter of days, a week or two at most, before he mastered the fourth step of shadow dance and received the fourth legacy relic. Excited, Sonny wondered what it would be. A shadow? A memory? Or something else entirely, like another drop of ichor? Whatever it is, I hope Blood Weave doesn't gobble it up again. Suddenly bitter, he glanced at the horizon and then hurriedly summoned the crown of twilight back. Soon the 7 suns rose from the depths and chased away the impenetrable darkness of the night. The dim twilight of dawn enveloped the ketch for a brief period of time. At that moment, Sonny felt a flood of essence rush into his cores. Amazing. The rate of recovery was indeed greatly enhanced. Sonny had 5 shadow cores instead of 1, so it took 5 times as long for him to recover all his essence without the aid of the Shroud of Dusk. With it and the Legacy of Twilight, though, it felt as though he would be able to replenish his reserves fully in the span of a single day, half at dawn and another half at dusk. If he was even slightly frugal, he would practically never run out of essence. Feeling encouraged, he glanced at the frail figure of Ananke, then turned to Nephis. Sonny silently pointed to the serpentine band of black metal on his head. It was time to ask more questions. Chapter 1292, History of Time. Nephis nodded, indicating that she had read the description of the Crown of Twilight. The two of them could have communicated through the blessing of Dusk to discuss how they would approach the conversation with Ananke, but really there was no need. The old woman showed no indication of being someone they needed to be wary of, so they could simply ask. There was one question that had to be answered above all else, though. Sonny shifted slightly, then called. Grandmother Ananke stirred as if waking up from a dream and looked at them with her cloudy eye. Yes, my lord. Still uncomfortable with this form of address, Sonny thought for a moment and asked, Have you ever heard about that which was defiled? The old woman suddenly froze. Her hand, which was resting on the steering oar, trembled. For a while, nothing but the sound of water splashing against the hull of the ketch could be heard. It seemed that she wasn't happy to hear that question. However, Sonny and Nephis had no choice but to ask it. They needed to learn everything they could about the assumed goal of this nightmare. Eventually, Ananke sighed that which was defiled. I guess you're talking about the defilement, my lord. Sonny's eyes glinted. The defilement, remembering the horrors of the Southern campaign, he made a sudden connection. There were 3 nightmare creatures he had slain that bore a similar name: the defiled witness, the defiled herald, and the defiled seeker of truth. The first one was the fallen demon who led the pack of eyeless beasts. The second was the corrupted devil who led the group of desiccated corpses, their mouths sewn shut. Sonny had received the stifled scream after that battle. The third one was the fallen titan he had killed by chance during the joint battle against the enormous horde of abominations in East Antarctica. Receiving the mirror of truth, had all of them come from the tomb of Ariel. The old woman nodded. Yes, the defilement. I am sorry, my lord and lady. I should have known that you would not be aware of these matters. You are outsiders, after all. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, wondering what she meant. Ananke remained silent for a few moments, then spoke solemnly. To understand what the defilement is, you will first need to learn a little about the history of the great river. I will try to explain as well as I can. Nephis frowned slightly. The history? I'm not sure I understand what history a river that flows through time can possess. The old woman smiled faintly. Time within the tomb of Ariel is unpredictable and convoluted. Sometimes it flows slowly, while sometimes it flows swiftly. Sometimes time rises in great storms or grows stale or circles forever as a whirlpool. Currents merge and separate or disappear without a trace. But, nevertheless, for most of us, unless we enter turbulent waters, time always moves, just like in the outside world. It is just that our own time is different from the time there. Noticing a hint of confusion on their faces, Ananke looked thoughtful for a while. Then she sighed. The best way I can explain it is like this. The great river does indeed flow from the future into the past, but that is only in relation to the outside world. Here, this kind of time is no different from space. However, the river still has a past, a present, and a future in relation to itself. Here, this kind of time is just like the time of the outside. Nephis tilted her head a little. So one can say that Sunny and I entered the tomb of Ariel in a distant future, meaning much higher upstream. But one can also say that we entered a month ago? Both distance and days are a measure of time. The old woman nodded. Indeed, you are wise, my lady. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. That's the second time she calls Nephis wise. 0 times for me, though. Still, he understood the idea. There were actually 2 concepts named time inside the tomb of Ariel. One was the flow of the great river itself, which was prone to all kinds of shenanigans, while the second was no different from the concept of time they were familiar with. The old woman continued, so the great river has a history as well, or rather it is us, the river people, who have it. That history started a long time ago when the Sibyls first entered the tomb of Ariel with their people. There were others too. All kinds of humans and creatures who came seeking truth, which is said to be hidden at the estuary. Her creaky voice grew wistful. That was when we, heralds of the nightmare spell, came to the great river as well. I was told that it was a golden age. The Sibyls established their cities, and powerful seekers built solitary manors among the waves. They had escaped the end and lived in peace and prosperity within the tomb of Ariel. Sunny found something curious and asked, You were told you weren't there yourself? Come to think of it, when Ananke had spoken about the persecution of the followers of Weaver, she had mentioned not experiencing it personally. That statement had sounded rather strange at the time, but there were many other questions that needed to be asked first. The old woman chuckled. Goodness, of course. No, I might look old, but I am not that ancient. No, I was born much later, after Weave was already established. Unlike those who have come from outside like you, I am riverborn. Sunny made a mental note that there was a distinction between the outsiders and the riverborn and continued to listen. Ananke took a hoarse breath, then said somberly, But that golden age eventually, it came to an end. First, the voices of the gods grew silent, causing the Sibyls to turn their gazes to the estuary, and then the defilement was born. Chapter 1293. Defilement. Ananke's weathered, wrinkly face grew dark. The old woman lingered for a while before saying, The other name for the defilement is corruption. A special kind of corruption that appeared on the great river and then spread from downstream like a plague, or rather, was spread. Nephis leaned forward a little. Spread from downstream. The old woman nodded heavily. Yes, it is because the defilement, its origin is the estuary. Her cloudy eyes grew distant. The seekers were always trying to reach the estuary, traveling further and further downstream, but none of them succeeded in finding it. Eventually, they built a city of their own in the far reaches of the past, a city called Verge. Its grandeur could compete with the bustling prosperity of the large cities ruled by the Sibyls, and from there they continued their search, until eventually one of them really managed to enter the estuary. The old woman gripped the steering oar as she looked at the vast expanse of the great river, then continued dully. However, what he found there was not the truth, but corruption. Or perhaps it was the truth that he found that corrupted him. That seeker became the first of the defiled, and he brought the defilement back with him to the verge. The city of seekers was consumed by the defilement, and those consumed by it became twisted and monstrous. They spread from there like a plague, bringing a great calamity to the river people. Ananke grew silent, breathing heavily. Sunny was scowling deeply. So that was what happened, the hideous truth that the demon of dread had hidden in the heart of the Black Pyramid. The first person who learned it was consumed by corruption as a result. Not only that, but he also infected the rest of the Seekers with it, destroying, or rather transforming, an entire city into a nightmarish source of the spreading corruption of the defilement. Just what kind of secret had Ariel buried at the dawn of time? More importantly, was that what Daron of the Twilight Sea had tried to achieve? Storm the corrupted city of Verge and slay the first witness to the harrowing truth, who was the root of the defilement? If so, their task would be a dreadful one. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. After pondering for a while, she asked, "What happened next?" Ananke shifted on her bench, then sighed. Because of the defilement, the peaceful waters of the great river became plagued by the corrupted. The most powerful of them come from the furthest reaches of the past, downstream as well as from the terrible emptiness of the future. Where you have come from, my lord and lady, the river people found themselves trapped between the harrowing past and the doomed future, with nowhere to escape. Of course, they fought against the defilement and resisted for a while. She looked away and said bitterly, "But they also fought among themselves. That was how we were chased away and forced to escape upstream, braving terrible dangers. Eventually, we lost all contact with those who had exiled us. The last we heard was that many of the Sibyls had succumbed to the defilement and that many of their cities had fallen. Even Twilight, the city of the Serpent King, had been lost. Now, it is the Dusk of the river people. Soon, there won't be any of us left at all." Sunny felt that he understood what had happened with the people who escaped the end of the world by entering the tomb of Ariel. Most of them had either died or been corrupted, and the rest would soon follow. That was the fate of the Great River civilization. So there were two ways to resolve the conflict of the nightmare. They had to either help the destruction of that civilization or turn the tide by eliminating the source of the spreading defilement. The latter, of course, would receive much higher praise from the vassals had built. Another interesting point was that Fallen Grace, the city ruled by the last Sibyl, was situated in the region of the great river that had already mostly succumbed to the defilement. Perhaps it was the last human stronghold remaining in the tomb of Ariel, and another thing, Ananke had said that there were two places inside the tomb of Ariel that were much more dreadful and dangerous than all the rest, the far reaches of the future upstream and the far reaches of the past downstream. His luck was incredible, as always. Not only had Sunny entered the great river in one of these harrowing places, but he also seemed destined to journey into the other. Great, simply great. What Sunny paid most attention to, however, was a simple question. Just how was the defilement spreading? He did not know a lot about corruption, but it didn't seem like something that could just happen. Even Skinwalker could not infect humans with corruption. Instead, it could only infect them with itself. Did the defilement have a similar nature? He did not think that it did. If all the nightmare creatures in the tomb of Ariel were vessels of the same entity, the first seeker, they wouldn't be fighting each other. That was an important distinction. Looking at Ananke, he asked in a dark tone, "Grandmother, do you know how the defilement spreads?" The old woman shook her head. "I am sorry, my lord. I do not. In truth, I've only met a true defiled once. Weave is situated too far upstream, so while we had to battle corrupted creatures of the future often, no one from the Verge has ever reached us." Nephis frowned. "Except for that one defiled?" Ananke nodded. Yes, the water was sparkling under the sunlight, and the ketch was flying across the waves, traveling further and further into the past. Nephis hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "What happened when the defiled appeared?" The old woman did not answer for a while. Eventually, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. "The day he appeared was the day Weave was destroyed."